SENZ Test Cricket. England versus New Zealand.
Will come into the top order as he was named yesterday. And whether Mitchell bats 5 or Blundell bats 6 or the other way around, I don't think that they'll be 5 and 6, but the order of that we'll just have to wait and see. Now, if he doesn't make it, Rutherford, and they continue to use Latham and Young to open, Bracewell has an opportunity because he's a top order player for the Wellington, Plunkett Shield side, and he captains that side and he bowls a bit of off spin as well. And that's the part that I'm interested in, to be really honest with you. He's a left-handed bat. He won the attacking batsman's prize for the shorter formats throughout the last season in New Zealand. So he's a bit of a hitter, but he can bat as well, and he's got about 11 first-class centuries. Rutherford by dint of interest, perhaps, is about 20, I think.
So, Michael Bracewell, 31 years of age, an experienced campaigner, has played for New Zealand before in the shorter formats.
Yes.
But I
suppose
a
couple against Netherlands.
Right, but the point is he's been in the New Zealand camp before. Yeah, from that long line of Bracewells. Where does he fit into the Bracewell family tree, by the way?
Well, that's an interesting one. Of course, he's got Brendan, who was the former fast bowler who played for CD in New Zealand. So that's his dad. And then he's got John Bracewell, of course, the off-spinner who got 100 here at Trent Bridge. So that's an uncle. And he's also got Dougie, who's John's brother, so he's another uncle. He was an off-spinner again. Off-spin occurs through the family, doesn't it? There's a lineage there. And so Dougie Bracewell's an uncle as well. And then, of course, they've got, not Dougie, but Doug Bracewell, of course, who's the seamer. And that's a cousin. So there's a lot going on. I'm just surprised that a mother hasn't turned up and played for New Zealand at some stage.
I think there'd be something beautiful if Michael Bracewell played this week, given when you won here in 1986, it was a stirring century from John Bracewell down at number 8 that helped facilitate
yes, exactly. That's right. So where would he... I don't think he would bat 4, because he's been a top order player and come in and Nichols 5 and then Blundell and then perhaps Mitchell. So I don't think that'll happen either. I think if they play him, they'll play him like a la Rachin Ravindra. They will play him at number 7.
Right.
And so it would be Latham, Young, Conway, Nichols, Blundell, Mitchell, Bracewell.
Right.
And then the bowlers.
Speaking of those bowlers, we heard yesterday a pretty strong whisper that Neil Wagner was going to play. And today we've heard a pretty strong whisper that Matt Henry's going to play. So it won't be both of them, unless, of course, they rest one of Bolt or Southey. Unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, well, that information is based on our sleuth, Jared Kimber, who was out earlier at the pitch. Very conscientious man, has probably been living out on the outfield for the last day or two, and he found the MH down there. Now, whether that means something else, we don't know, but it's quite a good indication. And then, of course, Craig McMillan came in and said he's been on the intel, he's been on the grapevine. And so he had confirmed that as well. So that's all we know, folks. We can't say it's definite until we hear about it at the toss.
Well, there have been calls for Henry, haven't there? I mean, Henry took 7 wickets in an innings against South Africa earlier this year, bowled magnificently at Edgbaston last year in a player of the match performance against England in the second test of that series when they made wholesale changes before the World Test Championship final. But, I mean, New Zealand fans want to see Matt Henry, and they may well get their chance this morning.
I think you and I did a little video, didn't we? And I said that a lot of New Zealanders will be sort of muttering to themselves, where's Matt Henry? And certainly he's a wee bit sharper than Bolt and Southey in terms of pace. He's a seamer instead of a swing bowler, and that may suit. There's a bit of breeze around today too, isn't it? It's coolish. I've even brought my scarf. And so I mean, it's okay, and the pitch is a bit green. New Zealand have to bowl first, don't they? Having selected a side, and Matt Henry or Neil Wagner will come in for Ajaz Patel, and so they will still have an off spinner in the sense through Bracewell if they play him. So that's not too bad, and they've got. Well, it's Wagner. I like that Wagner bolt running, left arm over and creating a little bit of footmarks, a few footmarks for the off spinner as the game goes on against the right-handers. And they've got a few left-handers, mainly in the tail, haven't they? But they've got Stokes there and they've got Lees. So, there's an opportunity. But that's, he hasn't got a lot of wickets, only about sort of 30 wickets at 40. It's not pick me in lights. So, but it's interesting for New Zealand's development, I think. As you say, he's 31, he might have 4 or 5 years remaining, and it might become a possible, a man who can see through. And so I see more future in a selection like Bracewell, and I do actually, in bringing Rutherford in just for one match.
Yeah, counterintuitively, Williamson missing it helps balance the side a little bit. Had Williamson been available, you're probably going in with all seamers and Daryl Mitchell as the holding bowler. Yeah. Here, Bracewell could perform that duty today, and again, the sense was they were going to stick with the same top order that played at Lords, with the exception of de Grandhomme out. So,
yeah, but Ajaz, do you think they would have played Ajaz Patel?
No, they would have suggesting they would have gone with 4 quicks plus Mitchell. So that'll be a point of interest. And just before we go to a break, Neil Wagner, if he weren't to play, this guy's ranked...
a pretty good bowler to leave out.
He's ranked number 9 in the world. He's got a fabulous record against England. Missed at Lords. He and another, along with Henry last year, the two of them bowled out England in that second innings in that dominant session to ensure they would win that series. It says a bit about New Zealand's depth that they can bring in Henry and that they've got Wagner sitting on the bench.
Well, and the difficulty they confront, really, they probably, there's a sense of, let's play Wagner because if it goes flat, we've got a bowler who can actually at least still be a threat and not look fatigued, as New Zealand have on a number of occasions when that occurs. So he was the one off the cab off the rank I thought would be selected first. But some people would say, pick Henry as well. Now, if that happens, then you've got to look at Southey and Bolt, because you want to keep Jameson there, and they're not prepared to do it. They haven't got that courage.
Thank you, Jeremy Coney. We'll hear from you throughout the course of our coverage today at Trent Bridge. You can text us anytime on 8833. We'll get those messages through to our commentary box. Just leave your name and your where you're listening, and you go into the draw to win $25 a food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's #1 sports bar, or any of their other 10 venues. That's 8833, our text number. And we'll go to a break afterwards. We'll hear from Daniel Norcross and from Jared Kimber. SENZ Test Cricket at Nottingham for Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand, and for Chemist Warehouse.
Welcome back. Daniel Norcross and Jared Kimber here at Trent Bridge. The build-up to the first day of the second Test match between England and New Zealand in association with Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand, and Chemist Warehouse. Now, Jared Kimber alongside me. We're going to have a little chat about England's prospects in this game. They're unchanged, we hear, and they're announcing the teams the day before. These are all things that are unusual to me. Why do you announce a team the day before? What's the point?
To stop journalists asking you. I can't think of another reason that you would ever have to do it. I don't understand why in professional sport you would want to tell the opposition exactly who they're going to be lining up against.
I find that curious, very, very curious, but just if you're wondering, you can't remember who England went in with before, they're unchanged. From the first Test match, Jack Leach has recovered from his concussion, we've been told. So England are getting to go in with these 3 seamers supplemented by Ben Stokes. Now, there was a bit of an injury scare about Stokes earlier on in the week. There was talk that he might not be able to bowl. We're watching out of our window here, and he's going through his warm-ups. He's hit the fake off stump a few times. He's come in off the long run, so we're expecting him to be a fully functioning part of the bowling unit, or just come on as required, Jared.
I wonder if he'll ever be only bowling as required while he's captain. Will he not always feel like he's required?
Well, he didn't do much in the first Test, did he? I suppose he didn't really need to.
I'm not sure he had to bowl in the first innings at all, and he still bowled in the first innings, didn't he?
Well, he sort of had to, because Matthew Potts limped off, didn't he? So he sort of finished an over and then bowled another over. But yeah, you're right.
I just feel like he'll always over bowl himself, because that's his natural, style of life.
Yes.
And it's going to come through in his captaincy as well. I thought he probably over bowled himself in the second innings as well, but maybe at that point they thought they had to, which might have been the difference. But yeah, it's a huge problem for them, unless Moeen Ali, who I think is here commentating for BBC.
That's right.
But it's very clever of Moeen Ali to be close, just in case Jack Leach concusses himself again.
Well, he can find any number of ways, can't he, poor old Jack Leach? He's the most accursed cricketer in the world, isn't he?
Moeen Ali just strolling out of the box onto the ground for England. So, that's something to watch out for. But until Moeen Ali comes back, Ben Stokes is going to have to keep bowling as much as they can bowl him.
Now, Broad and Anderson here at Trent Bridge have got terrific records. Anderson, 68 wickets at 17-18. Broad, over 40 wickets, an average of 24. It's his home ground. But
home.
Yes,
It's
indeed.
not actually from here, but
it's
sure.
not. Well, yeah, he started in Leicestershire, but it's really not very far away. It's the East Midlands. But we keep saying they're getting long in the tooth, but it's starting to get a little noticeable that the pace might drop off a bit sometimes between back-to-back test matches. England desperately tried throughout the Ashes to ensure that they don't play back-to-back test matches, and sometimes failed so to do. But they're going to be doing that here. The workloads weren't enormous at Lord's because it was a relatively short game. They've had a little bit more time off. But it seems that England's bowling attack relies on them ever more here with Matthew Potts playing just his second test match.
Yeah, I think it's a concern going forward. They didn't get much of a rest. They basically bowled for the best part of 2 days at Lord's because their batters had that.
It's
the way
a familiar
the innings,
story.
The way the innings fell, so they didn't get as much rest there. Look, I'm not as worried about the back-to-back test as other people are, but I do know that England and Australia are definitely moving towards a platoons system, which is something taken from baseball, where more and more in the future we won't see bowlers bowling in back-to-back matches so that they're bowling closer to their optimum speeds or not injured. As you and I know, like basically every bowler who's ever played in a test match is carrying an injury anyway.
That's right.
It's just whether you can bowl through it, and perhaps at their age that gets trickier and trickier. But realistically, are they an ideal pair going forward if they both have similar aging issues?
Well, they're not, but England are sort of forced into it by the lack of available alternatives. Every bowler that they've got who's younger is injured.
So we're worried about the fitness of the two guys who are fit, while no one else is fit.
And no one else is fit. Let's take a look at the batting lineup, because it has misfired for 5 or 6 years, really, since Alistair Cook departed. They've never found even one opener, who's regular.
Since Andrew Strauss departed.
You genuinely could. That middle order, in the absence of, and again, you could go back to when Jonathan Trott and Kevin Peterson retired. They've never really had any kind of solidity in there. They rely so heavily on Root. They've got Ben Stokes, who's playing unusual innings at the moment. He got 54 at Lord's, but it was one of the maddest 54s I think I've ever seen, which seems to hint at a kind of panic, is it? I mean, there's a sort of trying to force things. When the England setup is saying, Alex Lees, that was your best showing in an England shirt after he got 20, then England are really clutching at straws, looking for any shoots of batting recovery, aren't they?
What did Bairstow make in the second innings? Was 16?
Yeah, frenetic 16, wasn't it? 3 fours and then wafting at a straight one and missed it. And
Stokes came out and at the press conference straight afterwards and said how proud they were of the way he played.
Yes.
It's a really bizarre situation. I mean, look, England's batting is... It's the reason I thought Brendan McCullum's decision to take this job was so remarkable, because there's no easy answers. There may not be actually any answers to England's batting. It just is what it is. And
there's no tough love going on, is there? The England environment is one where you get a special new bauble for having played 25 times. I remember Rory Burns got a special cap. And it was like, well, he averages about 25. Do you have a ceremony for a man who averages late 20s because he's got a 25th cap? I mean, isn't it about time England actually toughened up a bit and the currency of runs was taken more seriously than the currency of just being able to get to the ground on time?
I think the other problem that they had was a couple of years ago, they had a real strength in positions 5, 6 and 7. Where so behind Root there was a lot of players, Butler and Bairstow and Moeen and Stokes. That is no longer a strength as well. There's nowhere you look in this batting order and you go, well, that's their zone. They'll be okay for a little while. It's like, well, is Root in?
Yes.
And if Root's not in, then, they're in all sorts of trouble. I just want to talk about the pitch just quickly as well. So it is quite green, so you might see some pictures on social media. You can definitely see how green it is. I would say the closer you get to the pitch, the more it's stripy. And at one end, there's not much grass where the bowlers are going to be landing the ball.
Right. Well, look, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Nikesh Regani for the first time is going to be joining us, and as is New Zealand legend Craig McMillan.
Good morning, SEN Test Cricket live here at Trent Bridge with Resine, the paint that the professionals use. Nikesh Regani alongside Craig McMillan ahead of day one of this second test on this famous ground, home of Nottinghamshire Cricket Club, of course. Macca, The toss about to take place in the middle there. The captain's just getting ready with the match referee. Weather looks set fair, but you think, despite that, New Zealand might be tempted to have a bowl first if they win this?
Yeah, I'm feeling like that, Nikish. Look, you look up, you look down. You don't look down in England, and it's pretty nice. Sun's out, a little bit of some clouds overhead, but there is just a tinge of green, and I just wonder whether New Zealand might be a little bit scared off.
Right, we are just about to have the coin toss, so let's just see if we can have a listen into this.
Richie Richardson, the match referee, is here alongside Tom Latham, Ben Stokes, the England captain. Ben, you've got the coin. Give it a spin, please. Heads is the call. Tails it is. England have won. What are you going to do, Ben? No, give your microphone. Is that a straightforward decision? I mean, pitch looks quite grassy, but dry.
Yeah, well, generally here the wicket sort of tends to get better as the game goes on, and obviously good to obviously get them in early, put some pressure on, and get Jimmy and Brodie going with the new ball again.
What particularly pleased you about the performance at Lord's?
I think throughout the whole 4 days it was the attitude and commitment that everyone put into what they were doing. Neither side really sort of took advantage, of the situation really, and it was sort of, we were going toe to toe until that final morning on day 4 when Ruti and Ben knocked the runs off. But yeah, I was just really pleased with the way that everyone committed to everything that they did.
And message before this game, any areas that you've said you want to see a bit of an improvement?
No, just go out and be even more positive and just try and put the pressure back on them as much as possibly can.
Jack Leach plays after the concussion. Any concerns about the effects of that concussion?
No, once we got here and had the couple of days training and Leachy got past fit, he came back into the team. Obviously it was a very unfortunate incident for him last week, but he's absolutely fine.
And 1 or 2 whispers about your side and ability to get through a full stint as a bowler. You fully fit?
Yeah, they are whispers. Yeah.
Okay, good luck today.
Thanks, others. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Come on, mate.
Tom, you're going to have a bat. What would you have done?
Yeah, we were going to have a bowl as well. It's sort of a tough one. Obviously, there's a little bit of a green tinge, but it also looks a little bit dry as well. So hopefully, if we can apply ourselves well in the first session and get through that, then hopefully we can put a good score on the board.
I imagine you were busy late last evening. The news came very late about Kane. First of all, how is he?
Yeah, I think he's all right. Obviously disappointing for him. Obviously, he was very gutted to miss this test, but it presents opportunities for other guys, and we touched on it this week about playing our brand of cricket, and we're obviously a proud nation, down in the corner of the world, and if we can play our brand and stick to our blueprint, then it will give us a good chance.
A disrupted preparation then. No Kane Williamson, your captain. Colin de Grandhomme misses as well with that heel injury. So what combination have you come up with?
Yeah, so we've got a few changes. We're playing 4 seamers, so Matt Henry comes into the 11. Henry Nichols also is fully fit, so he comes into the 11, and obviously an awesome opportunity for Michael Bracewell, who's going to get us opportunity in the middle order.
This is something you're used to. I think this is the 6th time now in the last 7 tests that you've led New Zealand for one reason or another. Is it a responsibility you enjoy?
Yeah, it's obviously a huge honour to, to represent the guys and also represent the country. For me, it's about just trying to continue what we've been doing as a side. We've had some really good results over the last couple of years, and we've got a blueprint that works. So, fingers crossed we can do that well. It's going to be an important first session, and hopefully we can get through that.
Defeat at Lord's, but a tight game. What areas particularly that you can improve that you think will just nudge the result your way this time?
I think it's probably about partnerships with both bat and ball, bowling together. We saw in glimpses with the bat and also with the ball. When we're able to put them under pressure for long periods of time, then that momentum can swing. So that's sort of what we talked about this week, and also sort of playing our brand. We know when we do that, we're a good side. So we're looking forward to this week.
Thanks for your time. Give our best to Kane as well.
Thanks,
good luck. So England, Ben Stokes has won the toss. They'll have a bowl this morning.
Well, thank you to Michael Atherton and the 2 captains there. So England win the toss and decide to have a bowl first. Nikesh Ragani alongside the Black Caps legend Craig McMillan here. Craig, you were saying you wouldn't be surprised if New Zealand had a bowl. England having a bowl first as well. Stokes' reasoning to put pressure on the Kiwi batters, slightly disrupted preparation we talked about with no Kane Williamson, of course, playing in this 11, and some changes to that batting order as well. A bit of green tinge as well on the pitch. You think good decision, good toss to win?
I think there's just enough there, Nikish, for both sides to want to bowl first. There's just enough greenness on the surface. This first session will be crucial, and they'll have to make the most of that first session in that new ball, because that Trent Bridge generally flattens out pretty quick. So that first session will be crucial. Pressure on both batting lineups, to be honest, because both didn't really cover themselves in glory in that first test at Lord's, so no real surprise.
Macca, thank you very much for now. So 25 minutes until play gets underway. We're going to take a short break here. Welcome back to Trent Bridge ahead of day one of this second test here on SENZ Test Cricket and across the SEN network. Very much big thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand and chemist warehouse. Nick Eshragani alongside Black Caps legend Craig McMillan. The toss has just taken place. England have won it, decided to have a bowl first. The weather does look really, really nice out there. It's warm, bit of cloud cover in the sky, but it's all high cloud. But there is a tinge of green on the pitch, Macca. He talked there about the pitch getting better as the game goes on. Ben Stokes. Let's just talk about the team makeups as well. England going unchanged, so we'll talk about their 11 in just a second. New Zealand, of course, have been disrupted heavily, haven't they, in the build-up to this? No Kane Williamson, no captain, so it was Tom Latham who went out there, did the toss, will be leading the side. Williamson, of course, with symptoms of COVID-19, testing positive and having to self-isolate as a result. So they would have bowled first as well, New Zealand. They miss out on Kane Williamson this match. Colin de Granholm, Ajaz Patel as predicted. They're going with the four-seamer, so Matt Henry in, Henry Nicholls in, and Michael Bracewell as well. How do you assess that?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? 3 changes. It has been disrupted. Whenever you lose your captain the night before a test match, that's not ideal. Williamson did all the press work, everything yesterday, so must have only started feeling a little bit down and out last night. So Conway will move up to 3 and Nicholls comes in at 4, which is where he batted against South Africa during the home summer when Ross Taylor had retired, so no issues there. New Zealand really like that all-rounder at 7. Obviously Colin de Granholm filmed that spot in the first test, so they're going with Michael Bracewell, who is a top order player, bats in the top 4 first class for Wellington, but will offer some spin as well. He's a nice off spinner, gives it a good rip. So there's an opportunity there. And Matt Henry, he's the interesting one for me, Nikisha, because effectively New Zealand have got 3 new ball bowlers. Southee bowl Henry, all enjoy and all at their best when they bowl with the new ball. One of them can't. 3 doesn't go into 2. So I guess the debate would have been Neil Wagner coming in as that third seamer, but he's been left out. So that's a real interesting selection for me.
In terms of that, the 3 new ball bowlers you mentioned there, this is the one ground you could perhaps get away with that in England. Doesn't matter what the conditions are overhead. It does tend to swing throughout the innings pretty much, whether it's conventional, whether it's reverse, but certainly conventional as well. And since that new stand over to our right got put in, I think it was 2010, 2011, it really has sort of taken on another level here as well. So perhaps that could have come into their thinking as well. No surprise they've not gone in with the spinner Ajaz Patel, of course, on this ground. I mean, you know, it's not got a history of taking much turn here at Trent Bridge. So in terms of the lineup then, it looks as though Nicholls is going to bat at 4. Devon Conway up to 3. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that makes sense. Conway's batted there before, he's open, so there's just a bit of chopping and changing going on. Henry Nicholls averaging over 40 in Test cricket, so he's recovered from the calf injury and the COVID that kept him out of that first test, so good to have him. It looks a strong lineup to me. The only question I've got is if it does flatten out, which it can do at Trent Bridge. Yes, it does swing at times, but it of course can also flatten out rather quickly. And so then you've got Henry, Southee, Bolt, who tend to struggle when things do flatten out and there's no lateral movement. And that, again, the question posed is, would Neil Wagner have been better coming into the lineup just to cover those bases?
Indeed, and England going in unchanged then. So Jack Leach has recovered from that concussion which he picked up in the field at Lord's. England sticking with the same side, so Broad and Anderson on a ground which they love very much. Stuart Broad's home ground, of course, having played many years at Nottinghamshire as well. Both the 2 highest wicket takers on this ground, so they'll know what they're doing early on here with the new ball, having won the toss, deciding to have a bowl first. It's just like Groundhog Day for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They'll be a handful. That first session will be crucial. There will be some help for them, so there'll be pressure on Will Young, who had a poor test match at Lord's. Tom Latham now the extra responsibility as captain as well. New Zealand really need that top order to perform and to lay a platform. Otherwise, they're going to struggle again. So, Broad and Anderson, I'm really looking forward to seeing the first half an hour, 45 minutes. We've seen how many wickets, the damage they've done on this very ground over the years. So it's going to be a real challenge for New Zealand. New Zealand will want the sun to come out as quickly as possible. Sort of trying to, isn't it? There's a few clouds about, but if that sun comes out, then that will make batting a little bit easier as well.
Yeah, it is pretty warm. As we said earlier, the clouds are there up above us, but it's all white cloud. It's all quite high. There's plenty of gaps in between as well. So we will see quite a lot of sunshine today. Really good atmosphere building up as well here, Craig, at a ground which has been sort of famed for its atmosphere. We talk about Edgbaston, the Holly Stand as well. This is just as rowdy when it comes to Test cricket, and all set here for a massive occasion as these two sides battle in this second Test. So play about to get underway in just over 15 minutes time. As we say, England have won the toss and will have a bowl first. We'll be back in a few moments with more, with a change up here in the commentary box. Henry Moran will be taking over.
Test cricket on SENZ live from Trent Bridge. It is the second Test between England and New Zealand. England have won the toss. That took place around about, 20 minutes or so ago, and they've elected to have a bowl first. Henry Moran here alongside Jared Kimber and Daniel Norcross. And a little quote, gents, that interested me at the toss from Ben Stokes, the England skipper. He was asked about Kane Williamson's absence, having tested positive for COVID last night. And he said, well, if you don't test, you've not got it.
Schrodinger's COVID. Yeah, well, he's got a strong point. I don't know whether we're supposed to say those things out loud, though.
Well, I did wonder. It's it's a sort of thing I imagine a press officer, Jared, would suddenly go, ooh.
Yeah, Danny Rubin, the ECB press officer now, is going to the press and saying, no, what he meant was... I think you slightly misheard it. Yeah, look, I think there's a very clear difference between how England think of COVID and how New Zealand thinks of COVID as a team, as a nation, as a species, any way you want to go at this point. There's no doubt the lockdown nation of New Zealand is very full on. We see a lot of even the media walking around with face masks on, whereas, Henry, I think you're the only English media I've seen with a face mask on. So there's certainly a different way that the two nations are looking at it.
The journey is, that basically England's or Britain's journey with COVID began earlier. Simple as that. And having gone through it for so long, they just reached the idea that, well, we're done with it now, everyone's going to get it. So, free testing used to be a thing in this country until the government got rid of that about 3 months ago because it didn't want people to have the excuse not to go to work. It's all hypocrisy is writ large in this country. Of course it is, but I guess that's what Ben Stokes is referring to. More interestingly to me is that he's elected to bowl.
Well, yes,
he's gone in with a spinner, and he's gone in with doubts about his own bowling fitness, and he's chosen to bowl, which strikes me that, well, wouldn't you have picked Craig Overton if you intended to bowl first, or do you think he's just thought, Jared, maybe, it feels a little bit chilly, cloud cover. Board can swing at Trent Bridge. Been a little bit different since the new stands came in, I'll grant you that, but Broad and Anderson were good records here. He didn't have to name Jack Leach at the toss, but when you name a side the day before, you're kind of hamstrung.
Is there a part, because New Zealand's batting order is so scrambled at the moment and no one knows what's going on, and it is green enough to at least make people feel nervous, that he's thought, let's just throw them in and see what happens. Darren Goff certainly talked about the fact that he didn't think, he thought it was a bat first pitch. So it's very interesting that the home team has gone the opposite to what Goffey was saying out in the middle.
That cheer you can hear in the background is because England's two thoroughbreds are out there warming up. Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad getting a warm welcome from this Trent Bridge crowd. They're out there just going through some loosening deliveries, no doubt preparing to take the new ball as they've done on so many occasions, and so many occasions with success here at Trent Bridge as well, Daniel.
Indeed. We don't know how much longer these thoroughbreds will be out on the pitch and before they get sent off to stud, but the time will undoubtedly tell, but the time is against them at the moment, and England rely on them absolutely massively. You look at this bowling attack, you've got a slightly crock Ben Stokes, you've got Matthew Potts, who bowled admirably in the first Test match, but it was his first Test match, and he did pull up with cramp after 8 or 9 overs, and then there's a spinner. So it's great that they're still performing. They've got incredible records at Trent Bridge. Anderson 68 wickets, Broad 47 or something ludicrous.
It's a lot of wickets.
It's a lot of wickets between them, and it's a ground they really, really like. So a lot is going to depend, as we always say this on the first hour, but you're going to be able to tell by about noon today whether Ben Stokes is going to be regretting terribly his decision, or whether, New Zealand are 30-odd for 3, which is entirely possible. With Will Young at the top of their order, he's not been in great nick. I know Jeremy Coney thought his place might come under scrutiny. They've got some class acts up there, though. They've got Tom Latham, who's a massively underrated opener. Definitely. At an era when opening the batting is incredibly hard. He's averaging, what is he? It's over 40, isn't it? He's averaging 41, which doesn't sound massive, but for an opener, that is huge these days.
Well, that's the world's best opening figures over the last couple of years, for sure.
Test cricket on SENZ with Razine, the paint the professionals use. Now, New Zealand listeners can text us on 8833. Tell us who you are, where you're listening from. We're looking forward to a good night of entertainment for you guys. A good day for us here at Trent Bridge, where the sun is shining. The team's resplendent in England's very bright white. What colour would you give that on the shade chart, Daniel?
Well, I think it might be Wevitt. It could be Wevitt. I'm not 100% sure, or it could be not anthracite. That's the other one. We've got one on the ceiling that's ammonite. It's a touch of ammonite. There's just a little bit of the white taken. Oh, it's anthem time, and it's a clash between two really quite pedestrian anthems, isn't it, in world cricket terms?
Right, I'm getting out of the way. Adam Collins is standing by to take us through the opening stages.
Thank you, Henry Moran. Yes, we've had the full ensemble cast through the pre-game here, and I'm welcoming Jeremy Coney into the summariser chair for the first ball. The teams as named. England unchanged from the side that won by 5 wickets at Lords. Lees, Crawley, Pope, Root, Bairstow, Stokes, Folkes, Potts, Leach, Broad and Anderson. New Zealand, 3 changes. Tom Latham, captaining the side in Kane Williamson's absence today with COVID-19. He'll open with Will Young, Conway at 3, Nichols back into the side at 4, Daryl Mitchell at 5, Blundell, Michael Bracewell, Testerbill at number 7, Jameson, Southey, Matt Henry in for the spinner, Patel and Trent Bolt at number 11. Seeing the players gather in a bit of a huddle. I don't know where Jeremy Coney's gone. I'm sure he'll be back in a moment.
Please welcome
We have Jared just for a moment while Jeremy goes wandering.
He went to get his glasses.
That's okay, that's important. I can see that. What I'll say on the way through is that if you want to drop us a text at any stage through our broadcast, 8833 in New Zealand, all you need to do is note your name and where you are from, and you go in the draw to win a $25 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox Auckland's #1 sports bar or any of their other 10 venues around New Zealand. Here's Jeremy. Hello.
Hello again.
You got your glasses?
I have. I need those, actually, nowadays. It's all associated with age and mortality. Well, the New Zealand side, last time we were chatting together, Adam, we were kind of prevaricating and just not sure about what on earth this New Zealand side would be. We now know it, and it's confirmed. So I'm surprised that Wagner isn't playing. That's not to say that Matt Henry won't do a good job. I'm just saying that if it gets flat, this pitch looks dry underneath. I'm not surprised both captains have said, we'd like a bowl, thank you. Because New Zealand, for a start, have 4 seamers and a half spinner at the moment, and an unknown quantity in Bracewell, young Bracewell, who'll probably bat 7. So that's not surprising. And of course, New Zealand batsmen need to get through this first part, and that's a bit uncertain at the moment as well after Lords. So I'm not surprised Stokes said the same.
Tom Latham, today's captain, will be taking the first ball from James Anderson, who loves bowling at Trent Bridge. No bowler has more test wickets here than his 68. Over a long stretch of time, he's loved this ground. His wickets here at 19. He'll have 4 slips to begin. Root, Crawley, Bairstow and Pope. Anderson will start round the wicket to Tom Latham. Away from us. First ball of the test match. Anderson here. Latham leaves alone. A delivery that swings nicely into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, it went through and was taken about sort of just above knee high, so that's okay. Remember, it's a new ball, so the ball is going to bounce a little bit more, and that's one of the difficulties, of course, as an opener. There was a little bit of movement to play, but it was from the arm, wasn't it? It was, the batsman can see that nice and early, setting himself up on roundabout, so the toes and his left eye should be over off stump.
Anderson has 7 fifers here. Bowls to Latham, who comes forward and defends out towards extra cover, or mid-off rather, no run.
Great record, isn't it? Here.
Yes, 7 fifers and 2 10-wicket matches as well. There was 10 against Australia in 2013 and 11 against Pakistan in 2010.
Even here, 7 fifers, almost an entire career, if you like, and we're talking about one ground. So it was interesting seeing both Broad and Anderson out before the game, wasn't it? Out they came, and all the other team members were lined up for the anthems. Anderson was still bowling his last practice.
It was quite the ovation too. Anderson delivers and Latham leaves closer to the off stump. Good leave on length.
Very important now with the absence again for the 7th time out of the last 11 tests that New Zealand have played of the captain. There's a lot of suggestions that he shouldn't have tested himself, isn't there? And I know that's been spoken about.
Well, Ben Stokes said it at the toss. I'm not sure if you caught those comments. Remarkable, really.
He did. And of course, there's no legal requirement to self-isolate here in England.
Anderson delivers, and Latham hit on the thigh pad, spills out into the offside. Bit sharper.
First time aimed at the stumps from Anderson, and no movement that time, but a little bit of extra bounce. He's waiting for the bounce. He's looking to play very late, and that's why he beat his bat into the kind of the inside thigh pad.
So that's the first ball we've seen hit the seam and go back towards the left-hander on the angle from round the wicket. All the others have just trended away towards Folkes. So a bit of variation from Anderson in this, the first over of the test match. New Zealand haven't played a test match here since 2008. Anderson pulled up there by umpire Goff, overseeing his 26th test match this week. Paul Rifles down the other end, his 54th.
Yeah, 4 slips in a nice staggered formation, if you like, going from root right through. Then that obviously Crawley there. Still for me, the stance is too wide.
Anderson to the crease, bowls here. Latham leaves alone, just outside the off stump. Good spot for Anderson to be early on. Tempter.
Yep, and that's what England will want to do. Just try and draw the New Zealanders away from their stump slightly to play a defensive stroke and provide an opportunity in that cordon, those 4 players and of course the keeper. So that's the battle that's going on at the moment, and the battle also for length if Latham starts to get a few shots away.
Anderson to finish. First over of the test match. Bowls here. Latham leaves alone on length. Good start for Anderson, a maiden. None for none New Zealand after being sent in at the toss by the captain, Ben Stokes. Mentioned it's the first time that New Zealand have played a test here since 2008. They've won once here, of course, famously in 1986 under your captaincy by 8 wickets, and we've had 6 losses and a couple of draws, but we're beaten heavily here in that test in 08 by James Anderson taking a 7-for in the first innings.
One of those losses, just to put it into context a little bit though, and I think it was 73 that New Zealand were chasing 470 at that stage, and people like Arnold and Snow, lots of difficult bowlers that they had to confront. And so 470, that's not often chased down in England.
Ever.
And yet they got to 440 something, didn't they? So, Bevan Congdon got 170, and I think the little Lancastrian who played, who was that? He was a little off spinner for New Zealand, well, didn't play on Sundays. Yeah, he got 100 as well. I remember him. It's just escaped me at the moment. Came from Canterbury.
Victor Pollard.
Vic Pollard, who also a double international, played soccer for New Zealand as well.
So speaking about men who love Trent Bridge, Stuart Broad, the second most wickets in Test cricket here, 41 of them, including 8 for 15 on the first morning against Australia in 2015. He's got 4 slips on the way. Bowls here to Young, who goes back in defence, wants one, no one there, straight back. Ben Stokes sharp on it. He would have been in all sorts had Young kept running, or he would have burnt his captain. Either way, they made the right decision. It stays at none for none.
It's breezy, isn't it, today? A bit chilly, I would have to say. It's not really swinging kind of feeling for me today. Sometimes the wind you'd think it would assist movement with the ball. Sometimes it can, but sometimes it doesn't help either. So we'll just wait and see. There was a wee bit of movement, but as I say, it was early from the Anderson over. None yet, obviously, from Broad. He doesn't swing it as much.
4 catching men. Broad delivers over the wicket. Young leaves alone on length through to the gloves of Folks, who feels like he's close enough to touch him. We've got a beautiful vantage point.
We have it is. Some fantastic places to watch cricket from. We're so fortunate, aren't we? Really. But it is a kind of it's not a stadium, as you were saying earlier. It's more of a club ground. It has the feeling of a club ground. And I don't mean the lower club ground. It's not a green, but it's a county ground, and it has that nice fence. It's not a big ground.
Yeah, lots of smaller grandstands.
Newer stands away to our right and left.
Broad passes umpire rifle, delivers here. Young forward in defence, waits the call. They don't take on Stokes, who's charging in again from extra cover. Yeah, they actually made the attendance 2,000 smaller, like the capacity rather, when they built the new stand, as they call it, in 2012. It's unusual that a ground would have a smaller capacity, but they formed the view that that's what Trent Bridge is all about. It's about intimacy, about being close, and they never wanted to go the way of the stadiums that we see around the cricketing world, and I think we're better for it.
Well, you look away where we used to change to that old changing room up there for the players. Fantastic.
Broad towards us, towards Young. Close to the stumps, bowls here. Young, lovely shot off the back foot, punching behind point. First runs of the test match. Slows up before reaching the rope, but will make it. So Young, a 4 to start. They're the only runs New Zealand have made so far, 10 balls into this test match.
Broad, short, outside, and Young able to punch that ball into one of the pockets. The areas on this ground where the boundaries are slightly longer, but no chance to overhaul that, really.
Well, that's a quirk as well. So very deep pockets to the left and the right of where we're broadcasting from, but an extremely short boundary in front of the new stand where it's almost at a right angle relative to the other parts. So, yeah, it's a quirky place more generally. So, yes, that was the deepest part of the ground and just had the legs to get to the rope. Broad to the crease. Bowls here. Young on the front foot defending. So there have been Test matches played here, going back all the way to 1899, 108 of them. But New Zealand, haven't had...
Larwood is from this area.
Yeah, 64 Test matches, and England have won 22. But Larwood and Vos both from here.
Well, we've got the pub, of course, away to our left.
Yes. Two of the stars of the 32-33 Ashes win.
This is an important little contest in time for Will Young. He's had 2 failures in the first test.
Broad last ball of his first over. Too Young, who leaves alone. Good leave. Through to the gloves of folks taking it with his fingers in the air. 2 overs gone on SENZ Test Cricket. New Zealand 4 for none. Our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
Head to Chemist Warehouse and save on big brands like Good Health Virolex Kids Immune Chews, 60 chew tabs, $9.99. Or Parker Rabanne Olympia, 30 mils, $69.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
It's finals time for DHL Super Rugby Pacific this weekend on Sky Sport. 6:30 tonight, the Crusaders versus the Chiefs. 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, the Blues against the Brumbies. You need to subscribe to Sky Starter and Sky Sport to watch this premium content. For details, see sky.co.nz.
Bit of tidying up from the ground staff between overs. Normally that takes a session or so, but Stuart Broad's called for the sawdust down at his landing marks. There is a lot of grass, a lot of live grass on the pitch you're at there this morning, Jeremy.
Yeah. And that'll be that he's just not feeling comfortable as with the landing foot, that it's sliding just a little, and no bowler really likes that. You just don't feel secure and really able to bowl over that front foot quite so much.
Latham, his 10th test against England, facing up to Anderson. Yet to score as yet, and leaves this alone. That's wider of the off stump.
So Latham is getting into his game, and he's a very methodical player. He's a player who likes to know where his off stump is, let go early on, and then build his innings from there. He feels comfortable starting from a game of defence and then pushing slightly wider. Young, because he's come from the middle order, he struggles a bit more letting the ball go as Latham does, but he'll play more shots and could get away a bit more quickly.
Anderson round the wicket, bowls to Latham on leg stump, turns him just into the onside, gets a single, gets off the mark with it, or we're going to get a leg by signal. We do from umpire Goff. So Latham stays on naught, but New Zealand 5 without loss into the 3rd over.
And this is the difficulty for Young. He's now confronted by Anderson, who got him out twice, I think, with the ball moving. Anderson's obviously with the number of wickets, everybody, he's just a difficult customer. He can run wider on the crease and create a feeling that it's going to come back in, but then swing it away from you. So that's awkward, because it's coming back in. You think you've got to play it.
Yeah, it's a ground that suits Anderson so very much. His first ball here to Young, is pushed off the back foot out towards behind point rather, no run. Yeah, we had Crickviz crunching the numbers between the test matches, and there is more swing here at this ground than any other ground in England comfortably over the last 12 years. So, it's the numbers are neither here nor there, but the overarching
point. Is that every match though? I don't.
Every test match.
Every test match there's more.
Since 2010.
Or do they average it out? You see, I see for the moment, I haven't seen loads, and we haven't got to that point where the lacquer is removed from the ball and it can swing more.
Anderson bowls, Young, past the outside edge, just caught on the crease, didn't quite come forward enough, had to play it. There's that movement we're talking about from Anderson away from the right-hander.
But that's that movement from the pitch itself.
Yep.
That's angled in, and then a leg cutter, if you like, to move away. And it's been swing that has defeated Young so far at Lord's. That one's just a good delivery. He hasn't gone back or forward there. You've got to be very, aggressive about your defence.
Yep.
Now, that sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? But that's what you've got to be.
Sun bursts through the clouds. Anderson bowls to Young, punches into the onside. No single there. Not going to take on Lees at mid-wicket. Yeah, I think the point about movement recently here, well, Anderson describes it as his favourite ground in the world to bowl at, and the numbers bear that out, but Broad as well. They've just got such a fabulous record here, and even last year against India, Anderson was outstanding, and they know the place as well as any other. It's a shame in a way they don't play more Test cricket here. It's kind of on that secondary list of grounds. You get more Test cricket at Lord's, the Oval, and Birmingham than you do here and other parts of the country. Anderson delivers to Young, who plays defensively from the crease again. The end of 3 overs on SENZ Cricket for Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. The visitors are 5 without loss.
As a Kiwi, you love participating in your favourite sports. But sometimes back pain can stop you in your tracks. Don't let back pain get in the way of a good game. Get fast-acting relief with Voltaren Rapid 25. Voltaren Rapid 25's dual benefit treats inflammation and relieves back pain fast, giving you back the joy of movement. Read the label, use as directed. If symptoms persist, see your doctor. Incorrect use may be harmful. Do not use if you have stomach ulcers. GSK Auckland.
Stuart Broad to Tom Latham for the first time today. He'll go round the wicket to the left-hander as well. The New Zealand captain just taking guard. I say New Zealand captain, if you're just joining the broadcast, Kane Williamson ruled out at 11:30 on the eve of the test with COVID-19. And Tom Latham, as he's done pretty regularly over the last couple of years, is leading in his absence. He led splendidly at Edgbaston last year, a thumping victory in just over 3 days. 4 slips and kind of a catching backward point. Strange position there. Broad. His first ball to Latham. He plays off the front foot just behind point. Ollie Pope collects it from 4th slip. So that, what would you call that? It's a backward point, but
it is a backward point.
But it's deep enough.
It's even more backward.
Yeah.
It's a backward point.
Yes.
And so
not quite a short third.
It's a strange angle. You're quite right. I'm a little surprised there hasn't been a bat pad put in at this stage. The feature for me, yes, there's a bit of movement, you'd expect that, but there's also a bit of bounce. And if that's the case and it's nibbling a bit, then I think a bat pad is a very useful position early on.
Broad takes his wickets at 24 here at Trent Bridge. Round the wicket to Latham, leaving alone on the basis of length through to the gloves of Folkes. Broad took the aforementioned 8 for 15 against Australia, that Ashes defining spell in 2015, and 6 for 46 against India here in 2011.
Well, I think the point you're making really is that this is a surface, or more recently, where seamers and faster bowlers have tended to thrive, and spinners have struggled. I mean, there's a guy called Patterson White who plays here. He's a left-arm orthodox slow spinner. He gets 1s and he gets 2 wickets, and he's probably walks off thinking, gee, I've had a good day today. 2 wickets.
Broad to the crease, sun's out. Forward is Latham, takes a quick single to the danger end. The captain goes, put in the dive just to make sure of it, taking on the captain Stokes, and then through for the 1, 6 without loss. Latham off the mark from his 11th delivery.
Just a slight hesitation there. I mean, Latham was away straight away, but I don't think that Young was, and Latham therefore just held back a bit, and in the end had to put in the dive to get through and take that single. And yes, they're having a wee chat now, and I'm not surprised. They've got to trust each other. It's Stokes in that area there, and he's pretty lively, and he's hit the stumps too at Lords, didn't they? It's one of the features of the fielding, I think, for England in that first test.
Well, they just bowled fuller, didn't they? I mean, generalisation, but both Anderson and Broad got it up as he does here, full off the outside edge past Ollie Pope on the bounce. They get through for a single. Young moves to 5, but that's the sort of length we saw a lot of on that first morning at Lords, where they took 6 wickets before lunch.
Yeah, at least Young got forward and close enough to the ball that he's got enough bat on it, even though it's not what you would call a really solid, forward defensive shot and impregnable. There, you get past that if you can. It was just, and he was just drawn a wee bit wide as well. But it was all along the ground, and it's a single, so he's at least survived the first few overs. He wasn't able to do that in the first test.
So back to Latham. He's on 1, facing Broad, wide of the crease. Plays off the back foot, punching through point across the square. Nicely played and controlled. Should get a boundary and does get a boundary. So he joins Young on 5. New Zealand 11 for none in the 4th over after being sent in.
Quick outfield, isn't it? I mean, that was not a really flowing cut. Really, it was sort of just a stunted kind of
jazz.
Yeah, it was. It was a punched kind of stroke, sort of half off the back foot and half cut. But it certainly raced away, and no one could get close to it. It's not a big boundary out there.
Yeah, so the 2 boundaries we've had, one really held up to the right of our position, and to the left of our position, that was quick.
Yeah.
So a bit of contrast there early on this first morning. You mentioned that point about spin and seam here. They've only been 10 wickets to spin at Trent Bridge this year in county cricket, 85 to seam. So that's how they're picking their teams. Broad to finish. Beautiful down the ground. Lovely on drive from the captain, Latham, hits the rope in front of the pavilion. So back-to-back force to finish the fourth over. New Zealand 15 for none. Our coverage for Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile. Because right now, you can get started with Kogan from just $5 for 30 days. Yep, just $5 for 30 days. That's New Zealand's cheapest prepaid mobile deal. With unlimited calls and texts and a big 15 gig of data. Thousands of Kiwis have already made the call. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $5 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
Adam Collins with former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney. Set nicely up at the Radcliffe Road end. The northern end here at Trent Bridge. The end that James Anderson's bowling from. He set down a couple of overs and a couple of maidens.
Yeah, well, looking at those flags at the other end of the ground, this looks like a kind of a, I don't know, would you call it a southeast? Sorry, west. Coming from our right, in other words.
Yeah,
this is the north. That's quite, for the west, isn't it?
Quite blustery.
It was when I was at school.
Anderson bowls here to the right-handed Young, who comes forward and defends out to Stokes at cover. I mean, that might be the one bit of mitigation they had this morning at the toss would have been, traditionally, bowling in blustery conditions first is to the advantage of the batting team.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look, we've got two sides here who are better at bowling than they are at batting. And I think that's why both captains would feel they'd like to make the first inroads if they can. If you win the toss, OK, let's have a bowl. But it can backfire. Let's wait and see.
4 slips. Anderson passes umpire Goff. Bowls here. Forward is Young defending to the onside. That last ball of the previous over from Stuart Broad, that was a beautiful shot from Tom Latham. We saw it on our replay screen between overs for Chemist Warehouse, his second boundary. Yeah,
slightly slower delivery to just push it up from Broad and just straight back down and past the bowler to along the ground all the way. Good stroke. So we're seeing some boundaries. The only concern from New Zealand's perspective at the moment, I think, is Will Young at the moment just not getting forward quite enough.
The sun hidden behind a cloud again as Anderson bowls to Young and he deflects to third slip where Bairstow's waiting on the bounce. We saw Bairstow take 2 early catches last week, but Young, who was looking to leave until the last moment, kept his bat there and just prodded it down to third slip with control. But again, the type of shot that can get you in a bit of trouble if you leave it too long and catch the edge.
That's exactly what you see, though, again, from a middle order player who's suddenly asked to open and is working very hard at it and has a few runs at open as well. I mean, he's done OK. But there he's looking to play first and then looking to leave second.
Anderson, sun's back, bowls here, Young. Turns it to the onside, takes on Broad in the headband, throws at the non-striker stumps. Had he hit it, would have been close, but he didn't. Had 1 stump to aim at. Athleticism from Broad. Just fielding in that headband that he so enjoys these days, and that's going to make for another interesting replay on our Chemist Warehouse screen, watching it back. So Young plays to the right of Broad, who was straight in on it, collected and throw. Yeah, he would have been safe, but fabulous fielding.
Yeah, well, if it's going to go to mid-on's right, then of course you are always closing the angle down. And so you might feel there is a single there, but he actually hit it quite well, didn't he? And it got to Broad quickly in his bandana.
Anderson back to around the wicket, bowling to Latham, close to the stumps. Latham plays straight towards Broad again at mid-on, no run.
Kind of needs a horse, doesn't he? He needs a horse behind him.
I wonder whether he'll stick with the bandana in his post-playing career, whether he'll make it an icon of his iconic, because that's the sort of thing where you could sell a bit of merch on tipping.
I see. Yeah. Well, that's beyond me, all those sort of things. But he might.
He sells wind cheaters these days, Stuart Broad.
Does he?
With his initials on the front. It's quite a bold move.
Okay.
Broad's quite a bold man. Anderson to finish his over. Bowls to Latham. There's some swing back towards the left-hander after it passed his blade, but he's shouldered arms. End of 5 overs. We're going to have a change in commentary. Nikesh Regani replacing me. Henry Moran also coming in to join Jeremy Coney. Our coverage is for Rosine, the paint the professionals use. In New Zealand, a 16 for none.
Head to Chemist Warehouse and save on big brands like Vitamin C Lipo Sachets, Original or Blackcurrant 30 packs, $42.99. Or Versace Eau Fresh 100 mils, $64.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Wherever you get your podcasts, and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today with SENZ.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand, Nick Eshragani in alongside Jeremy Coney and Henry Moran as Stuart Broad prepares to bowl once more from the pavilion end. 4 slips still in place. The sun pokes its head out through the clouds. In comes Broad, and this is well defended into the offside by Young, and there is no run. Jeremy, a watchful start here, 16 without loss. I mean, we've not seen a terrible amount of movement off the seam, have we, or swing in the air?
Might be a good toss to lose, the same as the Lord's one was. Let's wait and see. But Broad is just pulling his length back again now. There is a bit of bounce there for him. He's just got the one ball up, which actually went to the right of Pope at 4 slip, but they got a single. He kept along the ground. But it's allowing Young just to sort of prop forward.
Broad into Young again. This is slightly shorter, defended back down the pitch, no run.
We've seen a cut come from Broad's bowling as well, and then he tried to overcompensate to Latham as well, and then he was driven back down past himself. So the length is proving just not quite right for Stuart Broad, I think, in the three overs he's had so far. He'll have to work on that. And you just sense from the 2 bowlers so far, Anderson's just got a wee bit more movement and is troubling the batsman a bit more. Latham's been organised outside his off stump so far. Young battling.
Broad in again, and this is slightly fuller. Defended off the front foot this time, no run.
That's better. You see the stride that went in, and you get closer to the ball because of that. That's what you want to see Young doing. It's not just pushing the bat out towards the ball on its lonesome, isolated, on it, just the ball, presenting 2 sides. And that's why I think with a wee bit of bounce, it's worth having when a player does that bat pad in, if it nips back in.
Halfway through this 6th over of the morning then. Really good crowd in here for the first morning as Broad comes in, gets into his delivery stride, and I think there's a gust of wind which puts him off, and he will try once more. Good morning, Henry Moran. Nice shirt, by the way.
Thank you very much. We've come in uniform.
Yes, we have.
You and I, Nikesh.
What would you describe this as, Jeremy, this colour? Khaki?
No, it's a darker green than that.
Darker green.
Oh, yeah. But this is forest green to my left here with Henry, definitely. He wouldn't be seen in the forest, would he? I mean, it would be, especially if you're perched higher up on the tree.
Oh, you mean I wouldn't if I was wearing this as opposed to I wouldn't be
camouflage
in general?
Right. Yeah.
Well, we don't know. As Stuart Broad comes in, and this is edged and bounces just short of that 4th slip. Ollie Pope, it was sharp rising delivery, that one. Maybe just a bit of glove and a bit of outside edge there, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, as a bowler, sometimes you just get the sense that a batsman is just coming naturally quite quickly at you all the time. That one actually, still Young was pushing forward. That was his initial reaction. It's taken a glove, hasn't it? Therefore, there hasn't carried. And it might have been the hand that was off the bottom of the bat. So he's saying, Broad sending a strong message, don't you just keep propping forward at me like that, thank you very much.
Broad runs in once more from the pavilion end. This is full outside the off stump and left well alone. Henry, we've seen lots of Stuart Broad over the years on this ground, causing absolute carnage, particularly to Australia. Remember that famous spell a few years back. He knows how to bowl on this ground. He plays here for Nottinghamshire. He's not quite finding that consistent line and length. Is that just a result of the fact the ball's not doing anything and he's just trying a few too many things?
Well, perhaps. I think England will be hoping that Anderson and Broad don't resort to what could be described as Adelaide day-night syndrome, and I'll give you more on what I mean by that in just a moment.
Broad, final ball of the over, charges in again, and this is just clipped off the back foot into the leg side, fielded there, a forward short leg, and there is no run. Maiden over then. We'll continue that point after this break with New Zealand 16 without loss.
Get your your pulse racing with Harness Racing. hrnz.co.nz is the home of harness, with industry info, previews, tips, profiles, fields, expert analysis, and much more. You'll be able to keep up with every meeting, every race. And if you want the action, get to the trots. See the four-legged athletes and the flying sulkies. There's nothing quite like it, because Harness Racing is where excitement lives. So set the pace with NZ Harness Racing. For everything Harness Racing, visit hrnz.co.nz.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine, the paint the professionals use, back here at Trent Bridge. Jimmy Anderson continuing from the Ratcliffe Road end. He's outside the off stump here to Latham, who leaves well alone. Nikesh Ragani alongside Jeremy Coney and Henry Moran. Henry, we're just discussing the lack of movement and perhaps trying one or too many things from Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad in particular.
Yeah, I speak about the Adelaide Oval because the last two Ashes series, England have had opportunities with that pink ball in the day-night test, and people have spoken a lot about Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad and what they should be doing, can do to take advantage of the conditions, but they have frustrated their captains by not bowling.
Anderson is in again, and this is defended in front of point for no run.
And so, time and again, there was frustration from Joe Root in both instances, where he was thinking, come on, pitch it up, give that ball a chance to do something. This is our route into the game. And there were a few accusations, despite the heroics of these two for so many years, that they weren't quite brave enough with that fuller length. And when things weren't necessarily happening, just dropping it back and making it easy to accumulate, whilst their figures weren't getting taken apart, they weren't necessarily threatening.
Anderson continues round the wicket here to Latham. He's in. It's slight bit of in-swing there as it's defended into the onside this time by Latham. There is a breeze across the ground, Jeremy, isn't there? I think it's coming from right to left, and Anderson just saw that one nip a little bit into the left-hander there. That might be the assistance that they need. It's certainly not swinging. There's no conventional swing, but just that bit of breeze can just offer one or two things, can't it?
Well, we're only in the 7th over of the match, aren't we? So, the movement hasn't been, prodigious, I don't think. Not as much as we saw at Lord's. And so New Zealand will be feeling slightly more comfortable about that.
Anderson in again, and this is defended into the covers. Ben Stokes with the fielding.
I think it's been a more positive start by New Zealand as well. There's been a couple of boundaries with drive down the ground. They've punched it through off the back foot to backward point for Young, and one through to sort of the covers for Latham. So those are things. They've tried to take some singles. There's been a slight hesitancy about the running at times. They're getting forward quite nicely. They seem to be judging, particularly Latham, the position of his off stump.
Anderson slightly fuller, and that is a lovely delivery. Playing a miss from Latham. It whizzes past the outside edge. He didn't quite know whether to go back or forward.
No, that was a lovely ball, wasn't it, from Anderson? It was close enough in that he didn't really want to play. Does he want to play this at all? Yeah, I think he has played at that, but at the last moment tried to let go as well. So he was uncertain. That's the first time we've seen that from Latham. Well bowled.
Final ball of Anderson's over then. New Zealand 16 without loss. And he comes around the wicket once more, and it's almost bowled him, that one. He leaves alone outside the off stump, Tom Latham, and the ball just nipped back in, almost crashed into the off stump. It goes through to Ben Folkes. Latham survives. 7 overs gone this morning. New Zealand 16 without loss.
The great Australian dream is still to own your own home. The problem is, the dream usually ends with this sound. But now, South Australians can stop home dreaming and start home owning. Thanks to HomeSeeker SA. HomeSeeker SA gives you exclusive access to fixed price homes before investors get a look in. So don't dream on. Move in. To check your eligibility and see homes for sale, go to homeseeker.sa.gov.au.
NZ Test Cricket with Resine, the paint the professionals use. Back here at Trent Bridge, New Zealand 16 without loss then. Tom Latham surviving a couple of beautiful deliveries from Jimmy Anderson at the back end of the previous over. It's Stuart Broad to continue here, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Young. A couple of beauties there, Jeremy.
The level of threat I mean, as far as if you had to put it from the two ends, you'd have to say Anderson is just getting the ball to nip just a little bit more. He got it to swing the first over, and that last over, he got the ball to seam a bit more and coming back. And it's that ball coming and continuing the natural line of the ball, getting closer and closer to off stump. Just some lovely bowling.
Broad into Young again, and this is the outer half of the bat in front of point. Can't get a single there. Still 16 without loss. It is a beautiful day here, isn't it, Henry, in the East Midlands?
It is.
God's own country, they call it.
Well, that's what I've heard. Where are you from?
Just down the road, Leicestershire.
Is that right?
Yes. It is. I mean, it's a lovely, intimate ground, isn't it? Brilliant crowd, great atmosphere as always. You know, hardly any empty seats here for day one. Real cricket-loving public in these parts, and we're all set fair, aren't we, for the next few days?
It is, and our view here, we are right on top of the action. It is absolutely perfect.
Broad in from the pavilion end once more, and this is off the back foot into the leg side.
Friendly staff too, Nikesh. Friendly staff when you come in.
They're all the local boys who work for Nottinghamshire, the boys and girls who have been here for many years, lots of them, haven't they?
Yes, they have. They like to welcome you in, and you know,
some of them might have been here.
I like it because it's the first thing you'd meet.
Well, some of them might have been here in 1986 when
they're probably
you were
around.
captaining New Zealand.
You, Coney, seen you again.
You again.
You're still eating those apples, are you?
Broad runs in once more past the umpire, delivers, it's full, it's driven past a diving Broad's left hand. They're going to get at least a couple here down towards the long off boundary, and they're back for three. Good running there, just a nice checked shot, not straight off the middle of the bat, but good enough timing to get himself down the other end with a 19 without loss.
My favourite part of this ground is the area at the bottom of the stairs in this stand at the Radcliffe Road end.
Yes, the waiting
a real great
area
of New Zealand and Nottinghamshire cricket, Richard Hadley. He hasn't got a stand, not a pavilion, not even a changing room.
He's got a hall now, I noticed.
Oh, has he?
Yes, that's been added.
At the bottom of the stairs.
So at the bottom of the stairwell, this tiny little tucked away area where nobody
three
ever
seats
goes.
In there, aren't there?
Sort of where dust collects.
The Richard Hadley waiting area.
And on the other side, the Sir Garfield Sobers waiting area as well. Two legends of Nottinghamshire. Broad round the wicket to Latham, who defends into the pitch, and there is no run. I mean, Sobers has got a bar as well, actually. Which is quite good, isn't it?
Well, and appropriate for Garfield.
Yes.
I mean, really, he loves having a good chat and a drink, and he was most convivial of people, I've got to say.
Yeah, but Richard Hadley, absolute legend in these parts, remembered very fondly by probably a lot of those staff members who might have been here back in those days.
78 when he arrived here. Yes.
Sobers a little bit before that, of course. As Broad continues here, final ball of the over into Latham, who leaves alone well outside the off stump, and that is the end of that Stuart Broad over. New Zealand 19 without loss.
Once a year there's a word you can read but can't quite pronounce.
Efi?
E-offie? E-fi? It's EOFI. And this end of financial year, it's easier to just say eBay. eBay is bringing excitement to your EOFI with all the best deals in one place. There's millions of items on sale, and eBay Plus members save even more. Visit ebay.com.au to shop eBay's end of financial year sale today. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to SENZ Test Cricket for Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Here on the first morning is Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad bowling in tandem. England winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first. Nikesh Shrigani alongside Henry Moran as Anderson is in to Young, who clips behind square on the leg side, runs the first hard, can't get back for the second. They will settle for the single, 20 without loss. Thank you to Jeremy Coney, who is taking a short breather here on commentary duties. And Henry, I suppose New Zealand, they take this after losing the toss and all the problems they've had in the run-up to this match with team selections and players unavailable for various reasons. 20 without loss. They've not looked in a great deal of trouble. There's been a couple of good deliveries by Anderson, as you'd expect, one or two from Broad as well, but nothing too disastrous.
They'll be absolutely thrilled. And if you look at England's bowling resources, Well, they're not quite as deep as they might be, because you've got Ben Stokes, who we think will bowl perhaps a bit, but not a huge amount, and Matthew Potts. That is your seam attack beyond these two that are bowling now. So if you can get through Broad and Anderson.
Anderson is in to Latham, who defends into the covers, no run.
Then you're sitting pretty. New ball, Broad and Anderson is where England's trump card is. Conditions reasonably favourable. There's a bit of live grass on the pitch. That is what Ben Stokes would have been banking on when that coin went up and he elected to have a bowl first. Break through early, 2 or 3 early wickets, and get cracking with the game. Not part of the game plan is to be, 37 minutes into play and not really causing any problems.
Indeed. Though Anderson, in that previous over to Latham, there were a couple of beauties. Could have lost his off stump off the final delivery, as he's in again, this time outside the off stump, left well alone by Latham. Was it a bit of a surprise, do you think, Ben Stokes choosing to have a bowl first? I mean, you've outlined all the reasons there. A bit of live grass, the Anderson and Broad's records on this ground, the fact it swings usually pretty much despite whatever the conditions are doing up above us, but it's a nice day. I mean, the live grass, it's helping the ball carry through. It's coming on nicely to the bat, isn't it? So were you surprised?
Perhaps a little bit, bearing in mind we knew Jack Leach was playing in this game, and so he won't have the luxury of the final innings.
In comes Anderson again to Latham, who defends into the leg side, no run.
And so England electing Leach over Overton, who you'd have thought on this surface would be a bit of a handful, a bit of carry, a bit of bounce. And if England do need to get through some overs with pressure just building a little bit, I'm afraid Jack Leach is not necessarily that bowler, because he normally gives you 1 or 2 and over you can get a run off. And so in some ways England need a Colin de Grandhomme-esque bowler, somebody that just keeps it tight and builds that pressure quietly.
And can perhaps bat down the order as well. As Anderson comes in again, delivers, and this is defended just in front of point for no run. 20 without loss still, New Zealand. Latham on 9 from 27. Will Young 10 from 26. Always got to do a bit of a double take. I don't know how many New Zealand followers will be fans of Pop Idol. I don't know if it was available over in that part of the world. Famous reality television show here in the UK many years ago. Will Young, the original singer who won that talent competition, was offered a $1 million record deal. This is fallen, defended to extra cover, and there is no run. End of Jimmy Anderson's over then. In New Zealand 20 without loss.
From first-time browsing to big-time arousing, Sexyland is all about fun. We have Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, couples' toys, fun gifts and games for adults. And our team of fun specialists are always here to help in-store and online. Sexyland opens 7 days until midnight at Morphett Vale and Clovelly Park, or shop online and get 2-hour delivery.
Baby Bunting's huge stock take sale is on now. Don't miss up to $320 off selected car seats, 25% off the Modella feeding range, and great deals on selected prams, sleep suits and more. Sale on now. Bye, Baby Bunting. See website for exclusions.
Being there for our children is more important than smoking. Cigarettes take time away from family, where every moment matters. Quit smoking.
So overs, that's when it actually swings more, so that'll be interesting to see.
Matthew Potts in again from the pavilion end, and Young just comes forward in defence and nudges it off the thick inside edge to James Anderson, and they get through for a single on the leg side. 21 without loss. Yes, that's certainly true. It could start moving a bit. There's a fair bit of grass on the pitch, but the ball hasn't really bit too much.
No, there's just enough green grass cover for both sides to want to bowl this morning, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And probably the fact that neither batting lineups really covered themselves in glory in that first test at Lords, especially the top orders. So, can understand the decision from England.
Yes. As Potts is around the wicket, pavilion end into the left-handed Latham, who push drives nicely through mid-off. Mid-off's a little bit wide, more of an extra cover. That's running up towards the boundary, being pursued urgently, but he's not going to get there, isn't it, Ben Stokes? 4 more, really well controlled little push from Latham, really nicely timed as well. 25 without loss. He moves into double figures. He has 13.
What I like from New Zealand this morning is the fact that they've been prepared, they've looked to score. So when England have just missed either too full or too short, both New Zealand openers have hurt them. It's the only way to put pressure back on the bowling side is by scoring runs. And even though it's only 25 after 9.3 overs, New Zealand have been quite proactive this morning. It's been good.
4 slips in for Potts, and Latham faces up. Lets us go by outside the off stump. There's no run. Matthew Potts, of course, made his debut at Lord's in the first Test match, picked up 7 wickets and looked in pretty good working order. 7 for 68, his match figures on that occasion. But he's part of a pretty thin-looking England bowling lineup. Once you take Anderson and Broad, they've bowled their spells and they've not taken wickets. And there's Potts. We've got question marks over Ben Stokes. England do not want to be having to bowl a lot of Jack Leach on day 1 of a Test match at Trent Bridge, having put the opposition into bat. Potts in again. Latham. It's turned around a little bit of shape there, but manages to defend solidly to the offside.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. All the England bowlers have come around the wicket to the left-handed Latham. There's a perceived weakness for Latham from around the wicket. Certainly, as you can understand, it's more difficult for a left-hander facing a right-arm seamer from around, especially if they can get the ball just to hold its line and even move away. We saw David Warner really struggle a few years ago in the Ashes with Stuart Broad on that same line, didn't we?
It was brutal. As Potts is in, completely over, left alone outside the off stump. End of the 10th over of New Zealand's innings. They are 25 without loss.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Naturally, my first love is beautiful National Floor Tiles. But I must say, this all-new hybrid flooring we have at National Tiles runs a very close second. At National Tiles, prices on hybrid flooring are just incredible. As an example, we've got circa $40 hybrid flooring at just $29.95 every day of the year. That's a massive saving of 25%. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN here at Trent Bridge in association with Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Anderson is continuing. He's bowled unchanged this morning from the Radcliffe Road end, and his first delivery is punched beautifully. Square of the wicket for 4. That's a great shot from Will Young. A little bit of width, a little bit too short. A rare drag down from Anderson, but that was expertly executed. Square of the wicket out to the boundary, whistled away.
Yeah, lovely shot. Again, too short, too wide from Anderson. Set up nicely. He's a very good back foot player. Saw some deficiencies off the front foot in that first Test, but England haven't been anywhere near consistent enough with their fullness and length this morning. They've been way too short, and that's a free shot. Gee, this is a quick scoring ground, Daniel. You really you get full value for your shots on Trent Bridge here.
Anderson in, and that's a little bit fuller, but can be played by the crease, from the crease by Young. Still not getting it right up there, and it is a really quick scoring ground, and it's a strange shape for people listening back in New Zealand, Australia, by which I mean that when the new stand was built away to our right, they encroached a bit on the outfield, and you've got this strange angle which makes for an even shorter boundary at what is fine leg, long leg, as we look at it, away to our right, to the right-hander's leg side, with Anderson bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. A little bit of bigger boundary away to our left. So Anderson is in again, just played from the crease by Young, and Craig McMillan alongside me. We saw that Young, when he is brought forward, looks a lot more tentative, but at the moment, he's able to just either play from the crease or even further back in his crease.
Yeah, both players have been disciplined with the defensive shots and leaving the ball in that channel outside off stump. They've done well. And England have got too straight, they've hurt them, and when they've been too short and wide. So it's been good from both openers. They've looked composed.
4 slips in place, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Anderson runs in to Young, who plays again from the crease, a little bit wider, just jabs the ball, stabs it into the ground. And Joe Root, Ollie Pope, I should say, goes and collects the 4 slips. We've got Root, Crawley, Bairstow, and Pope. Gone to the days of the gully. 3 slips in a gully.
Yeah. What happened to the gully?
Don't like the gully anymore.
I used to feel gully. I love gully. There for a square cut or a loose drive.
People say it's a very difficult position.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, you've got to have the very best catchers there, Craig.
You do. You put your best catcher in gully. Not.
Anderson in, and that's left alone. Goes through pretty low as well, to folks. So there's not an enormous amount of pace out there.
No, I was just going to say, I agree, Daniel. I think it's on the slow side. And quite often you'll find surfaces quicken up on day 2. Day 1 can just hold, and which makes it a little bit easier batting-wise, because you can actually watch the ball a little bit longer and then just readjust your shot. Whereas on day 2, if it does bounce and quicken up, then those same deliveries you tend to nick off on. So this might be a good thing for New Zealand having to bat first on day 1 and then maybe bowl on day 2.
Looks like it. Last ball of the over. Anderson has worked into the onside, but it's picked up by Alex Lees at square leg. End of the 11th over. New Zealand on SEN 29 without loss.
Scores tied up as the halftime siren sounds. Jackson grabs his footy and runs onto the oval, but his sister Kayla is right behind him. It's half-time at the Host Plus Sample League and the kids are going berserk. It's quality football, free entry for the kids, plus loads of activities to keep them entertained. And don't forget your footy for a kick and a catch on the oval. The Host Plus Sample League this weekend to keep the kids entertained? Nothing beats it. Visit sandful.com.au for match info.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN. England versus New Zealand at Trent Bridge. The second test, day 1, in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. And it's been a great start for New Zealand. They've been put into bad England, searching for a wicket, not getting their lengths right. Good batting at the moment. Pott starts a new over, and Latham covers up to a full ball, pushes up to the headbanded Stuart Broad at mid-on. There's a nice crowd just filling up these seats here at Trent Bridge. It's a very popular test match, Trent Bridge, for people who don't live in Nottingham. People come from miles around for this. Yeah. It's not like Edgbaston. It's not the party atmosphere as such. It's a kind of slightly more mature crowd. You tend to get people who'll book in every year for Trent Bridge. They've got their favourite places in Nottingham. They love the ground. It's leafy. It's surrounded by trees. As Potts is in, that's left alone outside off stump by Tom Latham. And it usually provides us with good cricket. There was a dreadful test match in 2014 where the pitch died. The one test match Jimmy Anderson made a 50. It gives you an idea. He got 81 in a 10th wicket partnership of a million with Joe Root. And since then the pitches have been just quickened up a bit and left a bit more grass on it, and it's tended to provide fast-paced, absorbing cricket. This morning New Zealand have neutered the threat as Potts is in on the pads, and Latham looks to turn that into the onside. It thuds into a bit of body and just plops down in front of him. There's no run.
Yeah, I like it as a test ground. We didn't have any success here. Last time we won was 86, wasn't it? Jerry McConey was captain. New Zealand won that series in 86, their first series win in England. We lost in 2004 here against a good England side. It's interesting because there's a New Zealand flavour to Trent Bridge. Obviously, Sir Richard Hadley played here for Notts for a number of years. Andre Adams, Chris Cairns, a number of New Zealanders have played here.
Potts in wide of the off stump, left alone by Latham. Oh yeah, it has got a New Zealand flavour. Richard Hadley, we're mentioning, he's not as prominent within the ground as you think he would be. There's a Sir Richard Hadley waiting area. But Gary Sobers played a lot here, possibly the greatest cricketer ever to walk the earth, and he's got the Sobers bar, which to me is a bit of an oxymoron. I don't go into a bar to be sobersed.
Right, no.
As a general rule.
I have to say the Sir Richard Hadley waiting area was very underwhelming.
Potts is in, punched off the back foot nicely by Latham. It's going to beat the fielder and run away to the boundary for 4. That's really well placed. It's only just going to make it to the boundary, which tells you how quick the outfield is. It was no more than a sort of a controlled push off the back foot, square of the wicket, and Latham continues on his merry way. And this will be very concerning to England, because when Tom Latham gets in, he can get in and stay in for a long, long time.
He can. It's a lovely shot off the back foot again. You don't have to hit the ball hard here. Just let it come, play nice and late under your eyes, play with control, and it runs away for 4.
Potts into him, 4 slips in place, driving, that's square of the wicket. Again, it's going to be 4 more. Really, really good end to the over for New Zealand and for Tom Latham. He moves to 21, end of the over. New Zealand 37 without loss.
Kirkbride Seafood on Doothie Street only process their own fish. It means they're a true seafood shop. They do it all on site, right in front of you. It's quite an art form and pretty amazing to watch. You won't find that in many seafood shops. So if there's a particular cut of fish you like, fillet, butterfly fillets, loins, steaks, tail, just ask and they'll cut it for you right there. Kirkbride Seafood, Doothie Street, Unley. Visit kirkbrideseafood.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN, association with Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Now, we've got one of the more predictable bowling changes. When Broad and Anderson bowl together, Anderson bowls 6, Broad bowls 4. Then Broad comes off and replaces Anderson after his 6th. At the end that Anderson bowls out. Now, it might be that this is Broad's preferred end. He's going to get a chance from the Radcliffe Road end, our end, where the commentary boxes are. There's a vast number of commentary boxes here now at Trent Bridge. They've built up in the stand to go up to the 6th, 7th floor. There's a... Ooh! Did you get that waft then of fish and chips?
No, it's another blocked nose.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's a beautiful smell. And upstairs there's Six's restaurant, which delicious food in small portions. It's that classic Frenchy type thing. Broad starts a new over. Young on strike, and instantly he draws Young forward, a full ball, just defended solidly though. Lees picks up a silly mid-on position. It's not where he started, it's where he ended.
That's a bit of line and length from Stuart Broad. Good start to his second spell. He had the breeze coming perhaps just over his right shoulder. Now, he was originally bowling into it. Anderson had the breeze, so now Stuart Broad bowling from Anderson's end, and he will have a little bit more help with the breeze, you would have to say, coming from our right to left across the field.
Broad with his headband on distinctively, right arm over the wicket, and Young just plays away from his body slightly, but with caution into the offside, and it's picked up by Stokes in the covers. There's no run.
See, that's a dangerous shot on a surface that's a bit quicker with a bit more bounce, but because of the slowness on this Trent Bridge surface, Will Young can still adjust with his hands, even though he's defending wide. It got him into trouble at Lords off the front foot. He's just got to be a little bit careful. But a good start to the spell by Broad. New Zealand, England really need a wicket. They need a breakthrough here, don't they, after winning the toss and deciding to bowl.
Well, there's 5 minutes to go until the first hour is up, and they haven't looked like taking a wicket. Broad in, Young pulls through mid-wicket for 4. Super shot, too short from Broad. He's not got his length right at all today, but Young was going to punish him for that, and he's just swivel pulled all along the ground. New Zealand at 41 without loss.
Set up and said, hit me, and Will Young said, I'm not going to miss out on this. Very good back foot player. Onto that pull very quickly outside off stump. It's one of those nothing balls that got up about waist high. It wasn't short enough to duck or to get out the way of. And just set up at a good height and said, spank me for 4, and that's what Will Young did.
Really was a gimme, wasn't it? England's 2 senior bowlers have not been on the money yet today, but New Zealand have been. As Broad is in, and Young has to defend this from the crease. A little bit fuller, but still not in any way testing the outside edge. Anderson beat the bat a couple of times. Broad has generally been a little bit too short. It doesn't, people talk about bowling days, but it feels just a little bit uncomfortably chilly to me. I wouldn't... Chilly.
Sun's out, it's not that cold, Daniel, sure.
Well, I'm from London, you see, closer to the equator.
Yeah.
This is... Once I get up here, I can feel the chill in my bones. The north is calling. It's like Game of Thrones, it's men with giant bear skins on everywhere.
It's chilly back home.
Is it?
Snow in Christchurch.
Really? Broad in, and Young defends. Again, a better ball, fuller, straighter, but expertly defended by Young into the onside. Picked up by Lees. There's no run.
Are you a rugby fan, Daniel?
I do like my rugby. I like watching it. I don't know the intricacies of it entirely, but I watched it a fair bit.
Well, there was a big semi-final this morning that Crusaders from Christchurch, that region, against the Chiefs, another New Zealand team. Crusaders, 12-time champions Super Rugby. They are the dominators in that competition, and they won.
Oh, again.
Which was...
Broad in on the pads. Big but futile appeal for LBW. Ball rolls out to the onside. Lees tidies up. They get through for a leg bye. We'll come back to the Crusaders after a short break. New Zealand at the end of the over. 42 without loss.
Whether you Dometic go on a day trip, Dometic Go on a camping adventure, or Dometic Go off the grid. The new Dometic Go range fits in the back of your car and makes getting away outdoors effortless. Designed for a grab-and-go adventure, the new collection includes comfortable furniture, stackable hard and soft storage, plus hydration solutions. It's time to Dometic Go on your adventure. Find the Dometic Go range at leading outdoor retailers and Dometic.com.
Test cricket on SEN. New Zealand 42 without a loss, and that's the second test match. The first day having been put into bat. They are going great guns. We've had 13 overs. The over rate's not even too bad. We've got 1 over to go before the first hour is complete. And New Zealand have dominated this first hour as Potts runs in towards us before slips in, gets a short ball, which he just tucks off his hip. Down towards long leg, thinks of a second. It's not there as the throw comes in. 43 without loss, and now both Kiwi openers are into the 20s. Latham 21, Young now on 20.
So it was quite good being able to watch that semi-final Super Rugby this morning. I know a lot of the players back teams in the competition, and Tim Southey have had a thing going on for a number of years where he backs the Chiefs. That's his team from his area. I back the Crusaders. Like I say, they've won it 12 times, so you think I'd probably be ahead over the years, Daniel, but the Chiefs have been a bogey team for the Crusaders over the years, so I reckon I'm about even, but I managed to win our little bit this morning, so...
Potts in. Oh, left alone by Latham. A little tight to the off stump this time. Maybe just a little bit of swing.
So Tim Southey's meal allowance tonight will just be a little bit shorter than what it normally is. Yeah. So that was always nice to get one over on Southey.
That is. It's always a nice feeling, that, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Because if it was the other way, trust me, he'd be coming hard. Very hard.
Yeah, he likes to be paid up, does he?
He does. And the banter that goes with it. Oh.
Potts into Latham, who comes forward in defence. Now, there's a big appeal there because folks wonders behind the stumps, as does Root, if it was pad first, then bat. And if it was, that would be quite tight. But after a short conflab with James Anderson, they've decided not to refer. 43 without loss, the score remains.
The wage is almost irrelevant. It's just the actual bragging rights that our region's team's better than yours and knocked you out of the competition. That's that. So I have a bit of fun with that with Tim Southey over the next couple of days.
I think he might have fun on this pitch later on in this match as Potts is in wide of the off stump through to the keeper, no runs. I think you're right, it's going to might start to get a little bit quicker and could favour the New Zealanders. I raised my eyebrows to the skies when I saw that England had decided to bowl first. I do understand that both sides are lacking in confidence with the batting. I get that, but if you go into a test match, bear in mind Jack Leach has not played a home test for Yops, who's selected for the last one, then got concussed. So they don't tend to play him, and Trent Bridge, they play him even less. And then you bowl first. Potts in, wide of the off stump through to the keeper. No run. And it seems to me to be inherently logically flawed, whatever's happening there.
Yeah, spinners haven't had a lot of success here at Trent Bridge. They haven't really been a factor, have they?
No.
So,
I mean, there have been some good ones, Ravichandran Ashwin.
Yeah. So again, you're putting the emphasis on your seamers and also Ben Stokes, because like you mentioned, Daniel, there's been some talk about an injury. Didn't bowl much, didn't need to bowl much in that first test, but he might well have to get through some overs in this test match.
Last ball before drinks, we think, as Potts is in. That's nicely driven by Latham. Full ball, and again with an economy of movement. It might not make it to the boundary, or it will, Wow, the outfield is so quick. And talking about injured captains, Ben Stokes slides into the boundary sponge. He can't prevent the boundary. 4 off the last ball of the last hour. New Zealand, having been put into bat by England, are going brilliantly here. They're 47 without loss. Latham has 25. Young has 20. Time for a break. We'll be back shortly on SEN.
You even know what time it is?
Yeah, it's tax time. You know what that means? It's party time.
Tax time is party time. The Festival of Big Brands is on now at Toolkit Depot. Get welding with exclusive deals like the SigWeld Weld Skill 185 welder with Power Pack only $899. Plus the Boss Weld Rolling Welders bag for only $49. Full lineup in store and online. Toolkit Depot, your ultimate tax time destination.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June, and it's time to celebrate and support our local makers and growers all around the country. Buying authentic Aussie products with the Australian Made logo helps boost our economy, supports local business, and creates jobs right across Australia. So, look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week. Because Australian Made makes Australia.
On SENZ and across the SEN network, this is Henry Moran alongside Craig McMillan as we watch one of the great first hours for New Zealand as they were put into bat, and they've accumulated at a pretty speedy rate 47 without loss. And England, dare I say it, look bereft of ideas.
New Zealand's out, no doubt about that, after being sent in by England. I've been impressed with both openers. They've looked composed, they've looked calm. Ball hasn't done a lot, let's be honest. There's been the odd one that has nipped a touch. There hasn't been a lot of swing. But they've left well, and when England have missed, and they've missed a number of times in that first hour, both openers have scored, put the ball to the boundary. So it's a quick scoring ground. You just have to get it through the infield. It runs away. So to score 47 in that first hour, excellent start by New Zealand.
Dare I say it, you may have been in one or two huddles like that over the years where things haven't quite gone to plan, particularly with that pressure you get winning the toss and bowling.
There's always pressure, isn't there? From the bowling point of view, your captaincy will have a bowl. There is a tinge of green, not a huge amount, but there's a tinge of green, and you're expected to pick up wickets in that first hour. So if you win the toss and bowl, you need 3 wickets in the first hour. The first session. You need 3 to justify that decision. If you don't get that, then all of a sudden you're on the back foot and you're chasing the game. So good start, good first hour by New Zealand, but they know that they've only just got to start. They have to make the most of it. There's still a lot of hard work to do. But if they can get the likes of Ben Stokes having to bowl in that first session, then they know that they're on top of the game.
Just looking at some of the analysis on the Chemist Warehouse replay in terms of swing that we saw at Lord's compared to here at Trent Bridge, and 1.3 degrees of swing at Lord's in that first hour, 0.8 degrees here at Trent Bridge. And it may not seem a lot, but it doesn't need to be much for it to make a huge difference.
No, that's right. And the other fact is they've been half a foot shorter today than what they were at Lord's, and that's the big factor. They allowed the New Zealand batters to play off the back foot. Both players are very strong off the back foot. So that extra foot has meant that they can be a lot more comfortable, got more time to watch the ball. If they can get it a touch fuller, then all of a sudden you're defending, you're pushing. And we saw the New Zealanders make a number of mistakes in that first innings at Lord's. So they have to get the length right first. And if they can do that, then they might be able to pick up and get a breakthrough.
Test cricket on SENZ with Razine, the paint the professionals use, live from Trent Bridge in Nottingham, where we have a few clouds overhead, plenty of blue sky as well, lots of wind gusting around, and Stuart Broad's white headband is just blowing in that gust down below us as he begins the approach from the Ratcliffe Road end into bowl to the right-handed Young, who lets one fly across his bows over the top of off stump, but quite comfortably so, and the score remains at 47 without loss.
It's another good lead from Will Young, because it has just come back off the seam a touch. How close is that to off stump? Yeah, it's probably on about a 4-stump line. It's a good leave through to Folks, who took it almost down the leg side by the time it had finished moving. That one had some good bounce and carry, didn't it? But interesting, England down to 3 slips. Started with 4. Now they have a short cover. Ollie Pope in a short cover for Will Young. So one of the catches behind the wicket has been taken out.
As Broad comes in again over the wicket, left alone once more, flying through to the gloves of Folks.
And that probably says to me, Henry, that they're going to look to bowl fuller and get Will Young hitting to that fielder, Ollie Pope, at short cover. That's the length that they want, so that he has to be on that front foot. But I have to say, once you get in here, outfield's so quick. You can score runs so quick. Excellent start by New Zealand.
47 without loss, having been asked to bat first. 15th over of the morning, and Young is on strike on 20. It's Broad running in now once more. Those 3 slips wait. It's held around the corner. A combination of bat and pad, I fancy, rushing down towards fine leg. Potts will sprint in front of the pavilion to pick up. And 2 more are added, but off only pad, so not to Young's total. As the scorecard in front of me goes flying backwards. Bless you, Craig.
Excuse me.
And that tells us all we need to know about the blowy conditions, because bits of paper flying all over the place in the commentary box.
Interesting, wasn't it, Lords? England said it was a good toss to lose. Because both sides wanted to bat at Lords. Both sides wanted to bowl to that Trent Bridge. So maybe the reverse for New Zealand.
Brought in, full once more, and defended comfortably enough by Young into the leg side.
And it might be a good toss to lose if they can put a good total on in the first innings and create some pressure that way. Interesting with the different changes to the New Zealand lineup. Bringing Matt Henry, who's been very successful in recent test matches. I think he's been man of the match in 2 of his last 3 test matches. Comes into the New Zealand side, but I'm really interested to see who will take the new ball for New Zealand when it comes their turn to bowl. Effectively, you've got 3 new ball bowlers in your lineup.
Broad is in. Forward bat and pad close together is Young, nudging it into the offside. You look at the team sheets, and the seam attack feels infinitely stronger from a Black Caps point of view than it does England, who, beyond Broad and Anderson, have a guy playing his second test in Potts, and then Ben Stokes, we think, is only going to bowl limited overs. So beyond these two, it gets a little problematic for England.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on these two.
Broad once again, arms pumping, running past umpire Goff down below us. This is played away, skewing off an outside half of the bat. Will beat the fielder at backward point, who has to chase that ball down towards the boundary, and Jack Leach will not cut it off. It rushes out towards the Fox Road stand. And once again, this quick outfield showing even if you don't get all of it, you get value. 54 without loss.
That's better from Broad. It's a better, fuller link. So Will Young wasn't in control. He wanted it to go through cover, sliced off the outside edge behind point. So the result was the same in terms of a boundary, but not quite where Will Young was looking to hit the ball. Better from Broad.
He won't mind seeing that.
You don't mind that. Some of the other ones that have been hit off the back foot, yes, that disappoints you, but that's okay. They're trying chopping and changing that fielder. He's not at gully, he's at a backward point.
Young onto 24, 54 without loss. As Stuart Broad runs in, bowls. This is defended comfortably into the offside. They're going at a decent rate as well. 3.6 and over. First hour, it felt like things have moved along pretty swiftly. 15 overs gone, 54 without loss.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Test cricket live from Trent Bridge on SENZ with Razeen, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. 54 without loss. And Ben Stokes, and captain, just his second game, has thinking to do as Matthew Potts runs in from the far end, round the wicket. That's defended comfortably by Latham, the stand-in captain. If you missed the news early on, Kane Williamson misses this game after a positive COVID test. But New Zealand so far have 2 openers setting a platform which will not negate the issue of Williamson missing, but it certainly makes it a lot more comfortable if they can get a good platform.
It does. England just giving the ball cheek. We saw this a number of times at Lords, didn't we? When things weren't going that well, the bowling side said, can you check the ball? I think it's out of shape. This one's still fine. It's funny, there was quite an animated discussion between Stokes and Broad at the end of his last over, where the arms were gesturing and there was quite a bit going on, talking about fielding positions and other things, I imagine.
Potts sprints in. The left-hander just tucks that ball in front of square towards Anderson on the leg side. 54 without loss. It remains.
I think Stuart Broad must know this ground like the back of his hand. He's played so much cricket here, not only for England, but obviously for Nottinghamshire over the years. So he must have seen every pitch available over the years. Slow, fast, green, brown. So you would think that he would be up to date with exactly how to bowl on the surface in the right areas.
He's played First-class cricket here this season as well, so he's seen the conditions this year. As Potts comes in, bowls forward as comfortably as can be. Here's Latham pushing into the offside.
Looks like he's got a lot of time, doesn't he, on that defensive shot. He's lining himself up very well as Tom Latham. He did a lot of work pre-turn coming over here, facing bowlers around the wicket. He knew that that's where England were going to attack them. There is a perceived weakness from around the wicket. It's not easy for left-handers, so he's done a lot of work. And just his alignment, Harry picks up the bat, and that discipline outside off stump. So far it looks pretty good. Some control.
Potts bounds in once again from that pavilion end. This is spooned up in the air and almost towards the bowler. And for the first time, really, discomfort from Latham, who looked to work it into the leg side. It's skewed up almost directly towards Potts. Not quite enough on it to make it back towards the England bowler. We'll see from the Chemist Warehouse replay what that came off. But just for a moment, some excitement.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a wee inside edge onto his thigh that just popped it up, landing back in the middle of the pitch, but I'm disappointed he missed out. Just to get some bat on it and get it down to fine leg for a run.
Latham on 25. Penultimate ball of the over as Potts is in. And there's a big appeal for LBW. They love it. Imploring the umpire to say yes, but no. Ball rifled with a little shake of the head. Ben Stokes asks the question, well, are we going upstairs? We could do with a wicket. Is it too high? 3 reviews available. And Stokes, with his arms outstretched and 3 seconds remaining, is deciding no.
He was imploring someone to give him some information. Gesturing with the hands, height a factor. And I think height probably was a factor. Hitting above the knee roll. No inside edge by the look of that. But straight away you can see Ben Stokes gesturing. He had a good position there at mid-off as well. Good view. So I think the right decision by England not to review in the end.
Final ball of the over. In comes Potts, left alone outside the off stump. A little bit of intrigue for an England bowling attack, who have been frustrated thus far, blunted by Latham and Young. And New Zealand, after 16 overs, 54 without loss.
Right, heating and cooling. We sure have got the price that's right for you.
At Right Price Heating and Cooling, you'll get just that, the right price. Mitsubishi cashbacks are here right now, and you can have a fully installed Mitsubishi electric ducted reverse cycle system with a 7-year warranty for just $5,990. Available at Right Price Heating and Cooling's Big 3 showrooms across Adelaide. Visit rightpriceheatingandcooling.com.au today.
Get the price right at Right Price.
Test cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network with Razine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. 54 without loss. Stuart Broad runs away from us from the Radcliffe Road end, down below, and almost gets through onto the pads of Young, who jams a bat down and will pick up one down towards fine leg. 55 without loss. Craig McMillan, that was going over as we suspected.
Yeah, our eyes are still okay.
It's very encouraging when that happens, isn't it?
Yeah. And sometimes it's always best to trust your initial instinct. When you see a delivery like that, hit Latham above that knee roll, and generally when that happens, it's going over the top. Last delivery to Will Young just stayed down a touch. We've seen a couple of bounce. Now we've seen the delivery just stayed down. So I'd say there's been a little bit of inconsistent bounce in this first session, which makes it interesting.
Broad round the wicket to the left-handed captain Latham, and this is defended into the leg side. We've got an interesting look of things going on in that slip cordon. 2 conventional slips close together, and then a gap where third slip would be before Ollie Pope is waiting at fourth. England going through the full range of planning here. I think we're on to probably about plan C or D.
Yeah, they've probably gone through the plans a little bit earlier than what they would have liked. Interesting that the average first innings score in the last 10 tests at Trent Bridge is only at 289.
Broad bowls, full delivery, which is driven into the offside. A run through for 1. To be a reasonably sharp single. Stokes running around from mid-off, picked up and through, but they get home comfortably. 56 without loss.
New Zealand would certainly want a lot more than 289 in this first innings after the start they've had. Never really got a platform laid in that first test match at Lords, and now They have 56 without loss. Always nice numbers 3, 4, 5 can sit back and watch the first hour and a half and just relax in the viewing area. They've got that mad rush for pads that we saw a number of times at Lord's. Wickets fell in clumps.
Here comes Stuart Broad then. Into Balti Young, who leaves that alone. Arms high above the head.
I know that's one of the things, Henry, that New Zealanders would have talked about, that they lost too many wickets in pairs at Lord's, so it put too much pressure. They went from, at times, a strong position to all of a sudden a weak position just because they lost wickets close together. So the onus would have been on partnerships and re-establishing a partnership once you lose a wicket. Getting yourself in, getting restarted. These two have done a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, 7 runs between the top 4 in the first innings at Lord's, which is ugly by anyone's measure. In comes Stuart Broad, helping it round the corner down towards the fine leg boundary. That's going to rush away towards the ropes and will not be stopped. It's off the pads, but matters not in terms of that scoreboard ticking along. And more frustration for England. New Zealand 60 without loss. Ben Stokes, well, he's got a little bit of a test, the England skipper.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he can't just be an automatic pilot so far in this test match, Ben Stokes. He's going to have to make a few decisions about the rotation of his bowlers, who to bowl when. Just have not got it right so far in this first session. The England bowlers have not been on song.
Broad running into Balti Young. Full delivery, clipped away into the leg side for 4.
What a shot.
Lovely timing. It's a short boundary out there through mid-wicket. And it races away. 64 without loss to score.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50. But wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball. Kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick. Handball. Kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
64 runs in 17 overs. New Zealand, having been sent in this morning, are ticking along beautifully. I know it's already been said, but might be a very good toss to lose here. England duty bound to bowl first on a surface with a tinge of green. Potts, 5th over here, round the wicket to Latham, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Adam Collins rejoining the broadcast for Razine, the paints the professionals use. I have with me Jared Kimber for the first time today, and Daniel Norcross slipping into the second summarising chair.
Yeah, I've got to say that I don't think they were duty bound to bowl. I think they selected a spinner. They got seduced a little bit by the fact there was a tinge of green. I think partly they were avoiding batting on the first day.
It just wasn't that green.
Tinge.
Yeah, it's a tinge, isn't it? Potts wider of the crease, bowls to Latham, full face of the bat, pushing out to mid-off, no run. And there's a length issue here too, isn't there, Jared?
Yeah, well, if you look at the pitch right now, the greenest bits are the bits where the ball cannot land on.
Yeah.
In the middle of the pitch, there's one strip outside off stump. If you're bowling from the football ground end, what's this end called again?
Radcliffe
end, where you could hit a little strip of green, which is nice. But if you're bowling from the squash courts end,
very good,
as it's well known,
time on it.
I think it's a really good batting strip.
Potts has 2 slips in a gully. Delivers here, bouncer. Latham comfortably underneath him. He's on 26.
Now, that all said, they bowl 52 centimetres shorter than they did at Lord's, so they can't completely...
52 centimetres?
That is what cricket said.
It's felt like that.
You said 48 before. You were there and thereabouts.
Yeah, it
felt 48.
48.
Yeah, it's 52.
Yeah,
well. So it's certainly they have bowled a lot shorter than they were at Lord's, and it's... I think it's felt like that. We see 2 cut shots. You don't see 2 cut shots in the first hour of a test match anymore unless someone falls over on the way in.
Potts to the crease, bowls. Here's to Latham, is well behind it solidly. Matty Potts playing his first game at Trent Bridge. Never played a game of first-class cricket at this ground until his first for England.
Which is a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Because Nottinghamshire and Durham, the 2 counties that will be concerned, do play in the second division.
I think it really speaks to the fact that Potts has missed a lot of cricket in the last 3 years. It's something of a meteoric rise. The 6 games of county championship cricket this year took him from, 15th in the pecking order
to 9th, because they're injuries.
With all the injuries, granted. Staying around the wicket, bowls to Latham, leaving line. Big grunt as he delivers it. Shapes away into the gloves of Folks, who dives in front of Root to take it at first slip.
If you had a depth chart, Jofra, Jimmy, 1 and 2. Broad, Robinson, 3 and 4.
Robinson, Broad, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Wokes, 5.
Ollie Stone.
Mark Wood.
Mark Wood would be up above.
There's 7.
What about Fisher?
Fisher's, Saqib Mahmood.
Saqib Mahmood,
then Fisher, yeah.
So we're already down to about 9.
Yeah.
And last year, Craig Overton was playing Test cricket.
Well, he almost played
this
here,
year.
didn't he? So, yeah, he's not far away.
Round the wicket again. That's shorter. Not quite as useful. Had to dive again, folks, this time to his right. Latham well underneath it. He's on 26, Young's on 29. End of a maiden over. Our coverage for Rosine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. The visitors, 64 for none.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner or any time, that's how we roll. Pho noodle soups, banh mi baguettes and rice paper rolls. Made fresh and healthy in store every day. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled. Fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
Well, I'm not going to say that I tipped this, but I tipped this. Ben Stokes, we were told 2 days ago, wouldn't be bowling in this Test match. And I said something like, what, Ben Stokes? The same Ben Stokes that always puts his body at risk. Yeah, that one. He's bowling inside the first session of the Test match.
I think we talked about it earlier as well, Dan, of, he'll bowl if needed, but he will always think he is needed.
Well, he is needed, because he's in the 64 without loss after being put in by him. So, I reckon he needs to justify that decision. Whether it's in his power to do that remains to be seen. I mean, look at this field now. We're down to 2 slips and a gully. We've got a ring field, really. It's questionable, isn't it? You go in with a spinner that you don't use in home conditions.
Sun's out. Stokes away from us. Bowls here to Young, who cuts hard and forward a point. Nice shot. Gets himself a boundary. Young up to 33. New Zealand 68 for none, but that was help yourself stuff.
That's the definition of a loose line.
3 cut shots now, and they have really, that's when you're missing line, and like doesn't know balls
as well, yep.
Which is not ideal.
So he's 0.0 overs 0 for 5.
It's got an infinity economy.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's quite expensive for those of you at home.
It's turning into a lovely afternoon here at Nottingham. Ben Stokes to the crease, bowls to Young. That's better. Full and straight and defended out towards mid-wicket. No run. Stokes picked up 1 wicket last week.
Yes, it was the last one, wasn't it? It was Bolt, the last one to go in that first innings, that debacle of a first innings. But you jog forward a week, and New Zealand, they were 39 for 6 at lunch on the first day at Lord's. At the moment, it's 69 without loss. This is beyond their wildest dreams, I would think.
Stokes passes up like off, bowls close to the stumps, and Young rides the bounce out to the offside. I wonder if they have wild dreams, Will Young and Tom Latham.
Tom Latham, I don't think, is a wild dreamer.
Tom Latham's wild dream is following through on a drive and not punching it.
Yeah. Yeah, just want a modicum of flourish.
Yeah, a second front foot no ball there from Ben Stokes, by the way.
This is going to be an issue. Stokes has taken, well, he hasn't taken those wickets, obviously, but he's thought he's taken a lot of wickets, only to be no-balled.
Jared, I know you're very interested in the way the bowlers mark their runs up these days with paint. Stokes has marked his up, which should be down to the centimetre, and he's done the old-fashioned thing and just shifted the ball marker back, or the foot marker back a half a foot. Delivers here full and driven by Young, and Stokes collects it in his follow-through. So for all of the science around how long his run-up is, he's like, actually, maybe it's a bit...
That measuring tape was a bit short. You've already seen, as well, a lot of sawdust. Out there. When was the last time it rained here? It didn't feel wet when I was out there at all, but you've seen it at both the foot marks at this end. We're now seeing in the run-up, Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes are playing with the run-ups a little bit.
Stokes from Radcliffe Road end. Bowls here, Young, driving again, strikes it well, out to cover. No single there, though. And Johnny Bairstow does the fielding.
We're almost 19 overs through the game, and he's already come wider on the crease and also wider in his run-up to get away from this spongy area.
Could be that. I mean, one of the reasons for the no balls, of course, could be that we're now being encouraged in this country in an effort to rejuvenate us to move into Imperial rather than metric. So who knows?
Stokes already a long over. 2 no balls in it. Delivers here full and clipped down to long leg by Young to the short boundary. Gets a single. 71 for none, New Zealand.
So you're saying that in a reach towards Brexit and the old values, you've actually ruined Ben Stokes's...
Yeah, he's measured doing the wrong measurements. I'm guessing.
How many inches is this run up, do you think?
Well, the thing is that meters are slightly longer than yards, aren't they? So if he's done it in the old meterage thing, then I don't know if it... Yeah, if he's now gone to yards, then he'll be bowling through the crease.
He's now currently measuring them in feet. I can tell you this because he just took his shoe off.
Yes.
Both the feet, we're seeing with Jimmy Anderson as well, when they're landing in the crease, there's definite movement. If you look around the pitch, there's a lot of grass around the crease area. Quite often here, they take out a chunk and actually replace it. We might have to see that in this test.
Oh, yeah, the tamper comes out a heck of a lot here, doesn't it? The thing that gets
the whacker.
The whacker.
Often described as the thumper, but it's the tamper, isn't it?
Tamper, yeah.
But I think they might actually need to cut out a piece of the turf.
Yes, they might.
Stokes still 2 balls to come in this over. He's over the wicket to Latham. 2 slips to Gully. Delivers here. Latham pushing with the full face of the bat. Out to Anderson at mid-on. No single.
It's like a more sophisticated version of the George Davis's Innocent digging up a pitch back in 73?
What year was that? It was...
Aussies, 75 maybe.
75, yeah. It wasn't 72.
No.
He's taking his shoe off again.
Yeah, this is like
a
very long over.
This is like a Stuart Broad over when there's a break coming up.
Yeah, and now he's putting a new insole. These be orthopedics.
Where's that come from?
Orthotics.
Where has the... did he have it in his pocket? Just in case?
No, I think it was in there, but he took it out. It slid a bit. You know, he's trying to put it back in again.
Really long over. Still 1 ball to go.
Yeah,
it's got 7 minutes.
England's over rate was actually quite good until this over.
Still 31 minutes till lunch on the first day. England really need a breakthrough. Stokes up to the crease, delivers here, and Latham in behind it, pushing out to cover. End of that long over. 19 gone. New Zealand 71 for none. Our coverage is for Razine, the paint the professionals use.
So what sporting events are you excited for? AFL?
Dodgers 1, Dodgers 2, put it on your boot and put it through!
NRL State of Origin?
Goes for the corner, he's going to score the try!
Spring racing?
Very elegant, the Mighty Mare wins the cup by 4!
International touring sports events?
Finalist goal saved magnificently!
Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Another delay between overs because Ollie Pope is putting on the shin pads. He'll be fielding short leg because Jack Leach is going to be into the attack.
I mean, this is a shambles. There's nothing short of a shambles.
And given that brief delay, I'll note that you should listen to Mornings with Ian Smith. Weekdays, 9 a.m. on SENZ. You couldn't have a better person to analyse the cricket each morning. We had our own Henry Moran on the program last night, and we'll be represented as a commentary team throughout.
Live from the Junkyard Pub.
Live from the Junkyard Pub last night it was.
Well, it's safe to say that I don't think Ian Smith is going to be describing England's decision to bowl first as a bad one by the barest of margins. I think it's a pretty bad one by the widest of margins. And to select a spinner when doing it, I'm going to bang on about this because he's at the attack. I don't understand the thinking, if you can call it thinking.
So Ollie Pope's still getting his act together as short leg. I mean, they're taking 3 minutes between overs here.
So you've been on commentary for how long? 11
I've
minutes?
been on for 11 minutes.
11 minutes. We've had 6 balls.
Yes.
Well, we've had a no ball as well, in fairness.
2 no balls.
2 no balls, yes, sorry. Yeah. 2 changes of feet, changes of leg gear.
So Young's on 34 at 71 for none. Leach will start with a slip and a short leg in close. No one out on the leg side. A deep point to the short boundary, Johnny Bairstow. So will they look to attack him, as Australia did a couple of months ago from the get-go? Young comes forward and defends. That worked ever so well when Leach was bowling. Obviously very different players, but they went after him straight away and put a massive dent in his confidence. Took a couple of test matches to get it back. Round the wicket, Young forward again, so he's found his line of length immediately.
No, he didn't bowl at the Lord's Test, and he didn't play a test match in England, did he, for the last 2 years?
It's the first time. It's his first over since the 2019 Ashes at the Oval. In England, that is.
In England,
despite being in the squad almost the whole time. Using his feet goes Young over mid-wicket. Nicely played. Gets himself a boundary.
Yeah,
Young moves up to 38. Sorry, Jared. 75 for none the score.
Yeah, it was in the air. He didn't really get under it. I'm not sure if that was the idea. He might have got too close to it in the end. So it was catchable, but through the gap. Sort of came down the wicket and whipped it a little bit, but he got very, very close to the bounce of the ball there and didn't get any height on it. 7
boundaries now for Young, 6 for Latham. So 62 balls. Forward here, defending and to cover. Again, it kind of demonstrates it with no fielders back. If you take on Leach, it's a risk, but a measured risk, and they need him to be set and forget. A holding bowler.
He really struggles in the first innings of matches as well.
Leach up to the crease, bowls here, and lunging forward is Young, defending behind point.
The modicum of turn there, just a little bit straightening more than turn, but only a modicum.
Yes, Jack Leach has played 17 of his 22 test matches away from home. Delivers here, going back and carving out to deep point. Is Young, moves to 39, 76 for none now the score. And that is the end of the 20th over. We'll take a break. Our coverage is for Razine, New Zealand's most trusted paper brand.
Looking to roll some healthy, tasty goodness into your day? Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner, or a fast feed after training, Rolled has the healthy meal you crave. Barbecue chicken and lemongrass beef rice paper rolls, hot fur noodle soups, crunchy banh mi baguettes. Freshly made in-store every day. From our family to yours. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled, fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
Adam Collins, Daniel Norcross and Jared Kimber with you on the call here at Trent Bridge. New Zealand sent in 76 for none. On our replay screen between overs for Chemist Warehouse, we're seeing Ben Stokes replace his boots this time.
Yeah, it's been reshod. Took him off, put a couple of nails in. Do they still do that? It seems cruel.
I'll tell you what, they don't seem to mind though, do they?
Well,
they don't seem to.
No horse has ever spoken against it.
No, they don't kick out, do they?
6-3 field for Stokes, conventional. 3 catching men in the cordon. Delivers here to Young, who lunges forward and defends on the bounce to Pope at gully.
And interesting though, the first bit of noise from the crowd, because I mean it wasn't a genuine edge, but it came off the outer half of the bat, and that's enough. That's enough for this crowd.
I mean, you think back to where we were. We were all here in that extraordinary morning in 2015 where every ball seemed to hit the edge and every catch was taken behind the wicket for England.
It's very unlucky that, I thought, for the Australians.
18.3 overs later, done for. You've got the T-shirt, Daniel. Stokes bowls here, driving is Young. Out through the covers, had one man to beat Johnny Bairstow, did so, gets an 8th boundary, and in doing so moves into the 40s. Young, 43 from 66 balls. New Zealand, 80 without loss.
This is intriguing, isn't it? Stokes is bowling very full. In his first over, he was trying to get it to almost block hole. And there again, it's almost like he's trying to prove there is swing out here. You just didn't find it.
So far, he's proven that there is not swing out here.
Correct. Swinging off the bat.
Long half volley, that one.
Stokes passes. Umpire Goff bowls here. Forward he comes in defence.
I just feel that they haven't bowled a very good length. Line occasionally has been a problem, but not as much. But we've seen a few drives that have been easy enough, and we've seen a pull shot and a few cut shots.
Well, now you say that, there's a change in field. They're sending Alex Lees out to the square leg rope. That's the shorter side of the ground here at Trent Bridge since that new stand went up about 10 years ago. So 2 men in the deep, both on that rope. Let's call it a long leg and a deep square. Still the 3 catching men, 2 slips and a gully. Sun out again. Stokes bowls to Young on 43. Plays late. Jams down on it. Was it pad bat or bat pad? Either way, it ends up with Ollie Pope at 4th slip.
Just a little bit of pace there, perhaps, from Stokes, a little bit more than normal. Yeah, on the subject of this stand, the new stand, when people build new stands, they often get architects in and have fancy drawings, what have you. This is basically a giant T20 dugout. That's what the stand looks like.
That's what the roof looks like, certainly.
Yeah.
So the extra pace from Stokes' previous delivery, something to work with here. 2 balls left in the over. Bowls to Young, who drives again through the offside and again sneaks it through, threads it past point. 2 boundaries in the over. Young going beautifully. 9 fours, he's 47. 84 for none.
That's Leach there at point, isn't it? And he dived sort of almost over the ball.
We'll get a look on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Was this a misfield? Did he get there?
I think it bounces up weirdly as he dives.
Yes, it does.
No, he still should have stopped.
Should have stopped.
But it bounced a little bit more than he thought it was going to be. But he was never quite committed to saving it.
Stokes on the charge. Can he make something happen? Last ball of his over. Delivers here to Young. Edged and taken! Safely at second slip, Zach Crawley. There's the breakthrough England have been longing for after winning the toss. It comes via the captain Stokes. And Young departs for 47. A nicely made 47. An excellent start to the test match for the visitors. But that's that length, that in-between length, hit high on the blade, bit of extra bounce, and a really good catch from Zach Crawley. Diving forward and to his left at second slip. He's got a good pair of hands, Zach Crawley. New Zealand 84 for 1.
Well, Young's going to be really annoyed there as well. You know, he could have sort of left that on length. The ball did straighten a touch. I will give Stokes that. It straightened about a quarter to a half a bat's width, which is what you need to take the edge. And it was a very fine catch, but it was a little bit short to play at. If Young had wanted to leave it, it wouldn't have threatened.
I think it was just around the 7-metre mark, which is where they just haven't been enough, probably today.
Yeah.
If you have a look, the first ball after drinks, Stuart Broad bowled one there and instantly looked more dangerous than they had before. Devon Conway's coming out to bat. I think Will Young's going to be really disappointed here because he's going to get a lot of pitches in England that are not going to suit Will Young's style. This one did. He was in great form. He was doing everything correct. That should have been a bigger score for him. I think he'd be really upset.
So Devon Conway walks out. Just his night test match. Got a great record, averaging 56. Of course, that double 100 at Lords on test debut last year. But in a bit of a rut of sorts. Probably the first rut of his international career. He missed out in the tour games. And last week at Lords, he made 3 and 13 out to Stuart Broad in both innings. So work to do for New Zealand number 3. And can they reset with about 20 minutes until lunch?
Well, Conway he's coming up against Stuart Broad, who's an expert at bowling to left-handers. You know, that angle that sort of comes in from around the wicket and then leaving is so good from him. It's a different kind of test than he's going to get from some other bowlers around the world.
I'm going to jump out of commentary, likewise Daniel Norcross. I'm going to leave it with Jared Kimber, and following you, Nikesh Trigani. We'll take a break on SEN Z Test Cricket for Razine, the paint the professionals use.
Jono, where are your safety boots?
In the Staria load.
Hard hat, high-vis vest?
In the Staria load.
Listen, I know you're used to feeling protected in the Staria load, but that's only useful when you're inside the van, mate. Hyundai Staria Load is the only commercial van that has both ANCAP 5-star and Platinum safety rating. And from just $47,990 drive away for ABN holders, now's a smart time to buy. T's and C's apply. Visit hyundai.com.au/offers for details. Imagine that, Hyundai.
SENZ Test Cricket with Razine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Nikesh Trigani in the commentary box alongside Jared Kimber now in this 20 minutes or so until the lunch interval. And immediately, Jared, a change in bowling. Jimmy Anderson from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I would have thought Anderson. Someone knocked my microphone off. Damn Norcross. Can't let him touch anything when it comes to technology. I would have thought perhaps the two left-handers in Broad might have been the better option. Not that Jimmy Anderson's not very good bowlers to left-handers as well, but perhaps it's more about rest because Broad was bowling after drinks, wasn't he? But there's no point having Leach on at the moment. They tried Leach and he was brought on probably to get Will Young out. Will Young's gone and you want the seamers to come back on against the left-handers.
Anderson it is then from the pavilion end into Latham, who pulls into the hands of a dive. Oh, what a catch that is. Was that Potts?
Yeah, Potts.
I think it was Potts at mid-wicket. There it is. Diving catch to his right. Wasn't a full-blooded pull shot out of the middle of the bats, but it doesn't matter. It was a short delivery. Maybe just hurried him a little bit. And straight into the hands of Matthew Potts. Lovely one for the photographers as well. Just diving away down towards his right. And New Zealand here after a very good start to this innings after being asked to have a bat first. 84 without loss. They are now 84 for 2. Both openers back in the hutch.
That's a loosener. Jimmy Anderson's come in. He's bowled around the wicket. He's dug it in a little bit shorter probably than what he wanted. Latham saw it, thought, well, there's some easy runs here, and just doesn't time it. Gets it maybe a little bit low on the bat, sort of scoops it straight to mid-wicket, and he's out. That is incredibly disappointing. The New Zealand openers have looked so good this morning, and they have raced away to 84 to lose the 2 wickets, in quick time is just... and that ball, I tell you what, I can't remember too many times in the last 5 years Anderson's got a wicket with a back of a leg short ball and a pull shot like that. Absolute bonus wicket for England, considering how bad they've been, all the mistakes that they've done. One good ball from Stokes opens things up, and then Jimmy comes back on, and suddenly it's not the worst session for England. They still probably shouldn't have bowled first, but at the very least they've pulled something back.
They have indeed. Double breakthrough then for England.
Team hat-trick?
Team hat-trick coming up, yeah. That was the first ball of this new over. Anderson has got another lefty here. Henry Nicholls strolling in at number 4. Devon Conway at the other end hasn't faced a delivery yet. And you can listen to that roar now from the crowd here at Trent Bridge. They sense an opening here for England. They've seen it time and time again, haven't they, with Broad and Anderson. It is Anderson. In he comes from the pavilion end to Nicholls, who leaves alone outside the off-stump, short of length delivery. You can hear the oohs and the ahs. Really good crowd, as we said, in here at Trent Bridge. Hardly an empty seat in sight on the first morning of this second test. And all of a sudden, they've been awoken.
Yeah, that was a weird leave by Henry Nicholls. He took an off-stump guard, the ball was outside off-stump, and then he left, and then kind of kicked his leg up at an invisible enemy, as if he was in a 1970s Hong Kong action film.
Kung Fu.
Yeah, it was
a Bruce Lee movie.
The whole thing was bizarre. We're having a field change here too, so we're going to have a catching short mid-off, really.
Yeah, silly mid-off. Still got the 3 slips in the gully in place as Anderson comes in once more. This is Fuller, and defended to that man. Silly mid-off, no run.
Yeah, 2 balls in. Henry Nicholls looks very, very jittery. Obviously, rushed back into the side after injury. Very, very good player. Had a poor run in Test cricket when he started, then had a phenomenal period. And has probably come back to earth a little bit after that. Be looking for some big runs here. Batting at number 4, which I assume is going to be his new position. I think talked to Craig McMillan about that. I think it's worth talking to him on air, as a former batting coach, whether we think Henry Nicholls is a number 4 at Test level.
Anderson in again. This is cut away over the head of that gully fielder and down to the boundary for 4. He had a flash at that, didn't he? Just a little bit of width there from Anderson. Wasn't in full control of the shot, Nicholls, but he's off the mark.
Oh, that wasn't good. I'm not sure that was a cut. You're right. I think that was part of the idea.
An attempted cut.
It's like a fiddle. It's like the ball was short, the outside off stump. Maybe it was a cut. Did his feet move? Felt like they were absolutely just lock solid in the concrete, and he flung his foot's going in almost the wrong direction.
Stumps,
yeah. I don't know what happened there. That was not a good shot. This has been a very, very nervy start for Henry Nicholls.
Anderson then in once more, delivers on the stumps this time, and it's defended out into short extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, just looking at that replay, the Chemist Warehouse replay on our screen, it almost had a little bit more movement after he'd made contact with the bat. Such was the momentum. He took a sort of half shift back towards the stumps, didn't he? Doesn't look comfortable out there, to say the least, Henry Nicholls, but off the mark nonetheless. 4 deliveries faced here from Jimmy Anderson so far. Final ball of the over is coming up. The run rate really good for New Zealand, but it was the openers who put on 84 together, who did all of that hard work. And they are both back in the pavilion. In is Anderson again, and this is left alone just outside the off stump. Really good over there from Jimmy Anderson. Back in the attack from the opposite end this time, the pavilion end. New Zealand now 88 for 2.
Looking to roll some healthy, tasty goodness into your day? Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner, or a fast feed after training, Rolled has the healthy meal you crave. Barbecue chicken and lemongrass beef rice paper rolls, hot pho noodle soups, crunchy banh mi baguettes. Freshly made in-store every day. From our family to yours. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled, fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
SENZ Test cricket with Rosine, the paint the professionals use. It's going to be Stokes to continue here from the Ratcliffe Road end, the skipper. There was a lot of concern in the run-up to this match about how much he would bowl or be fit to be able to bowl.
It doesn't really matter if he's fit to bowl. If he's out there, he's probably going to bowl.
He will indeed. Saw him in the warm-ups this morning as well. Looked pretty decent. In he comes as the sun pokes its head out. It's full and left alone by Conway. His first delivery negotiated through to Ben Foakes.
The ball that got Will Young seemed a little, but in Anderson's last over and this first one from Stokes, we're just starting to see the ball swing. So it's not that uncommon, I should say, in England for the ball to start to swing between the 20th and 25th over. So it's possible the lacquer's just come off it. And we might just see a little bit more movement now.
Stokes comes in once more and again left alone outside the off stump. You can just see a little bit of shape, can't you, away from the left-hander there. The sun is out, but that doesn't matter, as you say. You know, the lacquer probably just coming off that new ball and allowing it to swing freely. I mean, it swings here pretty much in any conditions, doesn't it? Doesn't matter what's going on up above. I mean, a lot of people say it's to do with the new stand over to our right. I don't know how much that has got to do with the aerodynamics of the place and things like that, or it's just an old wives' tale. In comes Stokes. Again, round the wicket to Conway. Wraps him on the pads. Big shout for LBW. Not out is the decision. And I don't think Stokes is going to have a review of that. It was more a plea of hope than anything else. He just walks back to his mark, maybe just a bit high and heading down leg side with the angle, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, if it straightens, they didn't even think about a review, so you could hear the appeal. They certainly put everything in, but they didn't think even for a moment for a review there. So I wonder if it was just a bit of height. It looked like it straightened from here.
Yeah, the Chemist Warehouse replay suggesting height could have been the issue, as Stokes is in again, this time well wide of that off stump and left comfortably alone by Conway.
It's something I did want to ask you about this ground. How many test venues in the world have squash courts?
Probably not many, to be honest.
There might be one in Pakistan.
Lords
I don't think Lords has squash courts. They have the indoor centre. They might have had them once.
Yeah, I'm sure they did back in the day.
I mean, Pakistan feels like the kind of test ground that would have squash courts. There would be a ground there.
It's Jahangir Khan, the unbeaten legend of the game of squash. Stokes comes in again. This is very full and clipped away beautifully through a straightish mid-wicket. That's going to race away to the boundary for 4 as well. It was a bit of a gimme, to be fair, from Stokes, just over-pitching onto the legs of Conway, who didn't miss out. He's off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, very much a normal Stokes spell this at the moment. He's gone for about 20 runs in 2.5 overs, but taken the wicket. Over-pitched at times, been short and wide, got the ball to move off the seam, swung it around, but he's not bowled in anything we call an area. He's bowled in many different areas, a little bit more Jackson Pollock.
And he is again, and this time it's down the leg side. Good take from Foakes, starting away towards his right. And that is the end of the over. A bit of a mixed bag there from Ben Stokes, but New Zealand now 92 for 2.
Interesting little comeback here from England, because the ball does seem to be doing a little bit, and one of those wickets was luck. Anderson had a big smile on his face when Latham got the wicket. And not the kind of smile that you have when you're like, here's a cunning plan come together. More the kind of smile that goes, I'm really old and I'm trying to warm up here, and he's hit that ball straight to mid-wicket.
He'll take that, though, every day of the week, as Anderson continues from the pavilion end around the wicket here to Nichols. It's short of a length and punched off the back foot out towards the vacant point area. Gets himself a single. It's a beautiful day. We are expecting quite breezy conditions today, as we've seen early on, the wind coming from right to left as we look out at the ground, and even more so tomorrow as well. So I know we talk about the lacquer coming off the ball. It does help if there's a bit of breeze around as well. We've seen the ball moving in that direction from Stokes, haven't we? Bowling from the end that we are at, the Ratcliffe Road end, and just getting it to swing in from right to left into the left-handers. Anderson may just get one or two to move away. Maybe that's the reason he's been brought on from the opposite end. Still 3 slips and a gully in place. That Selimidov has been pushed back to an extra cover position. Anderson comes in once more, and this one just jags back at him and pops up off the pitch. Top of the bat, maybe a bit of glove involved from Conway as he somehow defends it back into the pitch. And he's taken his glove off immediately, looking at his left hand. It's got to be uncomfortable.
I think that's the third time we've seen extra bounce hit the gloves already. And it's not like England's bowled particularly well, and they don't have a lot of fast bowlers either. That's certainly something worth watching for there. But I think in the over that Young was out, he was hit on the gloves, and there was another one earlier as well. But that got him right on the meaty part of the back of the knuckles there. So that would have stung, even if Anderson is no longer the bowler he was when he was younger.
Anderson runs in once more past the umpire, delivers on the hip of Conway, who just works it round the corner down towards fine leg, and that's going to beat them out as well. Alex Lees was down there at sort of long leg position, quite square, unable to run around to his left and catch up with that. So again, Anderson just straying in his line there. I've seen it once or twice from Ben Stokes in the last couple of overs as well.
Yeah, be disappointed with that, especially after the last ball, won't he? I think he was trying to get it in and around his hip and just got it a little bit wrong. So from the pavilion end, there's a huge pocket out at fine leg, and there's no real way that you can cover it fine and also square.
Anderson tries again, and this is a good leave outside the off stump. This time from Conway. Not quite close enough to his off stump to worry him, but just a bit of movement back in to the left-hander once more. 97 for 2 New Zealand. We talked about the squash courts, but how many test grounds in the world have a Premier League now? I should say Premier League football ground. It will be next season. Nottingham Forest and Notts County, another football league club just up the road as well. 3 grounds. If you get an aerial shot of Trent Bridge, it's a good sight as Anderson is in to Conway, defends into the offside for no run. So yeah, just across the River Trent, which is just behind us as we sit behind the Ratcliffe Road end. There's before the Trent, there's Nottingham Forest, which is called the City Ground, but actually is just outside the city.
Yeah.
And Notts County, just inside the city. Make of that what you will.
Forest is Broad's team. Is that right?
Is what, sir?
Is Forest Broad's team?
Yes. Broad Samit Patel as well.
Yeah. Broad was interviewed there with Sky, so I'm assuming they wouldn't have taken him to a random football club.
At the playoffs, as Anderson is in, this is again left alone outside the off stump. Some oohs and some ahs, but Devon Conway will be pretty pleased with negotiating that over from Anderson. 24 overs gone then. Here, 5 minutes left until the lunch interval. New Zealand 97 for 2. So yeah, just 5 minutes left, and probably be Stokes to continue. I think it is going to be from the Ratcliffe Road end. Yeah, Stuart Broad, Samit Patel were there. I can't remember who else. There was another cricketer which doesn't quite spring to mind immediately. I think Joe Root was there actually, because it was Sheffield United they were playing, weren't they? They were playing Sheffield United, which is Joe Root's team, in the semi-finals of the Championship playoffs. For those listening who don't know much about the English football structure, it's the division below the Premier League, so they were looking to get up to the Premier League, and Nottingham Forest victorious on that occasion at the City Ground. So Root and Broad having to watch side by side despite the rivalry. And saw a few shots of both of them with Samit Patel's son as well, the former England cricketer, of course. Stokes continues into Nichols, who cuts into a vacant gap there in front of point. That's racing away across the square, and that's going to be 4 more as well. Another loose delivery there from Ben Stokes, just sort of a length, too much width. And that's the 100 up as well for New Zealand, 101 for 2.
I honestly could not tell you the last time I saw a team play 5 cut shots in the opening session of a test match. It is just a shot that is completely fading from cricket, and England have just delivered a lot of poor balls to New Zealand. They got lucky, especially with the Latham wicket, to still be in, but win the toss and bowl and have to use your spinner and your all-rounder. It's not ideal.
Stokes tries once more, this time 2 straight, and flicked away down towards deep backward square. Just the single this time for Nichols, who moves into double figures.
Samit Patel, who you mentioned before, was one of the players, I think it was here the other night, where they had two tactical retired outs in one T20 game.
Yeah.
Samit Patel was retired out because they wanted a faster runner. Because it was the last ball they needed 3 to win.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand that.
I don't think Samit was
quite
arguing.
sure of Samit's mindset. I mean, he wouldn't have been arguing, would have been well aware of the situation, and actually trudged off, with his head held high. He wasn't kicking the ground or anything like that.
No, Carlos Brathwaite also retired himself out because he can't play leg spin. So, in some ways, two very self-aware cricketers willing to go, we know what we're good at, it's not these things.
Stokes. And again, this time to Conway, leaves alone outside the off stump. It's through to Folks. Here's Samit Patel, another one I played with back in the days from Leicester. We played for the same club, actually, Leicester Banks, just down the road, 45 minutes or so here from Trent Bridge. And he, unlike Stuart Broad, didn't play for Leicestershire and was then poached by Notts. He just came straight to Notts as a teenager out of the Leicestershire Academy.
Incredible young talent. It hasn't quite worked out the way that everyone might have thought, but purely on talent, an incredible player.
Here comes Stokes once more, who again leaves alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. I mean, there's quite a lot of connections between sort of Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Notts, and the players, the top players tend to end up at Notts. It's the test ground, they've got more money, it's more glamorous. And Samit Patel, Stuart Broad we talked about, Harry Gurney, another one as well, James Taylor, another former England test cricketer as well, had to retire prematurely, of course. So there's been quite a few over the years.
James Taylor, who just stepped down from the ECB.
Absolutely, as the head scout. Stokes is in again. This is pushed beautifully through extra cover past the fielder there. It's a bit of a chase on here. They might get back for 3. No, they're going to settle for 2. Good bit of fielding from Matty Potts there, running back towards the extra cover boundary. New Zealand 104 for 2. I mean, what is a head scout? I mean, there's Mo Bobat, who is in a similar role for the ECB, who goes and scouts young talent. He was a selector, wasn't he, Taylor, initially?
Yeah, so essentially what the scouting role is. So a selector is deciding on who is playing, and what a scout is more doing is feeding information back to the people who are choosing the team. So they're following an American model there of information gathering.
Final ball of Stokes is over, is very full, and it's a checked drive only as far as Broad at mid-on, and there is no run. New Zealand 104 for 2, and I think we're going to get one more over in before the lunch interval, are we? There's a few seconds, about 15 seconds or so, and I think we are. Anderson takes the ball.
So they started about 7 or 8 years ago, and it started with wicket-keeping, I believe, where they realised that their selectors weren't experts in wicket-keeping. So I forget, it was a Worcester wicket-keeper whose name I've forgotten, played about 7 or 8, maybe even 10 years ago.
Steve Rhodes?
Yeah, Steve Rhodes, I think, was one of the earlier scouts, if not one of the first to do it, and he went out and gave them a dossier on all the different wicketkeepers, which in England's not easy because everyone is a wicketkeeper. Then they started doing it with fast bowlers, and they got people like Mike Hendrick was one of the people that they sent out.
Anderson then in from the pavilion end, and this is a bit of a dodgy defensive looking shot there from Nichols. A few oohs and ahs, just stuck in his crease and managed to dab it down into the pitch. No run.
But one of the major problems with just having selectors is you're never going to have more than 3 or 4 selectors at one time, and there's so much cricket being played, and they're so stretched thin, and quite often they'll go for a day to see someone bat and that player will fail, and they haven't seen anything. By having the scouts and widening the network, it makes a lot more sense. And then changing, selector is such an old-fashioned, I mean, most selectors around the world haven't watched enough cricket because they can't, or because they weren't paid back in the day. So having a more professional system, which England have tried to go towards, makes a lot more sense. It's not perfect by any means, but certainly working towards a better system than the old-fashioned way of cricket.
Here comes Anderson again to Nichols, who leaves alone outside the off stump. 104 for 2 still New Zealand. This will be the last over before that lunch interval. Mo Bobat, another one, by the way, East Midlands connection.
Is he?
Leicester boy.
What's his current job title with English cricket?
I don't know his current job title, but they always credit him with going and finding the next sort of player to come into this test setup, and there have been quite a few in recent times, given injuries and poor form and things like that. Watches a lot of county cricket by all accounts as Anderson is in, and this is close to the off stump, but credit to Nichols, a good leave through to Folkes, and there is no run once more.
Yeah, so Mo started as an analyst, so similar position that I've done, and then he's sort of gone more towards the management side of things over the last couple of years. In the white ball cricket, they use Nathan Lehman, who also works for Kolkata. He used to work for Multan Sultans, I think, as well in the PSL. And again, that's, we're already starting to see that a lot more in T20 cricket, but England are probably one of the few teams really doing it in red ball cricket.
Anderson delivers again, and this is once more left outside the off stump by Nichols. It's, you can often be accused of having too many members of backroom staff, but other sides are doing it, and all the analysis, as you mentioned as well, it's something that teams have got to be on top of, and it's a big old group that travels around with international sides these days, and not just international sides. Franchise teams, as we've seen in the IPL, PSL, Big Bash, as you've talked about, all of these leagues around the world.
It's a travelling circus. It's tournaments like the Big Bash are more like rock concerts. And the way the IPL's been run recently, you go there, you set up, you play a couple of gigs, and you go to the next city and you do the same thing.
Absolutely. So,
everyone gets on the same plane.
Interesting field change here. The leg slip brought into place. Stokes himself is standing in that position, and Anderson is in. This is straight and defended off the back foot towards short extra cover for no run. One ball remaining then until lunch. 104 for 2. Conway and Nichols making their way to 10 apiece
this
at
is
the moment.
Still definitely a win for New Zealand. This session. It might feel like the wind has come out of their sails.
Well, they were 84 without loss, weren't they?
Yeah.
That's why we're saying.
And they were sent in.
They were sent in. They take this.
And they don't have Williamson. Do you know what I mean? I think this is a win. It may not feel like it if you've been tuning in to the last 20 minutes or so.
Anderson, final ball before lunch, is driven beautifully through cover. That's going to race away across the square and out to the boundary for 4. So brilliant way for New Zealand to finish what has been a pretty good session for them, despite the loss of those 2 wickets. That partnership, as we said, at the top of the order between the two openers, Latham and Young, worth 84. They lost both of those two, with the score still on 84. But Henry Nichols and Devon Conway have negotiated through until lunch. So New Zealand 108 for 2 at the interval. Nichols on 14, Devon Conway on 10. We will, of course, be back with all the action after the lunch interval with Razine, the Paint the Professionals Use, and Chemist Warehouse. Nico Shugani and Jared Kimber signing off then for this lunch interval as the players make their way off the field down towards the far side of the ground. Thank you for joining us for this first session. Do stay tuned in around 40 minutes' time when we return.
DNZ Test cricket for Razine, the Paint the Professionals Use. Adam Collins with Jeremy Coney waiting for this second session to start on the first day of the second Test match at Trent Bridge between England and New Zealand. The home side won the toss, and Ben Stokes elected to field first. And England have picked up 2 wickets in the first session, but New Zealand have made their way to 108. The 2 to fall were in consecutive deliveries, with Young out for 47, edging to second slip taken by Zach Crawley. Ben Stokes, who brought himself into the attack fairly early. And then the next ball, first delivery of James Anderson's new spell. Latham on 26 cloth the ball to Potts at mid-wicket, who did the rest. From there, it's been Devon Conway, who's on 10. Henry Nichols back into the team on 14. They put on a brisk 24, actually. 24 in 29 deliveries, and that's where we pick up the middle session. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Hello, Adam. Yeah, interesting first session of this match, wasn't it? It looked solidly New Zealand's way after being inserted and after the miseries, if you like, of their top order performance at Lord's, that they were sort of soldiering on, Young and Latham, quite nicely, and kind of not really troubled too much, just waiting for the ball to be delivered and caressing it on what is a very quick outfield here at Trent Bridge. And so we've got 20 boundaries. 20 boundaries in 108. That's a lot. That's high percentage of score, and I think that's probably going to be a mark that they've put down in a datum point for the way that runs are going to happen, I think, in this test match for both sides. Probably hard to find length. If you're just a bit short, you can be punched away if your line is a bit off. And then if you're too full, trying to just get it up into that area where you might nick it and so on, and you haven't got time to adjust, then you get whacked away off the front foot. So I think the margins of error are quite small for the bowler to operate from. That battle for length, which always takes place in Test cricket. I think New Zealand also, and I'm speaking here from a New Zealand perspective, I think fairly obviously, is that what they've learned in the first session, New Zealand, should be that Test cricket in particular, you must retain your patience. And I know it's early to mention this word perhaps in a session, but a height of arousal, if I could put it that way.
Blimey, here we go.
Yeah, I know. Of being awake and ready and aware of what is going on. You know, in 2 deliveries, they cast the whole good work that had been done prior to it away.
And those 2 wickets fell with the score on 84, and it was the over where they've hit Stokes for a couple of boundaries as well that got them going.
Yeah, well, I think that was partially a good delivery, I think, from Stokes that moved in and then just held its line. He's always got a feeling to a right-hander as if he's leaning over and coming in at you. And so you think, I've got to play this, but then it held its line to move away. And I thought that, Young was just a bit uncertain. How am I going to play this ball? And suddenly just feathered it. Only just carried a second. So good cop. Down low to his left, Crawley. And then, but the very next ball was a piece of,
it was a looser.
I thought it was burglary, actually, a piece of burglary from Anderson, and a poor piece of cricket from Latham, who's so important. So they both went bang, bang. And so I would hope now New Zealand don't reoffend. We don't want to see any more of that thing. That's what irritates captains probably the most of all. We've talked about these things. I mean what I'm saying. I'm not wasting your time here. Don't reoffend. Don't get yourself continually out the same way and be loosened towards the end of sessions and losing wickets, so new guys have to go out. We could suddenly lose 3 then. And so that's what I would take out of that session for the New Zealand top order.
And on that basis, they'll need to regroup in this middle session. The New Zealand batters have arrived at the middle. Devon Conway, 10. Henry Nicholls on 14. I should also welcome listeners with us in New South Wales and Queensland. Good evening to you there. I think we've got listeners in South Australia and across New Zealand.
Great.
On SENZ. You can text in New Zealand on 8833.
And we hope they're surviving the winter. The throes of the start of winter, perhaps.
Yep, 10th of
certainly
June,
in New Zealand.
Absolutely. If you text 8833 and let us know where you're listening and your name, you're going to the running to win a $25 food and drink voucher that we're giving away each session thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Vox, Auckland's #1 bar, and any of their other 10 venues. And it looks as though Stuart Broad will get the first opportunity on his home ground to start after lunch, which isn't surprising given that he picked up Conway in both innings at Lord's last week. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney preparing to take up the call.
Well, I guess we're going to go through the normal throws, aren't we? It'll be, you'd expect Anderson to have a few. You like to start with your 2 most dangerous bowlers, I think, as a skipper. We should see more of Leach, I think, this spell, unless wickets are falling, obviously. But if New Zealand start a partnership, we'll see some more of Leach here today, see what he can do.
It was unusual that he bowled that one over. Then they get the wicket. He was taken straight off because they liked that match-up with Anderson better, and that paid dividends with Latham out first ball of his second spell. But yes, interesting that Leach, after winning the toss and bowling, was turned to relatively early in the piece. So Broad's going to start with 3 slips to Conway. And a gully round the wicket away from us. Start of session 2, day 1. Bowls here. It's full and squeezed out through point. We've got at least 1. Come back for a comfortable second. So Conway up to 12. New Zealand 110 for 2.
Yep, just a little bit full. Encouraged by that length, Conway played a drive. It took one hand off the bat, as he can do. Not sure why he does it, whether he's lost balance at all, but he's squeezed it out to a sort of a vacant point area for a couple.
You were saying before when you were elsewhere that this is probably the first mini rut that Conway's had in his international career. Everything he's touched until now has kind of turned to gold, but a double failure at Lords last week. He's on strike here to Broad. Wide of the crease, bowls full and driven down towards mid-on, though, is the call.
Yeah, well, he's a quality player. In fact, you know, he's the key wicket this session. In fact, for the rest of the day, if he can set his stall out, he could bat for a day here. And that's exactly what New Zealand want him to do. I mean, he's scored the most runs by New Zealand last season. He was voted the best batsman in New Zealand for that season for it, because of it.
And across the formats too, if not for the fact that he had that moment of madness in the World Cup, he would have played in that final too, missing out with a broken hand. Broad delivers, Conway, inside part of the bat in defence out towards mid-on, no single. It's a sellout here today at Trent Bridge, but not many of the seats being taken after lunch, enjoying the festivities out the back, I'd imagine.
They are. And a very nice lunch downstairs too, Adam. You probably enjoyed that, did you? Did you have the salmon?
No, I opted for the aubergine.
Okay.
It was good.
The aubergine?
Yes.
Nice.
The eggplant.
Yes.
Depending on where you've grown up and went to school. Halfway through the over here, Broad. Sun's out again at Notts. To Conway, who drives square, beautiful, short boundary, and it races away. Conway, he's hit 3 4s, 114 for 2, but with the big gap there, just needed to place it out towards the new stand, the short side of the ground.
Just needed to get out there, didn't he? With the foot, the right foot, to get close to the ball, which he did, and that meant that he wasn't bringing that cordon of 3 slips and gully into play. As soon as he did that, he was away. He had to reach for it a little because it wasn't really too narrow to the stumps at all. It was wide, and I think maybe England, see, they're not placing a man there. Are they thinking there's a bit of a chance there for them?
Well, Stokes does like having a lot of slips. We saw that at Lords last week. Point of difference to Joe Root. Full here again, and the result's the same. This time through cover, on the front foot nice and early, placing us out to the rope at deep extra cover. So Conway, with a couple of boundaries, reaches 20 from just 20 balls, 118 for 2.
It's a good example of that length I was talking about before. It's quite hard, I think, for bowlers to find that. Broad has had trouble the whole match, really. I think if you looked, you'd find a few boundaries off Stuart Broad here, and he's either been short early on or he's overpitched. So 8 boundaries from Broad of the kind of 20 New Zealand have had.
Last ball of the over to Conway, leaving a line closer to the off stump. Good batting. End of the first over after lunch. Our coverage is for Rosine. The professionals used New Zealand 118 for 2, with Conway up to 20. Those 2 4s, the Nichols down the other end, 14 from 14 balls. So they're going at a decent clip, this pair. They came together with the score on 84. About 20 minutes before lunch, wickets falling in consecutive deliveries. If you're just joining the coverage, it was an 84-run opening stand between Young and Latham, but they fell in the space of those 2 deliveries. Young was caught in the cordon for 47, and Latham caught at mid-wicket for the bowling of James Anderson for 26. Looks like it'll be Matty Potts getting the first crack from the pavilion end after lunch. Potts bowled 1 spell in the first session. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. So he followed Stuart Broad.
Matthew Potts.
They prefer to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end, the seamers here. That tends to be where your big dog will choose. In recent times, although it was down from the pavilion end where Stuart Broad ran amok against Australia in 2015, taking that bag of 8 inside 8 overs. So here's Potts. First ball from him after lunch. Round the wicket to Nichols. Shout for leg before, but it's ended up at deep backward square. There's a leg bye taken. So signalled by umpire Paul Rifle, 119 for 2. It's a beautiful cricket ground. Often hear people say it's their favourite place in the world to watch. It gets grouped up with, say, Adelaide Oval, Basin Reserve and others like that, which haven't felt like stadiums. I mean, I know Adelaide's a bit different these days, but still maintain that sort of integrity with the southern end of the ground opened up. Northern end, sorry. Potts bowls here. The through mid-wicket, nicely played there by Conway for an easy single. Wide of Stuart Broad, who collects and threatens to throw but doesn't. Conway 21, New Zealand 120 for 2. Where does it sit for you in terms of the grounds you've been to across your long journey in cricket?
This ground?
Yeah, where would it be on the podium?
This is one of my favourite grounds in England. This and Lord's, really, for me. This because it feels like a more relaxed county ground. And Lord's, I guess, because of its position in history and so on.
And I suppose for you personally, that moment, 1986, beating England here for the first time in a series, and that was achieved on this ground, that 1-0 series victory.
Yeah, it was. Richard's ground, of course, and he had a major part to play in that particular match. John Bracewell, 100 from an area perhaps we didn't expect it, but that was great.
Potts delivers, and steering through point is Nichols. He'll get at least 2. It's Pope racing after it, just dragging it in. Will it spill into the rope? It's touch and go. I think he's done well there, Ollie Pope.
I think he has too.
Excellent fielding. They come back for a third, but full commitment to the cause, and we saw that last week from the England side in the field, and they said a lot of that has to do with what Brendan McCullum's asked of them, and Pope.
It's one of the obvious things you can see immediately, a change in England. Just the energy expended in chasing a ball to the boundary and diving and saving a 1. It brought about, of course, the injury to Jack Leach, but he saved a run, and I think he sort of said that later, didn't he? But I saved a boundary.
Yep. Lots to like about that attitude. Leach back in the team today. Potts up to the crease, rolls to Conway, outside part of the bat, spits out past third slip. More runs. Could go all the way to the rope. Deep pocket there. Bairstow just drags it in a couple of metres from the rope. So consecutive 3s. 126 for 2 now the score, with Conway getting his strike rate beyond 100 again. 24 from 23 deliveries.
But I mean, New Zealand have a few grounds like this, don't they? Where there's a more boutique-y, more. Yeah. It's an intimate kind of surrounding where the fans and the viewers they're close to the game. They feel part of the game.
Oh, those big.
And also the players feel it as well.
Yeah, the big deep grass banks at Sedman Park, for example. Basin, here's Potts bowling and leaving alone. Nichols outside the off stump.
Well, Hagley Oval is very, I think it's a lovely ground with lots of the trees in the background and the banks as well.
I mean, it's the joy of watching Test cricket in New Zealand, really, isn't it? It's very different to other parts of the world.
Yeah, it's decentralised completely, and they've just said, okay, 10,000, that'll do us. We're happy with that, which is about, it's a good crowd in New Zealand. We don't have the response that you can get here, for example, in the UK.
So Potts on his way to finish. Up to Nichols on 17 bowls here. Nichols leaves alone closer to the off stump, though. Generous movement after the ball had passed the woodwork. 28 overs gone. SENZ Test cricket for Rosine. The paint the professionals use. The visitors are 126 for 2.
So the game is continuing at a pace, isn't it? Because of the runs. It's very hard to stop the runs here. You just find it into a gap somewhere just away from the field, and he's got to do very well, and Pope did magnificently in that over to drag in that boundary from Nichols. I mean, he chased hard. He's not a sort of a man, if he stole your wallet, you'd probably think you'd catch him at all. I think he'd get away from you. So it's... these boundaries are going to continue to happen in 3. I mean, the fact that there's a 3.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Yeah.
So Stokes are catching cover now. Change of field. Slip comes out. 2 men back there. Broad bowls round the wicket. Well forward is Conway defending out to Johnny Bairstow at points. They've placed a man there where Conway struck a square drive in the previous over.
Yeah, one's gone from the cordon. Instead of 3 and 1, it's now just 2 and 1. So 3 in the covers, with Stokes kind of a catching man as well at short cover. So he's doing both things there.
So that win in 1986 here didn't clinch. It was the second test of the series, and you had a draw in the third?
Yes, we did. Draw in the 1 and the third.
Right.
Yeah.
He's brought to the crease here. Mr. Conway driving. Does he beat mid on? He doesn't quite. It's parried away. Good piece of fielding there from James Anderson to keep it to a single. Matty Potts does the tidying up. Conway moves along to 25, and it's 127 for 2. I mean, that was a significant moment in New Zealand cricket history, wasn't it? I mean, beating England in England for the first time
in a series.
Yeah, in a series.
Yeah, we'd had individual victories, but then had lost other Test matches, so we'd become perhaps a bit more consistent.
Was that the following year after you'd beaten Australia as well?
Yes, it was. In both New Zealand and Australia. Yep. That was the pleasing part about that too. Really, to win 3 tests out of 6 against Australia.
I suppose that experience too, you mentioned Hadley, his home ground here at Trent Bridge for many years, playing for Notts and taking 10 wickets in that match. Knew the ground like the back of his hand.
Just a wonderful player.
Yep.
He bowled from this end.
Yep.
In that match.
So Broad Radcliffe Road end. Bowls here, it's Fuller, flipped away by Nichols, only as far as mid-wicket, no single there.
Yeah, it was an interesting tour, that 86 side, because it was a bit different. The selectors had chosen Hadley, who was having his, I think, was it a benefit year? Because he didn't play in any of the county matches. He only played in one-day games and the test matches. So there was an opportunity for the rest of the faster bowlers and the seamers to really prove their worth in those county games.
Broad passes, umpire Goff delivers here around the wicket, well forward defending his Nichols out to mid-wicket. No single, Lees does the fielding.
One of the nice things about touring England at that time in the 80s was that you could develop a player, you know, and so the selectors always chose somebody they felt we could actually come back with another international player if we select a couple sensibly.
Because you'd play a full tour. I mean, you'd play every county, you'd play the minor counties.
Yes, it was
a full sort of 4 or 5 month experience, wasn't it?
Very good.
Broad delivers, and back goes Nichols past the inside edge. Extra movement from Broad back towards the left-hander on the angle. A fraction fuller, just caught him on the crease.
Didn't move forward or back, did he? Just stayed, held the position almost of his stance, and then just waved the bat a little bit. A bit surprised about it moving back and closing the angle down. It was still wide enough.
Watching the replay back on our Chemist Warehouse screen, and that's ever so close to kissing the glove on the way through. So Nichols is still there on 17. Last ball of Broad's over. Running away from us. Gets to the crease, and Nichols edges and dropped a second slip. Crawley dived in front of Joe Root at first with one hand. Well, that looks like it was going to first slip. Crawley committed to it. The chance goes down. Nichols retains the strike. He's 18. 128 for 2. Our coverage is for Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
This is the sound of Julian's bargain price vacuum with deep express suction. This is the sound of Julian trying to fix his bargain price vacuum, which infuriates him deeply. Yes, this is the sound of bargain regret. When it comes to the important stuff, like insurance, don't risk it. Go to Amy instead, who offers great value cover you won't regret. Amy does. Before buying insurance issued by AAI Limited Trading as Amy, read the PDS at amy.com.au. TMD also available.
We probably couldn't have a better person with us on commentary to discuss a catch that's put down at second slip. Potts delivering here. Conway well forward, should I say Nichols in defence, given that's where you spent the majority of your career in the cordon. What went wrong there for Crawley?
Well, let's first say that he took a good catch.
Yep, great catch.
To dismiss Young this morning. It was low down. He's a tall man, and it's actually gone in between first and second. I think it wasn't going definitely to first or definitely to second. So it was outside the compass, if you like, of the arms. And you've got to be balanced, and I don't think it was balanced enough. And I also think he spreads it, as I've talked about. His legs are too far apart, so you've really, and as you can see now, wider than his shoulders, a lot wider than his shoulders are.
Potts arrives and delivers, and driving out to cover is Nichols, no run.
The taller you are as a player, whether it's as a batsman or as a slip fieldsman, balance becomes an issue, and the best balance you can have really is to have your feet the shoulder width apart. Skis aren't put way apart, are they? Dancers dance on the front of their feet. They dance on the balls of their feet, not on the heels of their feet. Nor do boxers. They're always on the balls of their feet as well.
Potts to Nichols bowls here down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it.
So you need to be into that position. You do not want to separate, in my opinion, the unit, which is two hands becoming one, because they're held together. You want to be taking catches with two hands. He went with how many there? One. And you could say, oh, well, it was a one-handed catch, Mr. Coney. Well, not if you move your head quickly across, because you are so well balanced. You want to keep your eyes. You don't want, as soon as the hands go outside the compass of that, your percentages drop dramatically.
Potts to Nichols. This time he squeezes it out towards deep backward square. One of two men in that direction. He gets a single. He's 19, 129 for 2 the score.
So it's a combination of, I think, the stance, the weight, back on the heels too much because the hands are on the knees. Where they should be, and that separates the unit for a start.
Well, that's an interesting modern thing, isn't it?
It's a comfort thing. And it's a comfort thing.
So you don't see players with their hands out like when you played? Not too often?
No, you don't. And I don't know why. It's not a place to have a couch. There's no couch out there. It's not for comfort. You are ready to do...
To the crease and leaving alone as Conway outside the offside.
You are ready to take an explosive, and that's what was required there, an explosive athletic movement very quickly. He will watch probably 98% of the ball go through to the keeper, be chased around the field, and he might, if he's lucky, get 1%.
Last score of the over. We can now welcome new listeners joining us in Sydney, Queensland, and on the Gold Coast. Welcome, one and all. You're joining with New Zealand. 129 for 2 after being sent in, losing the openers Young and Latham for 47 and 26 before lunch. Potts to finish his over here. Well forward is Conway in defence. We'll take a break. Replacing me on commentary is Nick Estragani. Jeremy, you stay there, and Henry Moran will also join you. Our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
Hi, I'm again. Can you give me directions to
the open in Coromandel Valley?
Yeah.
The one with loads of natural light?
That's the one.
Too easy. Keep going down Happy Valley Drive. You'll pass 5 McGain signs, hang a right at Black Road, pass another 3 signs, then head along Main Road. It's on your left with a sign saying...
Sold by McGain.
Well, pretty soon. You're gonna love it.
Everywhere you look, there's a sign popping up saying sold by McGain. Again.
SEN Test Cricket for Resine, the paint the professionals use. Nick Estragani replacing Adam Collins on commentary as Stuart Broad continues from the Ratcliffe Road end. He's in, and Nichols leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Jeremy Coney and Henry Moran still alongside. So New Zealand make their way to 129 for 2. This partnership between these two now worth 45 runs. They came together when New Zealand had lost 2. Both their openers gone with the score on 84. They've built well since. Nichols onto 19 from 27. Devon Conway 25 not out at the other end. And comes Broad again to Nichols, who plays and misses at this one. That wasn't far from the outside edge, was it?
Well, I always say with Stuart Broad, when you see those legs pumping, perhaps something's about to happen. It just feels in this afternoon session that maybe those knees are just a little bit higher. You can hear the roar of the Ratcliffe Road end. They sense their man might just be starting to get into his groove.
Yep, and once he gets in his groove on this ground, we've seen the kind of devastation he can bring along with it. And he comes again. This is full and defended straight back down the pitch, and a bit of aggression from Stuart Broad as he feigns to throw at the stumps. The crowd are loving it. He's their boy, Jeremy. He's the local man.
He is. And he's just starting to get the line and the length. That length I was talking about, that's important. Nichols has to get him. This always in cricket, there's that battle for length. Batsmen wanting to keep away, or bowlers to keep away from that area there. That's where I don't want you to bowl. And so you've got to do something about that. He either comes out a bit, or he takes a bigger stride, or he comes just out of his crease a little bit. He's got to get him away from that length.
Broad then, top of his mark. You can hear the oohs and the ahs from the crowd as he runs in, bowls, and this is on the legs and just clipped away. That's the vacant mid-wicket area, and they're going to get back through for 2 here. Throw comes in from Anderson. It's wide, and Conway makes his way home pretty safely in the end anyway. 131 for 2. We didn't see much movement, as we talked about early on. Then all of a sudden, 20 or so overs past, the lacquer comes off the ball. It did a bit. New Zealand were in a bit of a hole, and these two have batted well together, haven't they? They saw off at a difficult period. Partnership now worth 47 runs. Going along pretty nicely as things stand. Broad runs in once more. Nichols leaves this one outside the off stump, and 47 from 58 balls as well. So they've been busy out there. There's been lots of good running between the wickets, hasn't there, Jeremy? And that's important when you're in a situation like that. If you can't get the ball away to the boundary, which they have been given a few boundary balls, but there's also been some good running between the wickets as well.
Nichols he's always a busy player. He runs very fast up and down, and there doesn't seem to be any effect from the calf issue, does there, here at the moment?
Port comes in again, and this is another beauty which beats the outside edge through to Folkes. There was a half appeal. It wasn't that far away from the outside edge, that one from Stuart Broad, just short of a length, keeping Nichols back in the crease. Couldn't come forward to that, and he's certainly in the groove. That is the end of Stuart Broad's over. New Zealand 131 for 2.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson, covering everything from Formula 1 to V8 supercars.
We spoke to TCR driver Josh Buchan and asked him how he's getting on with his new teammate Nathan Morecambe.
He lives on like 25 acres or something and has no phone service, so even if I want to call him at like 2 a.m. before a race and try and rev him up, I can't actually even speak to him.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Potts continues into Conway, who drives gloriously through the covers. What a shot that is. Into that gap between extra cover and the man at conventional cover, and it races away to the boundary for 4. Overpitched there from Matty Potts, that one, Henry, and just a lovely bit of timing from Conway.
And this is the danger that England will face, is that for all the pressure built by Stuart Broad at one end, if that is released immediately at the other end with a little bit of a gimme half volley, then it just swings that pressure away from New Zealand immediately.
Potts then in once again from the pavilion end, delivers, and this is outside the off stump and left well alone by Conway, who's now moved on to 29. SENZ Test Cricket for Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. 135 for 2 now, and yeah, you're right, Matty Potts has been a little bit loose, hasn't he? Ben Stokes as well when he came on before the lunch interval. It's the old guard trying to keep it tight, and it's the all-rounder and the new man in the side unable to quite sustain that pressure, along with Jack Leach, of course, who saw a little bit of him before lunch. This is on the stumps and defended eventually back into the pitch, and there is no run. England, they've had a lot of injury problems, haven't they, of late? No Jofra Archer, no Mark Wood, no X-Factor sort of 90 miles an hour plus bowler in this side. Ollie Robinson has had his struggles as well. They're having to dig deep, and you can understand the lack of depth in their seam bowling at the moment.
You can. 8 names if you were to go through them all individually. Ollie Stone, Chris Wokes, a couple of Warwickshire bowlers as well that are missing, and they are having to dig deep, so big chance for Potts.
In comes Potts once more, and this is defended to Stokes at short extra cover for no run. And he had a brilliant debut, didn't he? Well, what a dream that was in that first innings at Lords. Could have had a fifer, couldn't he? Went off when he was 4 for 13 in his 10th over. A bit of cramp. Come on, you've got to stay out there, haven't you? You've got to have a stretch, do whatever it takes. He was on for a fifer on debut at Lords. Could have had his name up there on the board.
There's quite a lot of talk that cramp was as much caused by the nervous energy as anything.
Could have been. And he comes again, and this is short and top edge down towards fine leg. It's going to beat the man there on the boundary as well. It's gone very fine. Couple of bounces into the boundary. He was quick onto it, Devon Conway, but it just sort of bounced a little bit higher than he was expecting, I think, which made it catch the top edge. Another boundary here, and this is the problem, isn't it, for England? You look at that run rate, 4.37, Jeremy, throughout this innings, and there's just been too many loose deliveries.
Yeah, now I don't know how much of that is the bowling or whether it's in fact the surface as well as making it just a bit more tricky for the bowlers to get it exactly right.
Potts tries once more, again short, and this time pulled with more conviction out towards deep backward square leg. There is a man out there, so just the single this time for Conway. 140 for 2 at the end of the over.
Level up game night with Crust Pizza. Whether you're kicking back or things are kicking off, game night is always better with pizza. With a massive range of the freshest, tastiest pizzas, topped with only the best quality ingredients. And no matter the game you're passionate about.
Tremendous try. Take a magnificent mark. What a goal. Got him.
Connect over Crust's famous pizzas, desserts and sides. Level up game night with Crust. Order online at crustpizza.com.au.
SENZ Test Cricket, Resine, the paint professionals use. Stuart Broad continuing then. Afternoon session of day 1 of this second test at Trent Bridge. In comes Broad to Conway, defends, 2 short extra cover, and there is no run. Jeremy, the point you're making before that short break, the surface perhaps not allowing the faster bowlers, or not giving them any assistance, really.
Yeah, just more demanding to find out exactly the right length, and there's to stray from that area, which is, I think, is quite a small area so far. If they're too short, it just sits up a little bit, and we've seen some pulls, we've seen some cuts, we've seen some punches off the back foot from all the batsmen, really, and when it's up, we've seen lots of drives.
Broad delivers again, and this is defended straight back down the pitch towards mid-on.
That's the line, I reckon, middle and leg to Conway. Conway is a very good player, and if he gets in, we're all going to enjoy, I'm sure, an innings where we'll see shots being dotted around this field, spread like largesse around the field. And he is, but he looks a bit iffy with leg before wicket.
Broad is in again, and this time outside the off stump, and he has a feel at it, and again it just whizzes past the outside edge. That was a bit of a nothing shot there, Jeremy, just having a poke when he didn't need to.
Most unlike Conway, giving the bowler a chance there, just playing too wide at the ball. He's got himself way outside his eyes. It's very wide. You either attack it or let it go, one or the other. You don't do that.
Went to defend the ball and just followed it. There was just that little bit of movement away from the bat, and he was just drawn into that. Now getting into it once more as Broad comes in, this time on the stump's edged and drops just short of that gully fielder. Ollie Pope there in at gully, and they can sense something's about to happen here. Broad has just got his tail up. He's got a couple of good deliveries here to Conway. Yes, the other one previously was a little bit too wide, but had Conway just following the ball, he's that sort of straighter line as well, which he's just struggled with, as you mentioned
that middle
there.
leg, and he's pushed it and pushed the face of the bat to go towards sort of mid-wicket, and it's taken sort of an outside edge.
Broad geeing up the crowd here as well as he walks back to the top of his mark. They respond. And here we go. Broad charges in once more, delivers, and it's defended with a few oohs and ahs to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, and there is no run. 140 for 2. I mean, England, they need the crowd to get into this. It was just going a little bit flat after the lunch interval. This partnership building to 56 now, and not much time really. They've been together just over 11 overs. And every time Broad comes up on the big screen as well, Jeremy, the crowd are absolutely loving it. Those close-ups, the way he's geeing up the crowd all around the ground. Last ball of Stuart Broad's over. In he comes, another full delivery played back to him, and again he feigns to throw the stumps down, resist the temptation. End of the over, New Zealand 140 for 2.
Level up game night with Crust Pizza. Whether you're kicking back or things are kicking off, game night is always better with pizza. With a massive range of the freshest, tastiest pizzas, topped with only the best quality ingredients. And no matter the game you're passionate about.
Tremendous try. Take a magnificent mark. What a goal. Got him.
Connect over Crust's famous pizzas, desserts and sides. Level up game night with Crust. Order online at crustpizza.com.au.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. It's going to be Matty Potts to continue then from the pavilion end. Got New Zealand 140 for 2. Nichols on to 21. Conway at the other end 34 from 39. Henry, we saw the damage that Conway can do last summer, didn't we? A much sought after white ball player as well. And Jeremy's got a point. He's got the platform now. He's got enough loose deliveries to play with as well, every now and again.
He does. That double hump he got last year at Lords. He's a dangerous player.
In comes Potts to Nichols, who defends to short extra cover for no run.
I think what will be interesting is to see how bold England's bowling is to him, whether they're willing to pitch it up, see if they can tempt him into a false shot, or whether they feel that 140 for 2, they don't quite have that flexibility to allow a few runs to be scored. And it'll be interesting to know what you think, Jeremy, whether from a captain's point of view, Ben Stokes will be tempted to keep attacking, or perhaps the feeling at 140 for 2 is that if this continues, it gets a little awkward for him.
Matt Potts to continue. Here it comes, and this is just tucked off the hip by Nichols down towards deep square leg. Will bring Devon Conway on to strike.
I think, well, it was a 5-4 field to Henry Nichols there, which suggests that Stokes, the captain, and the bowler want to bowl straight and bring the pads into play. And I think against Conway, that's a good idea. I think against Nichols, I would want him to try and drive, because that brings the edge into play, and I think he's more of an edgy player. Anything short, he loves to hook and pull. He's very strong on the horizontal bat shot, but against, I would try 5-4 against Conway.
Potts in once more outside the off stump, left alone by Conway this time.
And bowl a little bit straighter. And if not happy with that, so he's got 1, 2, 3 men out on the hook to Conway. That seems to be the plan at the moment. So just be ready for the short pitch ball for the rest of this over. You don't want it every ball, that's pretty obvious, but you need to sort of use it enough. And because he's missed time 2 pulls today, he's got away with it so far.
Yeah, a couple of top edges there, and this is short. It's pulled along the ground in front of square this time, away from that fielder who is at deep square leg, and that was a really well controlled pull shot there. Races to the boundary in front of that new stand for 4 more. Conway on to 38, and yeah, I suppose if you're going to bowl short, you need to be accurate as well.
Well, you need to get it high enough. Conway, obviously, he's not a fool. He'll know what's going on, so he's going to be prepared for it. That one he could handle quite comfortably. It's got to be up a bit higher than that to bring fine leg and co into play.
Potts tries again, runs in, doesn't quite get into his delivery stride.
The other
Something
option
wrong with his footing
is to pitch the ball up, isn't it? To say it's a double bluff. You think it's going to be short and full, your weight's a bit back, ready to play the pull stroke, and then you're just a little bit wider and a little tickle through to the keeper and so on. So that's another option for Potts. Again, square on the offside, open.
Potts tries once more. It is short, and again not bouncing very high, and pulled straight to Jimmy Anderson at deep backward square leg. Just the single taken this time. Is it, I mean, you look at this England seam bowling attack, and we talked about the lack of pace. Yes, that's one thing. And 2, one-dimensional, really. Yeah, they're kind of different types of bowlers when you look at Broad, Anderson, Potts and Stokes. But on a pitch like this, it all does become one-dimensional, doesn't it?
It can be, if you're not careful. And that's the skill of the captain and the bowler operating to try and say, I think this fella's weak here. Let's try him out there. That might involve a shorter delivery.
Final ball of the over is short, and this time Nichols ducks underneath one. End of it. New Zealand 146 for 2.
Introducing Kubota's magnificent M-Series lineup, our most versatile range of tractors available. A big range with big numbers and savings to match. with models up to 175 horsepower, extended drivetrain warranty on the MGX and M72 range, and very attractive customer instant rebates. From the M40 to the M72, there is an M-Series tractor that is right for you. Available now. Speak to your local Kubota dealer today or visit kubota.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN, live from Trent Bridge. The second test match of the series between England and New Zealand in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. And New Zealand have been going very nicely after lunch. 38 runs without loss of wicket. Devon Conway has 39. Henry Nichols has 22. Only 34 overs have been bowled. They're going around about 4 and over. But Broad is the one bright spot for England since the break. 2 slips and a gully starts a new over from the Radcliffe Road end. And poking at that rather unconvincingly is Conway. Just from the crease pushes it to Stokes. A short extra cover. I'm delighted to say I have been rejoined by a man who's trying to open a tin of water. Yep, that's the sort of things we do over here. Craig McMillan, welcome back. Oh no, hang on a minute. Try again.
Good afternoon, Daniel.
Yes. Good afternoon.
A couple of smiles on myself and Jeremy Coney's face, the 2 Kiwis after.
Yes.
Pretty good start by New Zealand.
Very good start. Some blood-curdling shots out there. But Broad is whipping the crowd up into a frenzy here. Conway's on strike. Round the wicket comes Broad. Thuds into the pad high. Rolls up to the onside. Broad moves to collect, but folks saves him the bother, and a leg by signal. 147 for 2. It becomes ever more baffling to understand. I won't keep going on about it, but why England selected a spinner and elected to bowl, and on a pitch that's not had a lot of pace in it, has it? A little bit of swing after the lunch break. Maybe it's getting warm enough to do a bit. I sometimes wonder in England, when it's a bit chillier, you get seduced by the cloud. But it doesn't always do what you want it to do. Capricious beast, the English weather. A bit like New Zealand weather in many ways, as Broad is round the wicket again. That just arcs away gently into the gloves of folks. Left alone by Henry Nichols. No run.
Yeah, I was down on ground at lunchtime just doing a bit of work. I was surprised at how windy it was down at ground level. I just wonder what impact that's having on the ball. Not really swinging, not moving as much as I'm sure England thought there was going to be more this morning. They really did. Plus the fact that New Zealand's top order didn't look good in that first test, didn't score too many runs. I think they felt that they could have had New Zealand 3 or 4 down at lunch.
Yes, you probably hear the wind whistling on our effects mic as Broad is in and Nichols lets us go by. Pacier delivery, a little more nip and bounce to it that time, but outside the off stump. The wind is blowing the flags. We can see the New Zealand flag on the left and top of the pavilion, and the England flag. And so it's going from right to the left as we're looking, and Broad is bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. So he's almost sort of battling the wind a little bit to try and get the ball to tease away.
Tends to be an in-swinger to the right-hander or an away-swinger to the left, doesn't he, Broad? So the wind's actually not helping at all.
It isn't with his headband. He runs away from us. And Nichols digs out a really full ball, pushes it into the offside. Fancy footwork from Ben Stokes. There's no run.
Devon Conway's just snuck along to 39 from 44 and done it with no fuss at all, really.
I love watching him bat. I think people use the word proper a little too often in cricket, but he's a proper test cricketer.
Proper player.
Conway. He really is.
Well, he started pretty well to his test career as well. To be fair, in all 3 formats, he started very well. So
he is a peach of a find for New Zealand. Here comes Broad. Round the wicket, flexing his knees is Nichols, and he lets this go. Now it's a little tighter to off stump, but then it died a bit after it left the batter. Through to folks. End of the over. 35 have been bowled. New Zealand 147 for 2.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN in association with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Matthew Potts playing in just his second test match, finding things a lot harder than in his first. Starting a new over from the pavilion end. Right arm around the wicket. Conway pulls down towards the boundary, but Ben Stokes, fascinatingly, England's captain, is fielding a deep, deep backward square. I'll come back to that position shortly, because they pick up a single, brings Nicholls on strike, Conway to 40. There was a long leg, and there's Stokes in a weird place, sort of between long leg and deep backward square leg. And now Stokes is coming into leg slip. So they're starting to get a bit tricksy and a bit fancy here, Craig McMillan.
Yeah, it looks like a short ball attack, doesn't it, for both the left-handers? You're right, Stokes has come up to a leg slip. Doesn't seem the sort of surface where there's enough pace for that position to come into play, but let's see.
Here comes Potts. Nicholls punches off the back foot and gets a thick edge, and it rolls down to the deep third boundary, really not far from a diving Pope, I think that is, in the gully. Stretched out a hand. Let's take a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay. It was a bit of a false shot there. It's almost guided in that direction, and it was not, I think it was not quite catchable height when it just went past Pope. Yes, it landed just in front of where Pope would have got to if he'd made it in time. He's cramped for room and ended up playing a shot he could have got out of, really, but sort of instinctively just put the bat there, picked up 450 up. Potts in, shot, and it's gone high up in the air, and it's going to land just in front of Stokes, who slipped. So we wondered if the short ball ploy might work, but it nearly brought instant dividends there. Nicholls looking to pull a ball, got nothing really on it except a bit of a top edge, and Stokes, had he been at a conventional short leg position, might have been able to get back in time for that. He comes forward after it, and it didn't land that far in front of him, but I don't think the stumble even would have afforded him the opportunity.
I don't like that option from Henry Nicholls. He got cramped up. From around the wicket, it's a bad angle. It's cramping him up.
Potts will be encouraged by this. He's in again around the wicket. Short, that's much better. Gets hold of that well and pulls it out through deep mid-wicket. It will be cut off by Anderson, hurtling around the boundary. Much to the delight of the fans in the new stand, the giant dugout. And they collect another couple, 154 for 2.
I mean, there is 2 men back on the hook, so everything that Henry Nicholls does has to be along the ground. Can't go aerial. There's no control. He got cramped, it lobbed up. It could have gone a little bit higher and given Ben Stokes a chance. I'd just like to see Nicholls just dead back, either sway, get out the way, or just defend.
And now he's going to come over the wicket, but he's keeping the same field, which is unusual when you change your angle.
Yeah. Interesting ploy. Nicholls has to be tight here. He can't give England a sniff. 154 for 2. Got to keep pushing this out.
Potts in over the wicket to Nicholls, short again, but he evades his bouncer with comfort and ease, and he can do because of the angle now, which makes me think if you're going to do it, you're going to come round, isn't it? And twice he's produced false shots from Nicholls in this over.
Yeah, it's an easy angle from over, isn't it, Daniel?
Yeah.
It's not so inclined to be coming straight into the body, so you can get underneath it.
You can get away, can't you?
Yeah.
You can find ways of just evading and swaying. But when it's being bowled at you and it keeps coming.
I mean, this is a tactic that England can't do for too long because it takes so much energy out of you. So Nicholls just has to be prepared to get through this spell. And this, they only might try it for an over or 2, and then they'll have to try something else, and you're ahead of the game.
Potts turns, runs towards us. 2 slips a gully and a leg slip. That's flicked away off the pad. It's in the air briefly, but way to the right of Stokes, and Lees collects at long leg. They get through for a single. That ends a pretty eventful over. New Zealand after it, 155 for 2.
Imagine driving tomorrow's car today. Imagine the quality and innovation of a Hyundai Tucson SUV. Striking design inside and out. Powerful performance, advanced safety and technology. A selected range of Tucsons, including the powerful fuel-efficient diesel all-wheel drive models, are in stock now, ready to drive away. Tech Drive a Tucson to see why tomorrow wants its car back. Visit Hyundai.com.au for details. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Welcome back to Test Cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network in association with Rizine, the paint the professionals use. Now then, we have got to change a bowling Broad after a splendid but wicketless spell in which he probably the only England bowler to get the ball swinging and causing false shots outside the off stump. He's out of the attack. And the England captain who made the breakthrough before lunch, Ben Stokes, he's coming back in.
Interesting that England physio just ran across the field to give Ben Stokes a tablet and a drink on his way across the field. So maybe pain relief for Stokes.
Round the wicket he comes. Full ball driven into the offside. Up to Broad, who does a tumbling theatrical stop at wide mid-off. Yes, well, we thought that he was in a bit of strife, didn't we, this week?
Sort of says that he's not 100%, doesn't it? I mean, he's the sort of guy that will bowl for you all day long. Now he's captain, so if there's a job to do, he'll put his hand up and do it. But at times that might compromise his health and well-being.
Well, it's always been the fear about Stokes as captain. Now then, they're checking the ball and they're putting it through the calipers. What are we calling them? We never know what to call the rings. The rings of Uranus, as in the planet.
Of course.
As Stokes is round the wicket and Nichols bowls at this, gets it down to long leg along the ground, controlled pull. One more to the total, 156 for 2.
This is a good batting surface, Daniel. It really is. I think it's going to get better and better days. I think day 2 is going to be the best batting day.
Do you?
Even maybe day 3. After that, I think you'll start to see some up and down bounce and batting will become more difficult. So this first innings from New Zealand is so important.
Big runs while you can get them. Stokes in round the wicket to Conway this time. Goes a full toss, which Conway does well actually, just to tuck off his knee down towards deep backward square for a single. And I say well because Conway's a guy who very much bats in a zone, and I've seen him get out a couple of times last year. When he did get out, it was often to filthy balls that surprised him. And that was a filthy ball. He could very easily have flicked that off his pads down to long leg or deep backward square and hold out. We saw him do that at Edgbaston, didn't we? It was in the 80s, I think. He'd had gone out to a dreadful ball. Stokes in again to Nichols, who lets this go by outside the off stump. 157 for 2, New Zealand.
Sometimes those balls just surprise you because your eyes are trained sort of halfway down the pitch. That's roughly where you're expecting the ball to land. And that full toss keeps coming, so you miss it. You actually don't pick it up till really late, and sometimes you either miss it, and sometimes they're straight, or like you say, you can get a leading edge or just hit it directly down a fielder's throat. So, yeah, unusual delivery.
He's got away with it. Stokes in again. Nichols comes forward in solid, but a little bit more tentative defence on this occasion. Just pushes at the ball, back up the wicket. And there's no run. England trying everything here. They're trying short ball tactics. They brought the skipper on. They've tried to get the ball changed. And all this because they won the toss. They elected to bowl. I say all this. They could very well, in the same situation, be 120 for 6 themselves. So Stokes is in. Nichols digs out a Yorker length delivery, squeezes it square of the wicket, the offside. Pope tidies up. That is the end of Stokes' comeback over New Zealand after 37 overs. 157 for 2.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Here's a friendly reminder from SEN and Bendix Brakes. School zone hours are now in effect. Put your foot down with confidence in school zones with Bendix Brakes, the market-leading brake pads to match your driving style. Learn more at bendix.com.au.
Welcome back. Second test between England and New Zealand, live from Trent Bridge on SENZ Test Cricket and across the SEN network in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. Now then, what have we got here? We've got another change of bowling, and it's going to be James Anderson back into the attack. He's bowled 9 overs today. 1 for 19. It's 1 wicket. Fortuitous. Latham will be kicking himself still now. He'll be very bruised because he'll have spent the last hour and a half or so wondering what he did. He pulled a short ball straight to the hands of Stokes at mid-wicket. Here is Anderson around the wicket, start of a new over. Hits a pass, that's really close. Umpire is unmoved. Is that going down? I think Anderson thinks it's going down. Surely we better get a look at that in the Chemist Warehouse replay. But they have not referred. Anderson is trudging back to his mark with a wry face. Let's just take a look at that again. It hasn't quite held up as much as it needed to. It's hit low enough. Height wasn't the issue. Didn't quite straighten enough, did it? Started into the bag going down leg. He's in again, Anderson. It's left alone outside the off stump by Conway.
Yeah, it hasn't been his best spell today, has it, Jimmy Anderson? Bowled beautifully at Lords. England have just struggled for any rhythm today. They've certainly bowled a touch shorter, which has been an issue for them, because on this surface you need to be on that fuller side, dragging the batters forward. They haven't. They've offered more scoring opportunities for New Zealand than what they did at Lords as well.
Really have. Really have. Anderson in round the wicket. Conway flicks this straight into the hands of square leg and is out. Goodness me, I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I'm not sure Conway believes it either. There was a long half volley flicked off his pads by Conway. Conway's not even sure if it wasn't a bump ball, but Potts has taken a sharp catch. Now the umpires are getting together. They're going to chat about this. England think at the moment that they've got a wicket. Paul Rifle, the umpire, is in conclave with Michael Gough. And any minute now they're going to go upstairs and we're going to get a soft signal, which is all important, I believe. Have we had the soft signal? The soft signal is not out.
Yeah, interesting, because the way Potts got up, it was like his finger had been jammed. And generally, if that's the case, the ball hasn't carried.
Unless he's jammed it into the ground. Right, we're seeing the replay on the Chemist Warehouse replay, and that has surely bounced.
Well, about 3 or 4 inches.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
I don't think it is it? They're going to do a zoom in here. They're just going to triple check. You can hear the third umpire, Rob Tucker. Third umpire. Perhaps.
Bounced and gone up into the hand, so that's an easy one.
It has. This is a mighty long Chemist Warehouse replay, and they're going to keep on looking. But I'm pretty sure that has bounced into the ground. You certainly think so, Craig. I don't quite know why we're still looking.
You can see the deviation in the height of the ball from when it bounces off the ground another 3 inches higher. The only thing you can question is whether he got his fingers under that initial bounce, but the umpire didn't think so. He had a good sight of it. It was only 5 metres away. The soft signal was not out. It all happens quick. Sometimes you're not 100%.
I think the conclusion that Rod Tucker is going to come to is that there is no overwhelming evidence to overturn. Quite likely too. We're having another look because there's nothing like trying to make the over rate slow down unnecessarily.
It's between frames wherever it's going. Oh, there it is. Okay. The ball's clearly on the ground there. I've got that.
Right. Finally, we've heard the ball was on the ground. Clearly, something Craig McMillan could see, something that even my grizzled 53-year-old eyes could see. And I've got 3 people at the back of the box watching the Chemist Warehouse replay from a distance, and they could all see it too.
It's 2 minutes of our time. We won't get back, Daniel, but
it's nice to spend it together, though, Craig. It's lovely to see you.
Well, that's what DRS is for, the third umpire, so we got the right decision in the end.
We did.
I have to say, the appeal, and that was good from England.
Yeah.
Straight away thought, yeah, it's out.
Yeah.
With the appeal, but yeah, Conway survives.
But you know what I mean about Conway getting out to balls that, he's picked out the fielder with unerring accuracy. Anderson is in again. Conway gets a thick inside. Well, no, it's a decent leg glance down to Lee's at long leg. He's on the pads, inside half of the bat, gets off strike, which he'll be delighted about. 158 for 2.
Jimmy Anderson's having a wee word to him, Daniel.
Yep.
You know how angry he is as a fast bowler. I'm just knowing James Anderson, he just, as he's walking back to his mark, and Conway was right next to him after taking that run, there just would have been a sly remark, I think.
Yeah.
About the previous ball.
But he doesn't like having wickets taken away from him, does he? He thought he'd got one then. Here's Anderson into Nichols, and that's wide of the off stump. And slightly hopping leave from Nichols through the keeper, no run.
Yeah, disappointment from Anderson because too easy a decision. You want to put the ball in an area where the batter has to make a good decision. And if it's in an area for long enough that makes the decision making difficult, that's when mistakes are made. That one, too wide. too easy. You're never going to play that. So Anderson was disappointed with that. Has to be closer to off stump.
Nichols faces up, last ball of the over. Here is Anderson, closer to the off stump, and drifting away into the gloves of Folkes. That is the end of the over. 38 overs have now passed, and New Zealand are 158 for 2.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge, where it is cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network with Razine, the paint the professionals use. 158 for 2 is the score under cloudy skies here in the East Midlands of England, with Ben Stokes, the England captain, running in round the wicket to bowl to Devon Conway, who just for a moment thinks about pushing at one outside the off stump, decides against it. Jared Kimber alongside me. Was it out? Was it not? Well, the overriding thing for me is we need better cameras.
Well, the problem is, you know, there are very rarely very good photos of great catches. And that's because the photographers are aimed at the middle.
Yes.
And the exact same thing happens when you have something happen in the outfield. The camera has to move. And it never quite works.
Stokes around the wicket, a little bit of a way shape as this is driven into the turf and stopped in the covers, and there is no run.
I'm pretty sure that bounced. It certainly, I wasn't surprised that the umpires gave it not out on the field. And looking at the replay, I'd be shocked. But you can't be 100% sure of a 3D outcome with the 2D facilities we have here.
Well, indeed, and it wasn't one where he was sure.
No.
Full delivery again. It's on Midland leg, clipped into the leg side up towards Anderson at mid-on, who polishes the ball on the back of his trousers, leaving a pleasing pinkish hue on the bright white of England's jersey. The sort of motion that he has done thousands upon thousands of times in the 19 years. What were you doing 19 years ago, Jeremy?
What year are we in now?
We're in 2022, so 2003. In comes Ben Stokes. This is chopped into the ground and will be collected by Pope running around from third slip. And there is no run. 158 for 2.
2003, I backpacked across America and then went to the World Cup. So I spent 1 month in America and then 1 month backpacking around South Africa for the World Cup. Oh, it's pretty good. It was pretty good. We followed the Australian team around, which meant we didn't see a loss. Quite a tournament for them in that World Cup. It's good fun.
Here comes Stokes again. Full once more and dug out by Conway again. It's going to head out through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for Jimmy Anderson, who's sprinting for all he's worth and does pretty well actually to stop that ball before it reaches the boundary in front of the Fox Road stand. It was nothing more than a defensive dig from Conway, but it almost brought him a boundary instead. 3 onto the total. 161 for 2 as Anderson's pink on the back of his trousers is now matched with a couple of pleasing skid marks on the front.
I'm glad you said on the front. The timing on that particular ball, that was good, fast delivery from Ben Stokes, and he came in very, very late there and sort of chopped it down. We've seen it. New Zealand has played that a couple of times, almost like a half drive, half defensive shot.
Sun shining now as in comes Stokes. Oh, beauty, has he got him? Yes! Nichols goes, just feeling at one. Couldn't resist, and Ben Stokes strikes his second, England's third. 161 for 3.
It was wide of off stump. He poked at it a little bit of angle bat. He throws his head back straight away. Again, you see, New Zealand are losing a wicket at a time when they were in front. But it was a good ball. It did have good movement, but he's a long way from his hands are a long way from his feet there that haven't really moved. He's just dangling his bat out. That's the kind of batting that people in New Zealand should know, and certainly people in England try not to do. Another gifted wicket back to England. Good bowling from Stokes again. The man who wasn't going to bowl, he's got 2 wickets.
And the slip cordon almost on their way to celebrate with Stokes before it had reached the gloves of Ben Folkes. They knew, Nichols knew, and New Zealand 161 for 3 here on SEN10.
Moving house? Use the team that's easy and affordable. Budget Car and Truck Rental. SA family owned and operated, 20 locations across SA, plus the largest variety of vehicles for hire. Whatever your household size, you're kicking goals from small cars to courier vans and furniture removal vans. And you only need your car licence. Winning. Move your possessions the smart way with Budget Car and Truck Rental. Call Budget now on 13 27 27.
Everybody's talking about Montaigne. Miles Fitzner here. It's all happening at Mount Barker Ford with the all-new next-generation Ford Ranger on sale now. With the class-leading V6 turbo engine and technology you have to drive to believe. To enhance your test drive experience, dealer principal James Benford has arranged coffee and cake on us in the Adelaide Hills. So come for a test drive today of the next-gen Ranger. And don't forget the impressive 5-year Ford-back warranty on all Ford vehicles. Visit Mount Barker Ford today.
MVD 182170.
The crowd roars as the scores are level deep in the last quarter with a snap from the boundary. The players are celebrating on the field, but Sarah's feeling the real excitement with her mates in the crowd. It's another game day in the Host Plus Sanford League, and she's found the perfect way to catch up with friends. The Host Plus Sanford League this weekend for those game day vibes? Nothing beats it. Nothing beats it. Visit sanford.com.au for match info. That's sanfl.com.au.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge, SENZ Test Cricket across the SEN network with our friends at Razine. The paint the professionals use, and here we've just seen a wicket for England. Nichols gone, edging Ben Stokes behind. The England captain, who we didn't actually think was going to bowl that much in this game, has taken 2 wickets of the 3 that have fallen. 1-6-1 for 3. The Chemist Warehouse replay just showed the thinnest little tickle through to the gloves of Ben Foakes. Just enough movement to find that edge, Jarrod Kimber.
Well, they're lucky he is bowling in this game, because realistically I'm not sure they'd have a wicket if he hadn't have bowled so far. He took the first wicket, obviously, of Will Young. The second wicket came the following ball from Jimmy Anderson. The only reason Jimmy Anderson came back on was because there had been a wicket, and they took Leach off. They were going to try Leach for a few overs, I think, at that point. And so, you know, all 3 of the wickets really have a big impact of Ben Stokes so far. We see the England players talking to Martin Saggers, who would have played against some of these guys in county cricket, I would assume, some of the older players. Was he the 4th official today, Martin Saggers?
He is. So, of the group of umpires, what do you call a collective noun for a group of umpires? A decision of umpires?
I was going for that exact phrase.
A review of umpires?
Well, these days it's supposed to be a review of umpires.
A signal of umpires?
Oh.
If you want to get in touch, join 8833 for our New Zealand listeners on the text. 1300 736 736. Across Australia, Henry Moran alongside Jarrod Kimber, live from Trent Bridge, with England looking to claw their way back after what was a pretty tricky start, having put the tourists into bat. Here comes Jimmy Addison, start of a new over. And this is defended by Conway, who'll move to 46 with a little clip into the leg side and bring Daryl Mitchell onto strike, fresh from a 13 and 108 in the first test at Lords.
Yeah, Jeffrey Boycott wrote a piece, well, ghosted a piece in the Daily Telegraph about the batting in the last test, talking about how Joe Root's batting has got so much better that he hasn't played much white ball cricket. Kind of forgetting that Daryl Mitchell made 100, 2 innings removed from the IPL. So, you know, modern cricket means that you have to be a little bit more flexible than the old days. And Daryl Mitchell, he's almost the most flexible player in the world. It's almost every role that New Zealand could find for him. He turned up at a World Cup as a middle order player and ended up being the opening batter and almost winning the title for them.
And as I recall, Joss Butler's most productive time in an England Test cricket shirt was fresh from playing for the Mumbai Indians in the IPL a few years ago. And he was brought in by Ed Smith and had a good time in white ball cricket. Here comes Jimmy Addison at 3 slips and a gully weight. Mitchell forward, crabbily in defence. And the score 1-6-2 for 3.
Interesting to see the lines and the lengths. I didn't think they planned brilliantly for Mitchell in the last test. I thought that they bowled a little bit too full to him and allowed him to sort of rock on the front foot, when they actually dismissed him in the first innings with the back of a length ball. But in that second innings, they just continued to bowl full to him. And He's quite, I don't know what his height is, but he feels 6'3" to me. Does he look 6'3" to you? 6'2"? 6'2" and a half?
I think 6'2" and 2/3 probably. Here comes Jimmy Anderson into bowl to the tall figure of Mitchell. Yeah, he's certainly north of 6 foot. Yeah, comfortably. Test average 43 as well, so he's, what England would give for somebody with a test average of 43.
Who can bowl a little bit when he needs to as well, of course.
Well, yeah.
But he gets a good front step in, and he can drive on the up because he is a little bit taller and he stays on top of the bounce a little bit. And I felt that they bowled a little bit too full to him when they could have just moved it back. A little bit like what New Zealand did to Zach Crawley. He's going to drive anyway. Taller guys are going to drive anyway because they like getting on top of the ball.
Left alone by Mitchell this time as Anderson turns gently once again and just brushes some hair from his brow and trudges back to the far end. Now, there is quite a strong argument that this will be the last time Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad play at Trent Bridge in a test match.
Together? Or at all?
At all, because there is no, I believe, no test here next year. And that'll be, you would have thought, a stretch too far, possibly. Maybe not for Broad. Here comes Anderson. Bowling, it's played up towards the aforementioned Stuart Broad at mid-on, who crouches down in that wide-brimmed hat. And the score 162 for 3.
It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't play together very often. And then at that point, you're kind of just, they're kind of on a retirement plan, aren't they? You're kind of easing them out of the game, I think, around that time. So it's very possible. I don't think they'll play together that much if England are fully fit.
Anderson bowls, full, driven into the offside. Could be a chance of a run out. The throw hits, folks. Got there and possibly got in the way of it. It's surely one that if he had sensed was going onto the stumps, he would have left alone. But a bit of a scramble for Conway, who's on 46 at the end of the over. 163 for 3 is the score. And a good run rate, healthy run rate, 4.08 per over.
Yeah, they managed to keep it up after losing those 2 quick wickets as well. It's quite easy to score on this. I think Conway would have got home there. But did Ben Folks just run to the wrong side of the stumps? It was almost like he was trying to stop the ball from hitting the stumps. He's like, if I can just get this angle right, there's no way he'll be able to throw this in. It's quite a bizarre bit of wicket-keeping from a specialist wicket-keeper. That's the sort of thing you see from the part-timers. Used to frustrate the hell out of me that A.B. de Villiers would never go up to the stumps after each ball. Just go up to the stumps. That's your job.
What we're saying is Ben Folks maybe wouldn't be your first pick in the dodgeball team.
No. Although if he was in the army, he would protect the men behind him.
So it depends on your priorities, I suppose. Right, Ben Stokes is going to continue. 3 slips and a gully weight as Mitchell on strike is leaving it alone outside the off stump with an exaggerated lift of the arms.
It was a bit like for one ball, the stumps were the American president and he was a Secret Service agent.
Which president do you think?
Well, you wouldn't stop it for Trump, would you?
Donald Trump, sure.
Oh.
Don't look at me like that. You enjoyed it. Here comes Stokes again. From the Radcliffe Road end down below us. Short sleeves, number 55 on his back, collar turned up. And he's running in past the umpire. Again, left alone by Mitchell, who's scored just 1 from the first 7 he's faced. Happy to see himself in. I always like to imagine if you were to create a sort of crack team to be involved in a heist in a movie of cricketers, who you'd use. Because I think you'd need different attributes. You'd want your brawn, your brains.
Okay.
Maybe someone with pace. Here comes Stokes, driven nicely, but only as far as Anderson at mid-off, and there is no run.
So I would assume you need a finger spinner to crack the safe?
You got it. Well, maybe you'd go Rashid Khan so you can get it going both ways.
Yeah. But you want like Monty Panesar fingers.
Yeah.
Oh my! I forgot what Monty Panesar's hands were like the other day until I shook his hands. It really your hand disappears. You become Donald Trump when you shake hands with Monty Panesar. There's nothing there. You're like a T-Rex suddenly with these like little stumpy arms. So I think that would be quite handy. What would a wicketkeeper be? Is that a getaway driver?
Here comes, not in those gloves, here comes Stokes. This is work round the corner. It was a little leg side-ish. It's going to flash down towards the fine leg boundary. Good sliding stop in the distance by the ever-popular figure of Jack Leach. Now throw comes in, he prevents more than just a couple being added. 1-6-5 for 3. Well, Leach might be quite a good shout to keep his cool when things get a little nervy, because we know from that innings he played at Headingley, not necessarily front and centre, but maybe he could be lookout. Do you know what I mean?
Is he the person who injures himself in the robbery, though, and has to be replaced?
Here comes Stokes, digs it in short, and it flashes over the helmet of Mitchell, ducking out of the way.
Is it out of sight where one of the henchmen is running up the stairs with a gun, slips on the stairs and shoots himself through the chin? I'm not saying that Jack Leach would do that. I'm just saying it's possible. Well, you certainly have a captain of a heist. All those movies always have a captain.
Yes.
You need, well, a short leg fielder is the athletic, smaller person that can fit in the box.
Here comes Stokes. That's again on the pads. Work down towards fine leg. More work for Jack Leach to do. Can he get there? I don't think he has saved it that time. And leg by signalled with more runs onto the total. It's frustration for Ben Stokes, who feels he's just lost his line a little bit there. 1-6-9 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, so James Taylor, Gus Logie type. I'm thinking now Ocean 11.
Sneak into the little spaces.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
When you want muscle, do you want a strong batter, or do you want a big...
You want Carl Jameson.
Carl Jameson's more of a distraction, isn't he? You could just put him in the corner and he's walking around, everyone's pointing and staring at him. I'm assuming that's how his life goes. In a good way. Look, there's the perfection of humankind. He's the Julia Roberts of this heist.
Okay.
A little bit taller, slightly smaller mouth, but you see what I'm saying.
And I'm not sure she's quite as effective with an old ball. But then again, I've not seen a bowl.
Is it Lyle Lovett? Is that...
Here comes Jimmy Anderson, running around the wicket and left alone by Conway, who's just 4 away from a half century now. He's coming quick time too. He's 46 from 57.
That ball swung a long way away from the bat. He's coming around the wicket, Anderson, and that was angled in, and it just kept going away and away. So we're now at the 42nd over, and I'd say we've had about 22 overs of decent swing. Be interesting to see, because they're 169 for 3, how much longer it lasts. If the balls this summer, it's around this time they've just got soft and really haven't done much.
Anderson again begins this approach, head ducked and in past the umpire. This is defended up on his toes by Conway, who just wrings his hand slightly. It's a familiar feeling to cricketers the world over. When one comes out of the awkward part of the bat, it sends a vibration seemingly from the tips of your fingers right to the top of your head, and it takes a little while just to shake it out.
Yeah, feel it literally in your bones.
You do. And it's always reassuring to see a professional mistime it quite as much as I do.
He does. Conway's obviously an incredible player, and we hope he goes on to have a great career, but he does kind of mishit a lot of balls, especially around the leg side.
In comes Anderson around the wicket to bowl to Conway, who gets a bit of a tankle and just rearranges his box slightly and has a look at the surface and thinks maybe things aren't quite as straightforward as they were a short time ago. The score 169 for 3.
It's that line right there, which is almost the top of between middle and leg stump, where he's trying to turn it, but he doesn't quite get inside the line. He doesn't try and play it straight. That one hit him, but there's a couple earlier. They've got the leg slip in for essentially the one where he tries to turn it on the corner and doesn't quite get it. So he's got like a bit of a hole in his swing when it comes to that area when he's facing up. So he does mistime a lot of those balls.
Anderson in again, left alone with one hand off the bat from Conway. Applause from the England slip cordon, who just feel that Anderson, as Broad did early on in this session, is just managing to exert a little bit of pressure. This time from that far end.
Yeah, they've bowled a couple of sessions where they've certainly done well. Not sessions, little spells. And yet New Zealand's still flying around at over 4 runs and over. Barely, just over 4 runs and over, but enough.
Big slap of the gloves from Ben Folkes, encouraging Anderson, who's running in towards us now, past umpire rifle. It's defended by Conway. And there is no run.
So I thought someone was shot in the back of our box, but apparently it was Dan Norcross having a sneezing fit.
That's what that noise was. I thought I wondered what the hell was going on. I think it is. He's actually only just recovering from news that the sponsors aren't putting on media drinks this evening. And that actually enforces another sneeze again. In comes Anderson. Bowling, is that an edge? Yes, it is! And Jimmy Anderson strikes. Conway goes for 46. He looked uncomfortable in the over. Anderson seemed to be building that header steam. And England strike again. Conway goes 169 for 4.
Now working him on stumps, and that ball is outside, and it's got the inside part of the bat. It's exactly what we were talking about. It just happened to be that it was more outside the line of our stump. But again, sort of feeling for the ball when it was straight, and instead of moving away like some of the others have, that actually just went dead straight and just a tiny little inside edge on the way to the keeper. Again, New Zealand have got ahead in this game, put on about 80, and then lost 2 quick wickets to let England straight back in it. It still looks like a good batting track to me. They will be disappointed.
So 169 for 4, and yes, after that partnership of 77, they've lost 2 wickets. One on 161, one on 169. Adam Collins picking up the commentary. Jared Kimber with me. Daniel Norcross jumping into the third chair. Tom Blundell walking out to the middle. A quick break on SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine. The paint the professionals use. New Zealand 169 for 4.
$1 mattress upsize deal now at Harvey Norman. Purchase a selected Australian-made queen-size mattress from King Coil, Sealy Posturepedic, Sleepmaker or Beauty Rest, and for $1 more, upgrade to a king size. Plus 16 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum financed amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Now at Harvey Norman.
We welcome listeners in Melbourne on 1116 SEN, all of Victoria's networks, Tasmania and Western Australia, with news that New Zealand, having been sent in at the toss this morning, have just lost their 4th wicket, courtesy of James Anderson, who's building up a head of steam from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. With the last ball of his previous over, found a little inside edge from Devon Conway, caught behind for 46, one of 2 wickets to fall in his middle session of the first day. Nichols, the other man to go for 30. Mitchell on strike here to Ben Stokes. He defends him out towards mid-wicket. No run. Adam Collins with you. Daniel Norcross and Jared Kimber with me. Daniel.
I just want to take my metaphorical hat off to Jared, who had previously been talking about how Conway sometimes looks awkward to balls he plays on the leg side. And strangely, he was out caught behind, but sort of playing a leg side kind of little dab, and it's gone between bat and pad. Well, not quite between bat and pad. That's the problem. It's just kissed that bat, and he's taken a little edge.
Stokes away from us, delivers to Mitchell here, driving, but picking out the man at mid-off. Anderson in the game, no single there.
I think generally with a top order batter, you're thinking of taking the ball away, or you're thinking of bowling very straight. I think with Conway, what you want to do is angle the ball into him and allow him to close the face on the bat. That one, I don't think he closed the face on it, but he was still trying to play it to the leg side when he didn't need to. It was outside off stump again, and it's a little kink he has in his game, and it's that ball between probably knee and hip high that usually gets him.
3 slips in the gully for Stokes. Away from us to Mitchell. It's full and defended to cover for a moment. Blundell was keen, but he was sent back by the man on strike who's on 3. Blundell yet to face the ball.
It's like being taken back to last week, isn't it? When Daryl Mitchell and Blundell got together and put on that massive partnership, 196. Well, today you're seeing Mitchell at the start of his innings. He has all of his ticks are exaggerated more at the beginning of his innings. We see now, out goes the back foot, and then the front foot goes backwards. He looks at his bat, he points it to the heavens, he looks down at the ground. There's all this business goes on.
So Ben Stokes, after losing control of the ball in his run-up, goes again. Passes umpire Goff. Wider of the crease, bowls here. Mitchell in behind it, defending again out towards cover, no run. The frustration for New Zealand, losing Young and Latham, consecutive deliveries in the first session for 47 and 26 after they put on 84 and looked in control after being inserted at the toss. And then in this middle session, Nichols falling for 30 and Conway 46. So 4 genuine starts, 47, 26, 30 and 46.
but both times that they've fallen in clumps. Stokes arrives here and bowls to Mitchell, who defends out towards mid-wicket, no single.
It's the way he uses the bat as a kind of a pointing mechanism, isn't he? It's like, no, he points at the ball. It's something that's quite Steve,
yeah, I was going to say Steve Smith-esque. Yes.
Yeah. I never used to see anyone do that. I don't like Courtney Walsh. Yeah. but he's not necessarily the perfect exemplar of would-be batters.
Trent Bolt does it most in his New Zealand.
He does, yeah.
So last ball of Stokes is over. His 8th. Has 2 wickets already. 1 in this session. Delivers here to Mitchell, who's forward. Outside part of the bat. Can't beat the diving man. Pope at gully. So the end of a maiden from Ben Stokes. His figures 2 for 33. After 43 overs on SENZ Test cricket for Rosine, the patent the professionals used. New Zealand, 169 for 4.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Now Ben Stokes to complete the over. He overstepped with his previous ball. Gets to the crease and bowls here. Mitchell edged it, dropped it, first slip by Joe Root. Straight in, straight out. Stokes had the extra delivery because he overstepped with the previous ball. And that was a genuine edge from Mitchell, who made a century at Lord's last week. And Joe Root's put it down off about his left ankle, Daniel Norcross.
Well, what surprised me about this is people say, oh, it's very low. Those are often the easiest catches to take because you see them a long way. First slip catch, lovely bit of bowling action. He's held its line. It's gone straight into his hands. And he hasn't got his hands quite down low enough. So he's in the air trying to clasp it in his fingers. But it was actually at a nice height. That is about 5 or 6 inches off the ground. And what a massive moment that could be, because New Zealand are in danger going bang, bang, bang here, and that tail starts going after it when they're 6 down. That would be the 5th wicket. That could be a massive reprieve for a man in a bit of form.
So Blundell's turn. He made 96 at Lord's last week. Trapped leg before by James Anderson. 4 short of that milestone, but made a wonderful contribution across that 3rd day.
Did you notice how Joe Root was smiling, though, after it? He didn't seem too vexed. I think when he was captain, he'd have been furious. But
yeah, that was an interesting bit of body language from Root.
It was a little, wasn't it?
I've got a question for you two learned cricket people while they move the field an inch at a time here.
And it's going to be a backward square leg. That's the change in field. How to catch him mid-wicket. Anderson bowling the Blundell. 3 slips as well. Delivers here. His first ball on the hip. Gets it down, albeit maybe off an inside edge in the thigh pad.
We see the no ball, the extra ball being delivered as a plus. Should the batting team be able to say they don't want the extra ball?
I've often thought that.
Because in that particular case, you're like, oh great, I got through to the end of the over. I don't have to face Ben Stokes anymore. I relax. Oh, okay. I've now got to quickly. No, I'm facing this. Edge.
I agree. I mean, especially you might have a number 10 in and you've got a batter at the other end.
Mm-hmm. It fits into that slipstream of batters who've been dismissed on the 7th ball of overs.
Yes, Ponting.
Anderson close to the umpire, bowls here, playing just inside the line is Blundell, ever so close to feathering it through, yet to get off the mark and stays at 170 for 4.
Happened at Lord's when Johnny Bairstow did that exact same thing to what should have been the last ball of Carl Jamieson's spell as well. And he played a pretty ugly drive off the 7th ball of an over. I fancy though Johnny Bairstow would have said, no, bowl that ball, because he just likes to be bowled at.
And maybe Mitchell thinks the same thing, but it's something. It was an American who pointed it out to me, and I was never thought of it before. You're right. It's sometimes you just don't want it.
Anderson delivers here. Blundell driving square. Nice shot to get off the mark. He'll get 4 for it. Reaches the rope now. New Zealand 174 for 4.
Because we saw it last summer when Ollie Robertson was getting bounced by Jasprit Bumrah, and he had to face longer in the over, where it's like, If I'm Ollie Robertson, 6 is enough from Jasmine Bumrah. 6 is probably too many.
Well, Jasmine Bumrah bowled 4 front foot no balls in that over.
Yeah, that's
Anderson
what I mean.
and Robinson were getting bombed, weren't they?
Well, I played in a league game, the first 11 league game, where we'd held out 9 wickets down for 19 overs, and the last over was a deliberate 24 ball over when their pro ran through the crease 18 times and peppered our number 10 with bouncers. I sat down and staring away from the action at the other end.
Anderson to Blundell bowls here, and Blundell leaves alone outside the off stump.
I literally sat down with my back to the striking batter, gazing at the bowler as he ran in. So, yeah, I'm not going to be run out. He's facing, by the way. It won't be me. But yeah, I mean, if we'd been able to say no thanks, that over would have ended a lot earlier.
Yeah. You could have sat off the field.
I could have sat off the field, yeah.
Off air, we were looking at this, Jared, in the context of the 77 run over.
Yeah, we're just looking at Bert Vance's over, where he went for 77 runs in a first-class game in New Zealand, which is one of my favourite stupid moments of cricket.
Anderson passes umpire rifle, bowls to Blundell here on the drive, but only as far as the man at cover. Stokes, no run.
Remind me of the details.
I think they needed something like Canterbury needed 80 runs to win with 2 overs to go, and Wellington needed a result to guarantee that they won the Plunket. And so they were like, there's 2 wickets to go. Lee Jamon was batting with a tail ender, and they were like, do you know what if we just let them get really close, and then in the last over they'll go for it, maybe we'll pick up the 2 runs. So Bert Vance, who was a wicket-keeper turned opening batter for New Zealand, bowled, he stood in the crease, he had no run-up. They purposely bowled head-high full tosses over and over again in the days before you got pulled out of the attack for it. And the over, I can't remember how many runs the over went for. Oh, no, it must have been 77 runs off that over. So it must have been 98 or 99 or something they needed altogether.
Anderson to finish his over. To Blundell, who leaves alone. We'll come back to your story, Jared. 44 overs gone for New Zealand. They're 174 for 4. Our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
Where can you win a share in $5,000 in cash every Sunday? Sky City, where else? Scan the promotional QR code between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. on any Sunday for the chance to win $1,000. With draws held every hour between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cash must be won each Sunday till the end of June, but you must be present to win. Sky City, where else? T's and C's apply and are available at skycityadelaide.com.au. Licence number T22/166.
A reminder that New Zealand listeners can text in at 8833. Tell us who you are, where you're listening from, and you'll go into the running to win a $25 voucher. Thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, the #1 sports bar in Auckland. Ben Stokes, new over. Radcliffe Road end to Mitchell. Full and straight and driven out to Anderson at mid-off, no run. Continue, Jared.
Yeah, so Lee Jamon thinking, well, I can get 3 runs here because they're all no balls. So he's hitting 4s and 6s. In the end, the over finally finishes. So from the next over, Lee Jamon's like, well, let's just keep going for it. So I suppose in that way the plan worked. They smashed a bunch of more boundaries. Now, for the last ball, the tail ender, Roger Ford, is batting, and he blocks out the last ball. Turns out that the scorers on the scoreboard hadn't caught up with the actual score.
Stokes up to the crease here, bowls a ball that lifts off a length at Mitchell. He gets his bat just out the way.
They hadn't caught up with it, and Roger Ford actually only needed 1 off 1.
No!
And they had 2 wickets in hand, so even if he got out, it wouldn't have mattered.
No.
So they ended up with scores tied, but a draw.
Oh, no.
And it gets better. Yeah. The 77 run over was only 5 balls because there were so many no balls the umpire miscounted. So they had 2 chances to win that game, Canterbury. And then Wellington won the Plunket anyway because all the decisions, all the rest of the games went in their favour. So they didn't deserve it, but they got it.
What a silly sport. Stokes bowls here to Mitchell on 3, who leaves alone again. A wide delivery of the off stump.
I did something very similar when playing against the Green Party. Yeah, we made about 200 and we took too many.
You played for the Liberal Democrats, Labour?
No. The Green Party just like to play us for some reason. Well, they did. This was the last time they ever played us. Because after we'd taken a few early wickets, they shut up shop for a draw early, and I was infuriated. So I delivered 80-odd wides and over to get them back in, and then they blocked it because they felt it was disrespectful.
Stokes away from us. Passes umpire Goff. Bowls here to Mitchell. who defends back down the pitch.
I played against an MP's 11. I was playing for the Law Society, and there was a couple of Labour and Liberal Democrats, but it was mostly Tory, and they made about 180, and they gave us 35 overs to chase them, and they put all 9 players back on the boundary.
Really?
And we had, there was a couple of average players who couldn't knock it around, and I was. Oh, this is not proper cricket.
Yeah.
Very frustrated with the politicians involved. Would not vote for any of them, regardless of party.
Stokes has got 3 slips and a gully. Gets to Mitchell here and bowls, and Mitchell takes one at the deep backwards square. 4, it's 175 for 4. I played in a number of those games on the other side of the ledger in politicians' games over the journey, and I think you're right. You, as a politician or involved in politics, you like to sort of push the line, to use the old Steve Smith, David Warner language, and
headbutt the line.
Headbutt the line. It feels like that. That's kind of in keeping with the game you're playing in, Jared.
Yeah, that was
the spirit of the game, but you'll say no. On a technicality, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but there was no ring on the field. I mean,
right.
But it's just bad cricket.
It's just dreadful cricket. Yeah.
So they're going to throw an extra man in the cordon for the final ball here. How are they going to set this up?
Two extra players in the field?
We've got 5 in the slips. They've gone from 3 slips to 5. You don't see that very often. It'll make for a nice photograph from one of our colleagues downstairs. Stokes to Blundell on 4. Will it be the tempter? Gets to the crease here. Blundell off his hip. What's that extra slip all about? Anyway, we'll find out from Ben Stokes after play. Blundell's on 5, New Zealand 176 for 4 after 45 overs. Our coverage for Razine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the big value 18-volt 9-piece mega kit. Over $3.5 worth for $1,999. And get a bonus framing nailer kit worth $899. AEG goes big. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
A smile from Ben Stokes on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen between overs. Who knows why he brought in 2 extra slips, only to bowl a ball that was banged in back of a length on the hip. Only one. Ben Stokes has bowled 9 overs today. Having declared 2 days ago he wasn't going to bowl in the Test match.
No.
Does what he wants. Here's Anderson. Sweatbands on. New over. Bowls to Blundell, who leaves the lane outside the off stump. Ben Folkes diving away to his right.
I can kind of understand if it was a bouncer.
Yes.
But it wasn't even that. It was just a back of the length ball at the body.
Just a poor ball, wasn't it? But look, he's bowled though the two wickets that are the ones that you're looking to get people out on this bit, the ones that he was imagining.
We're seeing a graphic on our screen here for Chemist Warehouse saying that since the start of the 35th over, England have generated 1.6 degrees of swing. Before the 35th over, just 0.9 of a degree of swing. So the ball is hooping at the moment because this man, James Anderson, has it going. Bowling here to Blundell, who leaves alone. Another out swinger into the gloves of Folkes.
And, Stokes could have had a third with one that also swung.
Yeah.
Which Daryl Mitchell edged. And that could be a big sliding doors moment in this match because that would have been 169 for 5 with a debutant coming in and then a tail that likes to whack.
Especially now because they're due another 80-odd run partnership here.
They are.
The way the pattern's going. And they lose 2 wickets quite quickly again.
Yeah.
In comes that extra
that's
catcher
how it
again.
works.
So 4 slips here for Anderson. Root, Crawley, Bairstow and Pope. Anderson sets off from the pavilion end. Into Blundell on 5 bowls. Here and again, it's that tempter. Not quite full enough, though, and that could be the criticism of Anderson before lunch, is that he was just a fraction back of where he was last week at Lords, and that's perhaps not... Well, he knows how to bowl at this ground. He's got 70 Test wickets here, but broadly speaking, we know, Jared, from the data that's crunched by CricViz, that this is the ground where you get best value for pitching it up and getting the ball to swing.
I mean, they pitched up about 5 or 6 that got driven easily. I wonder if that upset them a little bit, but they were certainly about half a metre short on average of where they should have been.
52 centimetres, I think you said.
Anderson pass umpire rifle, wider of the crease. Blundell plays, no runs to call, deflected out to Ollie Pope, and the crowd catch. The Surrey man taking it, diving away to his right, no run.
2 centimetres margin of error, I think.
Right, I see. Yeah. Well, you don't want to be talking about 52s and 48s in this country too much. It does bring a certain nightmare back to mind.
Was the Australian Republic referendum similar numbers?
Not quite. That was 45, 55. Very different system to the referendum on Brexit, though. To get referenda up in Australia, you need a majority of people in a majority of states. Only happened 8 times. Over here, up and down vote. Away you go. Anderson is bowling to Blundell. Delivers here close to the stumps. And Blundell, again, is able to leave it alone on length. Give him something to drive, Jimmy. See what happens then. Good bit of push and pull here. A couple of those texts coming in on 8833 from Zaid. Listening in Auckland, enjoying commentary.
He said that like you weren't sure he really was.
I was just trying to self-edit on the run. Pete in Christchurch, also liking what we're doing. Thank you, Pete. Lance listening in. Now, this is one of those ones I'm not going to try and pronounce. Hawke's Bay, broadly speaking. He's keeping the faith with the Black Caps. Good on you, Lance. 8833 to win a $25 voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Anderson, last ball, defended with a dead bat. Out to Ollie Pope to end the over. 46 gone, New Zealand, 176 for 4.
Jono, wear your safety boots.
In the Staria load.
Hard hat, high-vis vest.
In the Staria load.
Listen, I know you're used to feeling protected in the Staria load, but that's only useful when you're inside the van, mate. Hyundai Staria Load is the only commercial van that has both ANCAP 5-star and Platinum safety rating. And from just $47,990 drive away for ABN holders, now's a smart time to buy. T's and C's apply. Visit hyundai.com.au/offers for details. Imagine that, Hyundai.
In New Zealand, listen to Mornings with Ian Smith. Weekdays at 9 a.m. on SENZ. You couldn't have a better person to analyse the cricket each morning. SENZ. Weekdays from 9 a.m. with Ian Smith, the great man.
Does he have the barest of margins in his promo? And
he'd have to, wouldn't he?
Surely. Disappointing if not.
Stokes, his 10th over starts here. Away from us. Bowls to Mitchell, who shoulders arms. Again, a fraction short of a length. There is movement, though, isn't there?
There's a little bit of movement there. It's starting a bit too wide.
So he's gone from 3 slips to 5 slips back to 4 slips.
Yes. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, tricksy.
Was Ian Smith also the one who commentated when he thought a ball would hit his car?
He did.
So in some ways, he's done some of the best commentary and some of the worst commentary. It didn't hit his car, did it? It just hit.
He thought it was his high car, didn't he? Yeah.
Whose car got hit in the West Indies? One of the West Indian players hit one of the other guy's cars in the England series.
Stokes up to the crease here. Bowls to Mitchell on 4, who edges with a nice set of soft hands down to Bairstow, diving away to his right. No run.
Odean Smith hit a cut shot over cover.
Whoa.
And it went into the car park, and I can't remember who the player was, the West Indian, but he wasn't playing in that game, and he parked right up against the fence, and somehow the ball gone over the top. And you think if you park out there, someone at deep mid-wicket's going to hit one. Yeah. You don't expect someone to cut the ball onto your car.
Odean Smith hits a long ball.
Oh.
And he connects.
So back to 3 slips in a gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square on the short boundary. Stokes to Mitchell on 4, bowls here, well wide of the off stump, shoulders, arms.
Again, though, it's the same sort of shape. He's got to get that in a little bit tighter. Essentially, the ball, he thinks he's already got his man. And it is quite dispiriting, especially when you've got a very experienced slipper in Joe Root. I mean, he's taken, how many catches is that now? I mean, it's 153 catches he's taken.
Well done for getting that off the top of your head.
That's very good. Someone does their homework.
And his ultimate.
Yeah. TMS scorer. And very good homework it is too.
Stokes again. Closer to the umpire, bowls here, and it's another ball that Mitchell can leave alone on the basis of line. Through to the gloves of Folks.
Leaving England to death here, aren't they, these two? And this is how they started their partnership at Lord's, incidentally. They showed great determination around off stump and outside.
Well, it's very different to the start of the partnership between Conway and Nichols, where they were going in to run a ball for the first 8 or 9 overs before that was broken up. They added 77 for the 3rd wicket.
Well, most of the partnerships started a little bit quicker than this, didn't they?
It's a drier, they're bowling a bit drier though, aren't they, England here?
Stokes to the crease, bowls here. Driving is Mitchell. Does he beat Jimmy Anderson? He does not. Anderson does well. Turns 40 later in the summer. Still got it though. Saves a boundary to his left. They get a single, 177 for 4. Mitchell joins Blundell on 5.
You say that, he's still down on his haunches. He still hasn't come back up. I think he's hurt himself.
Well, it's his bowling hand.
Yeah.
The ball is...
I mean, he definitely hurt himself. He might have stuck his finger in the ground.
It's a bit of a jar.
We'll have another look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Was it the ball or was it the jamming his finger in the turf? You tell me, Jared.
Okay, I mean, just looking now, I don't see anything untoward on it. It looks like he slides his hand on the grass, but it certainly hurt him.
Back to 5 slips for the last ball of the over again. Stokes.
On the hip for a single, is my guess.
Blundell on strike. Stokes arrives and bowls. That's full, but Blundell in a distinctive style, well forward before shouldering arms, into the over. We're going to have a double, triple change in commentary after the break with Nikesh Regani and Craig McMillan taking it through to tee. New Zealand 177 for 4. Our coverage for Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Looking to level up your Saturday morning Mowers Club status? You could win a Toro all-wheel drive personal pace mower or battery leaf blower. Plus, there's heaps of merch prize packs to be won. Enter now at toromowersclub.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine, the paint the professionals use. Nikesh Regani alongside Black Caps legend Craig McMillan for this last little period up until the tea interval. It's going to be Anderson to continue, and this is just defended straight back down the pitch by Daryl Mitchell. Macca, we're in one of these situations really where New Zealand need to build another big partnership. We've seen it a couple of times, haven't we? They were 84 without loss, then 84 for 2. Then there was that partnership, wasn't there, between Nichols and Conway, which kind of dug them out of that hole. And they're going to need something similar here because another wicket and England will feel they're in.
Yeah, they will. The disappointing thing from a New Zealand point of view is the top 4 who've all been dismissed, all got starts. The highest score 47, the lowest 26. You expect one of your top 4 to go on and get a big 100 if you get a start. You need one of those 4 and all 4 of them back in the shed. So work for this middle order to do now.
Anderson in once more, and this is driven square out towards deep cover. Get through for a comfortable 2 more to Daryl Mitchell. Well, they've got a couple of guys here who did put on a fabulous partnership at Lords, didn't they, in that second innings. Mitchell the Centurion, Blundell just missing out on his triple figures as well. So 2 men in form at least out there from New Zealand's point of view. The weather is still good. There's no real demons in the pitch.
Well, they've done it before, haven't they? A week ago. They need to do it again. New Zealand need a total of 350 plus minimum on the surface. And they've got themselves into a position where they look likely a couple of times, and then loss of wickets has put them on the back foot again.
Anderson in once more to Mitchell, who hammers this high in the air over extra cover, and it's going to go out towards the boundary there in the end. Short boundary right in front of that new stand. It was a loose looking shot. His head was in the air. He was looking more straight down the ground, almost sort of sliced it over towards that deep extra cover region. Got away with one there.
Strange shot. I'm not sure where it's come from. It's very much a white ball shot, trying to go up and over, more mid off, sliced up over cover. In the end, it was actually nowhere near a fielder, but just the aggression sort of came from nowhere. A very strange shot from Daryl Mitchell.
Well, he moves into double figures with it, 11 from 31, but Anderson won't mind that. Seen him get a couple of fortunate wickets today, Anderson, with players just finding fielders with not particularly great deliveries. That could have been another one. It's 2 for 32 at the moment. Anderson bowling from the pavilion end at the moment. 4 slips still in place. And he comes again, and this is just guided in front of that 4th slip fielder and just out of the reach of his right hand. Allows them through for another couple of runs. And that's the one thing they've done well today, haven't they? The run rate at the moment just under 4 runs and over. They've kept it ticking along despite losing wickets at, I wouldn't say regular intervals, but they lost 2 quickly and then they lost another 2 within a short space of time as well. But they've kept it ticking.
Yeah, the wickets have fallen in clumps of 2 today, haven't they? But that run rate for a majority of the day has been above 4. England have been a lot better in the second session. Bowling's been better. There's been a little bit more swing, a little bit more movement. So they've actually been able to control the run rate a little bit better and bring it down under 4.
Anderson then runs in once more, delivers, and this is edged and just falls short of 3rd slip, and Bairstow can't quite field it. Almost puts out a hand to stop the ball crashing into his head, and they're through for a single. Joe Root eventually with the fielding. Anderson likes to look at that. I think he had a good word with Mitchell as he ran down the other end for a single. Bairstow's all smiles.
Yeah, some advice, some batting advice from Daryl Mitchell. Played it with nice soft hands, actually. It's actually hit the artificial...
I think it's the cover for the sprinkler.
Cover
one
hole,
of the
isn't it?
sprinklers, yeah.
And Johnny Bairstow did so well. That's gone at pace at head high, and it would have taken out some teeth. But he managed just to get a hand to it and get his head out of the way.
Anderson in once more, and this is a nice back foot defence from Blundell. End of the over. New Zealand 186 for 4.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Super Bowl 56.
One of the all-time
against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures,
Trailblazers, Great Australian Lives.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Ben Stokes will continue here from the Ratcliffe Road end. Got around 10 minutes or so until the tea interval. And he comes, bowls to Mitchell, who lets this one go outside the off stump, nicely through to Ben Folkes, and there is no run. 186 for 4 then New Zealand. Mitchell 14, Blundell 5. This partnership worth 17 between the two. Devon Conway, the last man out, for 46, and as you mentioned, Macca, earlier, lots of batters getting starts in this lineup. Pretty much everyone. 26, 47, 46, 30, and we've got 14 at the moment. Daryl Mitchell, so you could say he's got his start there. He's been out for 34 deliveries as Stoke comes into him once more, and he's wrapped on the thigh there. Buds into the offside, and there is no run. They dearly need someone to go on, don't they? Because, as you said, batting first on this track, there's no real demons in it. I mean, we saw a little bit of extra movement once the ball was 20 overs or so old, but England will fancy their chances when it comes to their turn to bat. Pitch tends to get better as well at Trent Bridge as the test match goes on, so they need at least 300.
Minimum. I mean, there's been two partnerships of 84 and 77. Nothing else.
In comes Stokes once more, and this is short. Mitchell just ducks underneath it quite comfortably, and it goes through to Ben Folkes. I mean, we actually saw some desperation, didn't we, from England at points during those two partnerships you mentioned. Some short pitch bowling and just trying various things just to make the batters uncomfortable. But there's been a couple of gimmies, haven't there? Those two Jimmy Anderson wickets, the pull shot, and then the full half volley on the legs, just clipped straight to fielders. So a bit of poor judgment as well from the Black Caps batters out there. Mitchell takes his guard again. In comes Stokes. He wraps him on the pads and heading down the leg side. Maybe a bit of bat involved as well as he looks to flick it towards mid-wicket. No run once more. They'll be frustrated, won't they, with those dismissals, which, I mean, any other day they would go away from the fielders. They'd come off the middle of the bat, but just hasn't quite happened for New Zealand today.
No, it hasn't. It's another no ball from Ben Stokes. That's quite a big one as well. Quite ironic. He was the recipient of some luck because of a no ball in that first test match at Lords, but he's bowled a couple today.
Stokes will try once more then. And he comes, delivers, and Mitchell takes a little shuffle down the pitch there and lets it go outside the off stump. You can see the aggression really from Mitchell. We saw that shot in the previous over off Jimmy Anderson where he looked to launch him down the ground and skewed it over deep extra cover, and here just sort of walking down the pitch almost to Ben Stokes. He's currently 14 from 38 deliveries, but looking to get on with it a bit here. As Stokes makes his way in once more in the bright sunshine here in Nottingham. This is again full outside the off stump and left well alone. You can just see the body language, can't you? He wants to do something here, Daryl Mitchell, and maybe now is not quite the situation to launch a counter-attack.
Well, he's a combative cricketer. He'll be enjoying this battle with Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes has been by far away the best bowler today on show for England. He's managed to get the ball to swing both ways It's caused problems for the New Zealand batters. You just get an uneasy feeling that he's going to pick up a wicket every ball. There's always something happening with Stokes.
Is in again left comfortably outside the off stump. End of that Ben Stokes over. New Zealand at 187 for 4.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Cricket with Resine, the paint the professionals use. New Zealand then 187 for 4. And 49 overs bowled in the day so far. Just around 6 minutes until the tea interval. And here's one for you. Craig McMillan, Jack Leach back into the attack. Just to maybe bowl it over before the tea interval, see if it's doing anything. We saw this earlier on, didn't we? Just before lunch as well. Just almost a free hit.
Yeah, it's one of those things that captains quite often do. Give the spinner an over before the break, but I actually would prefer to see the spinner bowl 2 or 3 overs before the break to actually get some rhythm and see if he can do something. One, to me, makes no sense at all.
He's going to bowl here with a slip in place, short leg as well, short extra cover, short mid-wicket, and short third, man at 45 as well, mid-on, mid-off. 2 sweepers either side, and he comes, and this is punched comfortably out towards that man at deep cover by Blundell. Just the single. I mean, Jack Leach's role in this side, his place in this side, analyse it for us. What is he in this side for on a wicket like this?
Well, it'll be containment, control the run rate. If you can pick up a wicket or 2, that would be a bonus, but it's basically to give the seamers a bit of a break, bit of a rest. You know, he hasn't played many home tests at all in the last 2 or 3 years, Jack Leach. Didn't play much part in the first test.
He comes again, and Mitchell's down the track and clips this out towards deep mid-wicket. That's going to race away to the boundary for 4 as well. We can see the instant sort of disdain, really, with that shot from Daryl Mitchell. I'm not going to take anything from you on a pitch like this. He's straight down the track and didn't quite middle it, but got enough of it to race away to the boundary.
Yeah, he's more than happy to use his feet to spin Daryl Mitchell. He won't let Jack Leach bowl to him, even if it is the last or second to last over before the tea break. He'll look to be positive.
Leach in once more, and this time Mitchell plays off the back foot out towards deep cover. Another single, 193 for 4.
Yeah, so it's an interesting role, isn't it? Because I believe that if you're playing a spinner, he should be seen as a wicket taker. So it's someone that you look to attack and bowl at good times, be attacking with. And here it's more of a defensive role, I would say.
Leach is in to Blundell, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. Well, England have been guilty of that over a number of years, really, since Graham Swan's retirement. They've not really found an out-and-out replacement. They tried Moeen Ali for a few years, but again, he's more of a batter who bowls. That's his role in first-class cricket, as he comes in again, Leach, and this is defended again to extra cover for no run. It's interesting how England use spinners, isn't it, compared to pretty much every other side in the world now. If they play a spinner, they look to attack. With New Zealand, they decided this is not a pitch for Ajaz Patel, and he's not in the side.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few similarities between New Zealand and England in terms of their bowling attacks and the way they go about things. Spinners don't tend to rate too highly for either side.
Final ball of Leach is over, is punched off the back foot to cover once more. No run. England have bowled 50 overs so far today. We're going to get one more in before the tea interval with New Zealand 193 for 4.
Imagine driving tomorrow's car today. Imagine the quality and innovation of a Hyundai Tucson SUV. Striking design inside and out. Powerful performance, advanced safety and technology. A selected range of Tucsons, including the powerful fuel-efficient diesel all-wheel drive models, are in stock now, ready to drive away. Tech Drive a Tucson to see why tomorrow wants its car back. Visit Hyundai.com.au for details. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Should be the last over before the tea interval. It's going to be Ben Stokes once more from the Ratcliffe Road end. Daryl Mitchell is on strike. In comes Stoke, and Mitchell just edges this in front of that sort of wide fourth slip fielder who fumbles it a touch, Ollie Pope. Doesn't cost them any runs though.
Yeah, that's the delivery that's causing some trouble for Daryl Mitchell. It's a foolish length that's just shaping away from the right-hander. That one there, he didn't push it too hard, so it went straight to ground. But it's also where he was dropped at first slip. Similar sort of delivery that just shaping away. The one that he got dropped by Root at first slip, he was trying to drive, expansive drive that wasn't there.
Stokes comes in again, and this is clipped behind square on the leg side off the hip and towards long leg. Another single, 194 for 4. I mean, just looking at the scorecard, Macca, 194 for 4 on the sort of cusp of tea. They would have taken this, wouldn't they, New Zealand? We've given all the problems in the build-up to this test. No Williamson, no de Grandin through injuries and COVID issues. Asked to bat on what looks like a bit of a green top. They'd take this, wouldn't they?
This isn't a green top. You want to come to New Zealand? The pitch 2 overs is something you get in New Zealand. That's a green top. This one's got plenty of ground on it. Yeah.
Bit of grass. Stokes is reasoning for having a bowl first as well as he comes in once more. Delivers, and this is outside the off stump, straight through to Folkes, and there is no run. 5 slips in place now as well. You know what I mean? Not quite a green top, but plenty of live grass out there on the pitch. And just given the history of this ground in the last 10 or 12 years since that new stand was built, and I don't know if that's just something that's an old wives' tale, but since that new stand was built, it just does do that little bit extra, and the extra bit of swing, extra few degrees and things, and it hasn't really done anything, to be honest. 194 for 4. Stokes in once again, this time on the stumps and just flicked into the vacant short mid-wicket area. Stuart Broad with the fielding. They get through for another single.
Well, remembering that at Lords, New Zealand won the toss and batted and were 39 for 6 at lunch. Today they got put in on a surface that had a little bit of help. Not a lot, didn't do as much as what both sides, I'm sure, was thinking. We're 108 for 2, so I've been impressed. I've made some adjustments between the 2 test matches, and that's certainly why they find themselves at 195 for 4 today compared to what happened at Lords.
A couple of balls left then before tea. Stokes in once more, and this is defended to extra cover by Mitchell. Mitchell on to 20. 45 deliveries he's faced out there as well. So another one of these New Zealand batters in this lineup with a start. Everyone's got a start today. Just haven't been able to kick on and get that big score. Mitchell, the Centurion from Lords, of course. Blundell making 96. Frustratingly just 4 short of getting himself on the honours board at the home of cricket. Can they pull together another big partnership? 26 they put on so far. Final ball then before tea. In comes Stokes, and this is defended straight back down the pitch by Daryl Mitchell. Mitchell and Blundell survive. The umpires whip the bells off, and the players head off for a well-earned tea interval with New Zealand 195 for 4. As I mentioned, Mitchell 20, Blundell at the other end 7. He's been out there for 21 deliveries as well. Ben Stokes with a couple of wickets, 2 to Jimmy Anderson as well. What would the conversations be now in the New Zealand dressing room particularly? I mean, not to give them another in needlessly, I would have thought, because they've lost a couple of needless wickets, haven't they? A couple of poor decisions in shot making and things like that.
Yeah, they have 87 for 2 in that session. I'd call that an even session. I think New Zealand had the opportunity a couple of times to push forward and actually take that session, but credit to England. They've stuck at it. They found a bit more assistance in terms of a little bit more swing throughout that session. Ben Stokes was outstanding. So from New Zealand's point of view, it'll be continue, come out, get started again, build another partnership. And if you get in, like Daryl Mitchell has, he's got to 20, 30s and 40s aren't good enough. They're not going to get us the total we need. We need someone getting 80 plus, 100 preferably.
Macca, thank you very much for now. So New Zealand then at tea are 195 for 4. We'll be back with the final session in around 20 minutes or so. Thanks to Resine Colour Shops and Chemist Warehouse. So New Zealand then 195 for 4 at tea.
Hungry Jack's now has Jack's Cafe. Our rich, velvety, smooth barista coffee satisfies any craving. Barista-made cappuccinos, caramel lattes and delicious iced coffees are now available at select Hungry Jack's from Jack's Cafe.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
Are you looking for a new partner? No, not that kind of partner, a business partner. If you're in the air conditioning business, then Climate's new trade centre is the ideal partner to take care of all your supply needs and give you the customer service you deserve. Climate's brand new trade centre in Regency Park has everything under one huge roof. Ducted systems, splits, evaporatives and every component you'll ever need with the best brands. Daikin, Mitsubishi Electric, Rinnai and more. And all at unbeatable prices. It's so easy. Pre-order or just turn up. Collect and go. Everything your business needs, when you need it, and all with great customer service. Climate Trade Centre, now open 601 South Road, Regency Park, just off Grand Junction Road.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. You can send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Bonus gift cards at Harvey Norman. HP laptop, now just $998 plus bonus $200 gift card. Sony 85-inch 4K Google TV, only $3,795, bonus $250 gift card. Save $400 on Samsung 647-litre French door fridge, plus bonus $220 gift card. Save $100 on Massport Pacific 4-burner barbecue, just $768, bonus $75 gift card. Receive up to $200 in bonus gift cards on selected mattresses and bedroom furniture at Harvey Norman.
Hi, it's Kimbo here. Are you ready to score big with Balfours? When you buy any Balfours product, you can go into the draw for a chance to win a whopping 50 grand. How good is that? $50,000. Plus you could walk away a winner with hundreds of instant cash prizes or even get your hands on dozens of game day passes to the footy. To learn more, visit balfours.com.au/scorebig. You could be on to a winner with Balfours.
The TAB Queensland Racing Carnival is where champions emerge. Over the years, legends like Might and Power, Black Caviar and Winx made their mark in the Sunshine State. Last year it was Zaki and Incentivize, and this year the tradition continues. Staged over 10 weeks with more than $21 million in prize money, including 8 Group 1s throughout the Stradbroke season. Everything you need to know is at qldracingcarnival.com.au. Queensland is racing. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Ugh, that's enough to send shudders down anyone's spine. Did you know termites cause more damage to Adelaide and Australian homes each year than fire and flood combined? That's over $1 billion. But there's a simple solution. Start with visual termite inspection from SA's leading pest control specialists. Your team from Murray's.
No worries with the team from Murray's.
Go to murraypestcontrol.com.au.
Pick up brekkie in Hungry Jack's drive-thru. Try the new Jack's Brekkie Roll. A buttery brioche filled with bacon, sausage, egg and cheese with a Jack's Cafe rich, velvety, smooth barista coffee. Brekkie's better at Hungry Jack's. At participating stores before 11 a.m.
It's the Titan! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest. Live from Trent Bridge, the second Test. England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
who drives square. Beautiful. Short boundary. And it races away. And Nichols edges and dropped a second slip. Crawley dived in front of Joe Root at first with one hand. Well, that looks like it was going to first slip.
In comes Stokes. Oh, Busey's got him, yes! Nichols goes, just feeling at one. Couldn't resist, and Ben Stokes strikes. In comes Anderson. Bowling, is that an edge? Yes, it is! And Jimmy Anderson strikes. Conway goes for 46. He looked uncomfortably in the over. Anderson seemed to be building that header steam. And England strike again.
Now Ben Stokes to complete the over. He overstepped with his previous ball. Gets to the crease and bowls here. Mitchell edged it, dropped it. First slip by Joe Root. Straight in, straight out. And that was a genuine edge. This is the tea break on SENZ Test Cricket across the SEN network. In other cricket news, Australian T20 squad member Matthew Wade spoke to the media yesterday afternoon after Australia sealed the T20 series against Sri Lanka. Here's Matthew Wade.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we want our players to take the game on at the top of the order, and thankfully those guys did that, obviously, because it made... When the pressure did come on towards the back end, there was no worries for myself or Jai. We could soak up as much pressure as we wanted and dot balls. I think, it was only 4 and over. It got up to 5 there for a little bit. But, for those guys to go hard in the power play and take the game on certainly sets the rest of the night up. We would have loved to chase that down, obviously. A lot, 2 or 3 wickets down. It didn't happen that way. They got some world-class spinners and they certainly got them back into the contest as well. So, we want to take the game on, and wickets don't necessarily dictate that in the power play. So we thought, we started really well. We just lost our way through the middle there a little bit.
Thanks, Matt. Cheers.
Louis Cameron.
Hey, Matthew, I wanted to ask about the Hobart Hurricanes, actually, mate. Ricky Ponting's obviously taken over, which I'm sure you'd be happy about, and he suggested that Justin Langer would be a strong candidate to be the coach. How would you, as captain, have you spoken to Ricky or Justin about that, and how would you feel about him taking over?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to the Hurricanes at all throughout the last probably 6 weeks. We've had a few changes in management as well at the top there, so I'm sure they're working through the best options going forward. It's great to have Ricky come on board and be a consultant and really take charge, I suppose, of the program outside the playing side of things by the looks of it. So we're in a good position at the Hurricanes. Our list's really good. We've got our younger players obviously all locked into contracts, which is really, really nice. So we've got some stability there, and we're there or thereabouts. I think we've made finals maybe 3 or 4 out of the last 5 years. So we're there or thereabouts. We just haven't quite taken the next step to really putting our hand up for some silverware. But nice to have Ricky involved. And in terms of the coach, I have no idea who's on Ricky's shortlist. I just obviously mentioned JL. I'm sure him and the management will work through that, and we'll find out where it lands.
When he resigned from the Aussie job, I think Pat spoke about the intense style and him not having to apologise for that, but just something that the Aussie team, that was something you guys were looking to move away from. Is it something that could be potentially, that could work at domestic level for a shorter tournament?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, Lou, to be honest. That was the feedback JL got when he was with the Aussie team. Whether or not that coaching style has changed or will change over the next period of time when he jumps back into coaching, the proof will be, I suppose, in the pudding a little bit. So it's hard to comment on what might happen or the coaching style that Justin might bring at whatever team that he ends up coaching next. So I can't really dictate that too much. I'll just continue to do what I'm doing, and when the time comes, I'm sure someone will reach out and we'll work it out.
Justin Chadwick.
Yeah, g'day, Matt. I just wanted to ask about Jai Richardson. What's it like having him in the team? And I guess he's been a guy who's been pretty unlucky with injuries and then missing out on some series when he has been fit as well.
Yeah, he's been huge. He's, the last couple of series he played the last Sri Lankan series in Australia as well, and really, really impressive. Played the back end of BBL, so he started to get a bit of run on in T20 cricket, and he's brought that straight back in over here as well. He's now he's gone quick, and he's changed the pace of something that he's developed over the last few years as well, that are working really well on these wickets and work well in Australia as well. So yeah, he's one that's certainly putting his hand up, and that's the great strength around our T20 team. I think at the moment we've got the depth throughout the squad. There's guys on the bench that have played enough cricket at this level that if an injury comes or an opportunity comes down the line, that they can step in and play straight away. So we're starting to get that depth within the squad that we've been looking for, and those guys are a huge part of why we've been successful over the last little bit in T20 cricket. Is they're continuing to push at training, and when they get their opportunity, they take it. So it's terrific to see Jai do the same, and no surprises really the way that he's stepped up over the last 18 months.
And he's a guy that's thrived every time he's been given an opportunity in the Test arena. How much would you love to see him just get more chances there?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. There's some great bowlers. Obviously, I'd like to see Jai play, and Scott Boland isn't playing at the moment, who had a terrific summer as well. So there's plenty of guys waiting at Test level. So between Scott and him, I'm sure they'll get some opportunities over the next 12 months, and they'll move from there.
Cool, thanks for that.
No worries.
Jasper Bruce.
Hey Matthew, just wondering, now that the T20I series is locked up for you guys with the win, how much would you like to see Josh Inglis, as a fellow keeper, maybe get a chance in this final T20I? I know Aaron says he's pretty close to selection.
Yeah, hopefully not for me. I'm only here for 3 games, so I'd prefer to be playing all the games. But as I spoke about before, Ingo, started really well. He's going to get plenty of chances to play international cricket. I know he's ready to go right now, and if the opportunity comes up, then he'll play. I don't really want anyone to go out of the team, to answer your question. But if there's injury or they want to make a change, someone's a bit sore, then Ingo, he's here as the spare batsman firstly, and then obviously wicket keeper if something happens to me. So it'd be great to see him play, but unfortunately at times you've got to wait for an opportunity to come up, and he got his opportunity against Sri Lanka in the last series and did really, really well. So he's there ready to go, but it'll just be dictated on selection and probably more likely how everyone's feeling.
Do you think there'll be a temptation to rest Josh Hazlewood ahead of the ODIs?
I can't answer that question. I have no idea. I know that he probably won't want to rest. He's bowling as well as he ever bowled at this level. So, it depends on what the workload is going. I know the 1 days are, I think there's 5 1 days and 11 days. So there's going to have to be some management of players, especially the guys that are here for the Test tour. So potentially, but we'll wait and see.
Thanks, man.
Back to Louis.
Just picking that up on Josh, Matthew, I know you don't want to give up your spot to him, but you made that clear. But you also did say in an interview a little while ago that T20 World Cup later this year might be just about your end point in T20 international cricket. I mean, what do you see from Josh as a wicketkeeper, mate? And do you kind of see him as maybe your successor in that role?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt at all. So I think we've had a look at a few wicket-keeping batting options over the last 12 months in T20 internationals, and I think Josh is the one that's certainly put his hand up in that position. Had a terrific couple of years ago in T20s in England, and has been around the squad now for a period of time. So I have no doubt that he'll be the next one that gets the opportunity. Fingers crossed that's a little bit down the track after the World Cup, but he's pretty impressive, mate. He's he can hit the ball to all parts as well, which is really going to be important going forward, depending on what happens with the team, whether he it's a lower order player or a top order player. He can do both as well, which is really important in the role as a wicket keeper. So he'll get an opportunity, and I certainly see him as the next one in.
Matthew Wade there ahead of Australia's third T20 match against Sri Lanka. This is SENZ Test Cricket, back with the third session live from Trent Bridge shortly.
Jono, where are your safety boots?
In the Staria load.
Hard hat, high-vis vest?
In the Staria load.
Listen, I know you're used to feeling protected in the Staria load, but that's only useful when you're inside the van, mate.
Hyundai Staria Load is the only commercial van that has both ANCAP 5-star and Platinum safety rating. And from just $47,990 drive away for ABN holders, now's a smart time to buy. T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au/offers for details. Imagine that. Hyundai.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Callaway's new Rogue ST drivers represent a breakthrough in driver performance. The Rogue ST drivers are Callaway's fastest, most stable drivers ever. Callaway's industry-leading innovations include the tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame and AI-designed flash face are engineered for maximum speed with exceptional levels of forgiveness. Think speed, go Rogue with Callaway, the kings of distance. To find out which Rogue ST driver is right for you, visit callawaygolf.com.au.
Whether you're shivering in the winter chill or sweltering in the heat and humidity, there's only one thing you need to remember. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And right now, when you buy a Fujitsu air conditioner, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard worth up to $450. Buying new or upgrading, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by August 1st, 22. Claim by September 30th, 22. Prepaid gift card issued by EML Payment Solutions Limited, ABN 301314365532, AFSL 404131. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See website.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
You've appeared in a social media ad and other journalists such as Sam McClure
And Volcano.
and Kane Courts, and you've gone viral.
I got you in there. I referenced you.
No,
I referenced this
what
product.
you've done is you've used our brand without my consent or any commercial outcome for me or us. Let's have a listen to your answer in the first grab of a Sportsbet ad.
Not for the first time, Damien Barrett fronted up to the charge of careless use of superlatives while breaking news, resulting in severe clickbaiting.
Look, I won't be making any comment about that today. I will exclusively reveal tomorrow on the Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison what happened. What did go on in there will send shockwaves through the entire industry and it will shake its foundations to its core.
That'll do. Now, on the charge, by the way, you're guilty as charged. That's the sort of record
I was found guilty.
that you roll with all the time.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
It's back. Australian Made Week 2022, June 6 to 12. Our time to celebrate and support Australia's local makers and growers. And like Australian Made makes Australia, so does sport. Here's a great Australian sporting moment.
In 2013, Adam Scott became the first ever Australian golfer to win the US Masters at Augusta National. Scott sunk a birdie on the first sudden playoff hole to earn himself the prize green jacket and a place in Australian sporting folklore.
Now he has this putt for a green one.
There it is! Adam Scott, a life changer. Australian Made makes Australia. Look out for the Australian Made logo. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Hey Siri.
McGain, mate.
Oh, sorry. McGain, read my messages.
Not a problem. You need to pick up some milk.
Okay, on it. I'll just pull into the...
Easy, Tiger. Not just any milk. It's got to be Flurio milk.
Of course. Great local business.
Head to Happy Valley Foodland. They've got it.
Okay.
Then keep going down Old South Road and pick up dinner from Yumsing.
Gotcha. McGain, a proud SA-owned business and massive supporters of local. No wonder everywhere you look there's a sign popping up saying, sold by McGain, again.
It's the Tiger! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest. Live from Trent Bridge, the second Test. England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Final session of the first day here at Trent Bridge. New Zealand resuming at 195 for 4. Our coverage for Razine. The professionals use Jack Leach. First ball of the session. Shout for league before. Blundell didn't get far forward. Turned down by umpire Rifle. Leach likes it enough to go and have a chat to Joe Root.
He does.
Your thoughts, Macca?
Maybe sliding down leg. Did it straighten? I think they're going to go up and have a look at this. Oh, they're not. There's a fair bit of chat, wasn't there? Stokes was interested as well.
Watch it back on that replay screen for Chemist's Warehouse.
Maybe it pitched outside.
If it was straightening, then it was pretty close. Adam Collins, Craig at Millen with you on the call. Leach bowling with a slip and a short leg. Delivers here off the back foot, punching his Blundell out towards mid-off. No run.
Leach just into his third over, Adam, but already we're seeing the ability just for the odd ball, just to turn enough to straighten. Just enough. Not a huge amount that you expect on day one. Just enough, which makes it interesting.
Root at slip. Hope forward short leg. Leach bowls off the front foot here. Blundell beating cover. He does. Threading it through. Out to the sweeper. Gets a single. First run of the session. He's 8. New Zealand 196 for 4. So watching this back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, the first ball of the session, it was umpire's call. So yeah, it was worth that detailed consideration. About 40% of the ball hitting the stump, you would say, the leg stump.
Wasn't far away, pitched in line. Just needed to straighten a little bit more to take more of the stump.
Jack Leach bowling in his first test match in England since the 2019 Ashes. He spent the entirety of the 2020 summer in the bubble, not being picked. And last year they were seam all the way. Last week, concussion sub. Bowling here to Mitchell. His first ball of the session pushed into the onside, no single.
At least he's got good memories of that 2019 series, even though it's a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that no one will forget that one not out at Leeds, and bowled well at the Oval in a victory in the final test of that series for England. Leach delivers, and Mitchell plays from the crease down towards short leg, no single.
He's got an important job to do here. There's 2 men on the boundary from Daryl Mitchell, a deep mid-wicket, deep cover point. He's the more attacking of the two. Has already shown his ability to use his feet.
Wind picking up here at Trent Bridge. Leach to finish the over, defending, they're coming well forward. To smother the spin is Mitchell. He's on 20, Blundell's on 8, 196 for 4 the score. After New Zealand was sent in at the toss. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Speaking of the vantage point we've been able to have around the ground, I went up to level 7 towards the end of the finals. I was summoned by the boss, Rob Key, the big boss.
Right.
Come and have a look where I'm watching it from. So, you know, you go along. Moments like that. This stand, I mean, you're looking out over the entirety of Nottingham. It's an amazing bit of development they've done to take it all the way up as high as they have. It's just corporate box after corporate box.
This is some view. This is as good as it gets from a cricket watching point of view, isn't it?
Well, we're pretty much sitting on top of the sight screen.
Yeah.
So we're about to see Matt Potts start his third spell. He sent down 10 overs, 5 in the first session, 5 in the second. Expensive, done for 49, but yeah, where you feel like you can sort of touch him just about where he starts his run. We're long on. It is a tremendous spot to watch cricket. Potts got a couple of slips and a gully at Blundell on 8. Delivers here. First ball of the session for him, and it's defended out towards backward point. No single. Ollie Pope does the fielding.
Yeah, defended with no conviction there from Blundell. Wanted to leave it in, ended up playing it. Interesting field set though. He's got 5 on the off, 4 on the leg side. So he's got mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and fine leg in play. Now square leg's just gone behind. But they've left that point region open, which we saw a lot in that first test match. There's a couple of slips and a gully catching, but no one from point. So Potts has to be straight with his line here. He can't give any width.
He sets off. So away from us to the crease. Bowls to Blundell, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Yeah, through point, Jared made the point before lunch that they scored 4 boundaries through the point region in the first session of a test match, all off the back foot. You wouldn't see that too often. It probably reflected the fact that England were a tad short before lunch.
Yeah, they were. They got it right, I thought, in that second session. Especially Stokes. He's been the pick of the bowlers. It was a good spell from Anderson as well in that middle session. But they were just too short. They just didn't pick up their length at all in that first session. Got it right. Now this third session ends up being the crucial one of the day.
Potts bowls here wider of the crease, and Blundell with that distinctive thrust in the air approach to leaving the ball. Does so again. Into the gloves of folks it goes. I like his committed leaves, Blundell. I mean, he's just doing what everybody else does, effectively, letting the ball go. But he's so determined to really give the bat everything he's got into the air. Usually he's got his front pad a long way out as well.
So with that said, you'd enjoy Steve Smith leaving the ball. Well, that exaggeration, is that what you're saying?
Wouldn't quite go that far.
Right.
Which isn't to say I don't like watching Steve Smith bat, but it can be a touch frustrating as well for different reasons. Potts bowls and forward through the hands of the man at Gully, Ollie Pope. They get through for a single. It was on the bounce. Blundell moves to 9. It's 197 for 4.
He's had an average day, Ollie Pope, in that Gully or third slip region. There's been a number of balls that should have been stopped. Weren't going particularly fast and somehow managed to get past them.
Well, I wonder there. He's immediately going underneath his whites to have a look at his shin pads. I mean, do they... You would know, you were with the New Zealand team until a couple of years ago. If you're a short leg fielder who has the pads on, when you're not under the lid and you're out at, in his case, Gully, Do they practice to field in the gully with pads on? Because that is, I mean, because you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it is now part of the game for Ollie Pope that he has to adjust to that. It was a sense of frustration when Usman Khawaja put a catch down at Karachi at cover, conventional cover, when he'd been under the lid, under the nose at Silly Point. Potts delivers, and leaving alone is Mitchell. He's on 20. And he'd been, you know, at short leg or Silly Point or something like that. He went back to conventional cover for a delivery. A catch was hit to him and he put it down. And it was a reasonable question to ask that, you know, yeah, it's the convenience of not taking the helmet off. But if you don't practice it, that training, then you really shouldn't be doing it in a game. And I think that extends to what Pope's doing here. I know logistically it's very tough to put those pads on and off again.
And they're like shin pads, Adam. They're not very weighty But they are a point of difference, right? He immediately adjusted them. As Potts completes his over here, defending as Mitchell. Will take a break on SEN Test Cricket with the visitors up at 197 for 4. Our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
SEN Test Cricket for Resine, the Pates Kiwis Trust. It's going to be Leach again. He's bowled 3 overs, had 12 runs taken from them, and Pope back under the lid. Shin pads on. Fairly conventional field. No one out on the leg side. There is a deep point on the short boundary. Leach around the wicket. Blundell off the back foot. Places it to backward point. They get a single. Misfield, and Bairstow's frustrated with that. Punches his hand in dismay when the ball spills away. They move along to 198 for 4. Blundell into double figures.
Yeah, Bairstow has to go from behind point for Blundell all the way to deep mid-wicket for Daryl Mitchell. Quite a run out to that mid-wicket boundary. I wouldn't be surprised if Mitchell uses his feet and tries to hit him down the ground into the side screen at the pavilion then if he gets the chance some stage.
Took him on once before too. Leach bowls, Mitchell forward in defence. Yeah, we saw, I mean, it's a very different game situation and conditions as well, but we saw the way the Australians went after Leach, and indeed the way the Indians went after Leach in the first test last year, where Rishabh Pant got away quickly. Mitchell does use his feet here, but defends, and Leach does well to his left, saving a single. That's committed fielding from the left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. If you can take the spinner out of play, you go after him and take some quick runs, almost like England did to AJS Patel at Lords. Then you've got to go back to your seamers who are tired and want some rest. So it's a smart play.
Leach delivers. Reverse sweep from Mitchell, and he executes it perfectly. Down towards the rope beneath us for 4. Mitchell moves to 24 with his third boundary. New Zealand go beyond 200 with that shot as well. 202 for 4 in the 54th over.
Yeah, it's not a shot that I normally associate with Daryl Mitchell, to be fair. Usually it's all about power. There's a little bit of finesse, a little bit of skill in that. Because of the field set, it was actually a really good option. There was no one behind point, so even a top edge would have been fine.
I don't think we saw it at Lords at all last week against Parkinson.
No, it's not one I've seen him play very often at all. Occasionally in the T20. Not Test cricket before.
He liked it too. You saw the smile on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Back in the crease here. This time Mitchell defending into the offside. Score remains 202 for 4. 1 ball to come.
It's a big session for New Zealand this. After being sent in today by England, they get through to the close of play. 5 down, it's their day.
Yeah.
6 day probably evens. 7 down, it's England's day, I think, on this surface.
Got on a decent clip near enough to 4 and over. Leach suns out to finish. He's full. Mitchell's forward defending out to the offside again. End of the over. Our coverage is for Resine, the Pates Kiwis Trust, and the score's 202 for 4.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
He's got it! 1,000 goals for Buddy Franklin! He cuts in onto his left foot, has a shot, it's in!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
And the right horse gets the job done!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Partnership worth 33. Mitchell has 21 of those. Blundell 10. Adam Collins, Craig McMillan on the call here at Trent Bridge. As Matty Potts sets off to start a fresh over, away from us. 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Blundell, beaten outside the off stump. That was loose, playing from the crease. They're the deliveries we've seen him leave pretty consistently, both last week at Lords and in what we've seen of him so far today, but ever so close to a feather.
Oh, it's a horrible shot. It's too wide to be playing with a straight bat. Look how wide it is. It's on about 8th stump. It's a square cut. If you want to square the horizontal bat, no problem at all, because if you edge it, it goes over the top of the slips.
Yep.
That one's just a feather through to first slip or keeper. Not a good option.
It's a good start to the over from Potts. Goes again, wider of the crease, edging through 3rd slip 4. They've had 2 slips, 3 slips, 4 slips, 5 slips occasionally from the Radcliffe Road end at different points through the course of the afternoon session and now into the evening session. But now, 2 in a gully, and Blundell bisects them. The score moves along to 206 for 4. Blundell has 14.
Needed 3, didn't they? Would have gone straight to 3rd slip at a nice catching height. Again, just a little bit of shape away, swing away from the right hander who's trying to drive through cover. And then a number of shots like that. We saw Mitchell get dropped, same sort of shot. It's dangerous.
And Stokes likes a packed cordon as well, doesn't he? Stays with 2 here, inside edge back onto the pad of Blundell. So we've seen a play and miss, a genuine edge and an inside edge in the space of 3 balls to start this over.
I just wonder what mid-wicket's doing, Adam. I really don't see the need for that Johnny Bairstow mid-wicket. Put him in the slip cordon, bring him across, put him at point.
Yep.
There's just no need, especially if he's going to keep shaping it away from the right hander with a little bit of swing. Mid-wicket's just not in play.
Well, as foretold, there goes Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, about 2 balls too late.
You should talk about cricket for a living. Bairstow joining Crawley and Root in the cordon.
The horse is bolted.
We'll see.
Well, we will.
3 balls left in the over.
It's a better field.
Yeah, it feels it. Blundell facing up to Potts, forward defending. That's better.
It's been a good buzz, good feel to day 1 here at Trent Bridge. Adam, what's your favourite test ground around England?
You know, I think this might be it.
Yeah,
I kind of wax and wane a little bit. I like the sort of the smaller grounds like this. Jeremy and I were talking earlier about the charm of Trent Bridge. You of course played here in 2004.
Yep.
The old pavilion over there that's been there since the 19th century. Or parts of it anyway.
It's looking a little bit old and tired, isn't it, compared to the rest of the stadium?
I think that's okay though.
Yeah.
You know, we see a lot of brands spanking new pavilions around the world. I like that there's still space for a ground like this in the community. Potts bowls and pushing into the onside is Blundell, knows the call. I suppose the Basin often gets thrown in there, doesn't it? The prettiest grounds in the world. Again, those kind of older grandstands. Yeah. New Zealand have a few beauties. What about you? Where in your long career in international cricket did you think, wow, this is... I mean, probably putting to one side Lords and the MCG for, you know, the obvious reasons, but that sort of were aesthetically...
I like the SCG.
Yep.
I never played a test match there for New Zealand. We toured Australia a number of times, but never played a test there during my time.
Oh, right. Potts to finish his over, and Blundell rides the bounce out to gully. An eventful over at that. 206 for 4 is the score. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine, made right there in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
Let us know your favourite ground to watch Test cricket. 8833 in New Zealand, and you can win a $25 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's #1 sports bar, or any of their other 10 venues around New Zealand. 8833. What's your favourite Test venue and why? Jack Leach prepares to bowl his 5th over to Mitchell on 24, who dances and goes over the top of mid-off.
Yeah.
All the way. No, bounces just in front of the rope and into the boards down that end, the pavilion end. So that's the first time we've seen Mitchell in this session advance at Leach, who's under pressure now. The New Zealander is up to 28. The score 210 for 4.
Yeah, good option. Plays that shot well. I did think he would do that. I'd have forced him to go all the way back so then he can get one down the ground. Continue to put the pressure up back on the bowler. It's a good shot.
Field remains the same. So 1 out on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, and a deep point on the offside. 2 catching men, Slipper to short leg, Leach bowls, and Mitchell happy forward in defence here. So the SCG for you?
Yeah, I played some white ball cricket there, didn't play a test match. We generally played test cricket at the Wacker, Hobart, the Gabba. I think it's important in New Zealand to have some grass areas for young families, for kids that can sit on all day. It's a long day at the cricket. So I think having some grass is important in some of the grounds.
Leach delivers to Mitchell on 28, using his speed again, this time over mid-on. Well, that's an even better shot. That's gone all the way for 6, the first big one we've seen of this test match. So twice in the space of 3 balls, he's used his speed to Leach for 4 and now a 6. He gallops into the 30s. Onto 34, 216 for 4 the score, and now the pressure's right back onto Leach.
It is, and Stokes. Do they hold their nerve and say, OK, you've done it twice, we want to see you do it 3 times? Or do they move that fielder back? This is going to be really interesting.
Oh, on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Look it up on social media. We'll pop it on the SENZ feed. That has landed in somebody's pint of beer.
That ball's drunk now.
The umpires are taking a look at it. The ball has landed in the old bloke's pint. Let's have a look. Oh, that's it. That's just brilliant. Manny Potts is gesticulating to the umpires. It's in the beer. It's in the beer.
He's almost saying the ball's drunk. It's on the gas.
Oh, that's too good.
Oh, so good.
Well, I suppose they're going to keep the same ball. Even Ben Stokes is involved here, as he would be. It's getting formally dried off by the umpire. Paul Rifle has the towel out.
Wow, that couldn't have landed. And it looked like quite a full beer as well, with the amount of beer that was coming up and out.
We'll get one more look at the replay. He had no idea it was coming down as it did. Bang! I just don't think he saw it. I just don't think he saw it. Off with the fairies.
Oh,
it's lucky not to whack him in the head, really.
Yeah.
Might have cost him £5 for a pint if you're lucky at the cricket.
Yeah.
Probably more than that.
It's not cheap, is it?
Yeah.
So interesting, Stokes, same field. I like this. Saying, come on, do it again. I'm prepared to spend 10 runs for a wicket.
Yeah, I like that he's pushed mid-on back about 5 metres too. Again, it's that cat and mouse game here. Will he go again? Mitchell stays at home and defends. Good cricket. Absorbing stuff after tea here on SENZ Test Cricket.
Yeah, it's good from Ben Stokes. I like this. Not pushing him back straight away. Saying, go again.
Mitchell on 34, facing Leach, again defending out to mid-on. We saw how mature he was last week, Mitchell, that he'd get carried away at any particular juncture, and I suppose that's the same philosophy here. 2 big ones in the over, and now just take stock.
Not a lot of air being given here by Jack Leach, is here. Quite flat and quick. Go on, float one up.
Last ball here from Leach. Mitchell again, sturdy in defence. 10 runs coming from the over, the 4 and the 6. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine, mate in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. The visitors are up to 216 for 4.
How do you cope when someone you love has dementia?
We were lying in bed one day and I'm just sort of leaning on my elbows like this, and she's there looking up at me and talking, and she just said, "Who are you?" Ripped me apart. You know, I visit her every day.
Loving someone with dementia is tough, but those moments of love can make a difference. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. For videos, podcasts and booklets on coping with dementia, including more of John's story, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
SENZ Test Cricket with Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Triple change here in the commentary box. Nick Eshragani alongside Henry Moran and Jared Kimber as New Zealand make their way to 216 for 4. Still going at just under 4 runs and over for the day. Daryl Mitchell looking in the mood as Potts continues, and this one is left alone outside the off stump by Blundell, who's been out there for 36 deliveries now. On to 14, Mitchell 34. Jack Leach has bowled the 5 overs today, taking a bit of tap. None for 27 so far, as expected, really. And it's an important session as far as New Zealand are concerned, because got off to an absolute flyer, 84 without loss, then lost those 2 quick wickets without adding another run, 84 for 2, then another partnership of 77. As Potts is in again, and this is just punched off the back foot down the ground. Potts fields in his follow-through. Then another couple of wickets as well. Now another good partnership, 47, but building into a good partnership anyway. And Jared, if they lose 1 or 2 here, England will feel the door is open, won't they? But if they can maybe go unscathed, maybe just lose another 1 or 2 and add, get close to maybe 300 by the end of the day. It'll be a really good day, won't it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to talk to England about it.
Potts is in. This is left alone once again.
Because you win the toss and bowl, even if you've got them 6 for 250 or 280 at the end of the day, you'd still think to yourself, that's probably not why we sent them in. But from a New Zealand perspective, the pitch looked a little bit green. Both teams wanted to bowl. I was out there when New Zealand were looking at it. I think they were a little bit more... they weren't as unified, I don't think, as England appeared to be about bowling first. But England, I still think New Zealand probably would have bowled first as well. All things considered, to score it almost 4 runs and over all the way through the day is a very good effort.
Potts is in once more, and this time Blundell defends it in front of point. No run.
Because they have Bracewell and Jameson at 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
Yeah, that's right, is it? 7 and 8. Because those two at 7 and 8, they probably don't want to lose one more wicket. Not more than one more wicket throughout the rest of the day. Some of the other New Zealand, some of the other teams around the world maybe would look at it slightly differently. But in this particular case, they want to probably start the next day 5 wickets down, especially when you think about the second new ball.
In comes Potts again, and this time again defended in front of point. No run.
A dream scenario is Blundell and Mitchell with that second new ball, because they one has opened in a test match and the other one opens in white ball cricket, or recently started opening in white ball cricket. That would be the absolute dream. But if they could have even one of them at the wicket to guide the tail through a little bit, I think that would be much more a realistic thing. But if they get anywhere near to 5, 6, even 7 for 300 at close of play, I think they should consider that a massive victory.
Potts charges in again, and he's hitting the midriff here. Blundell to a ball that just jagged back in at him, short of a length. Thuds back down the pitch, and that is the end of the over. New Zealand still 216 for 4.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June, and it's time to celebrate our local makers and growers across Australia. So look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week, because Australian made makes Australia.
SENZ Test Cricket for Reseen, made right here in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Jack Leach to continue.
Right here in New Zealand? You live in New Zealand?
Right here for those people listening, of course. I wonder what they mean by New Zealand conditions there. English conditions can be quite similar as well, can't they?
Yeah. Well, every time I think New Zealand conditions, I think of Wellington and wind, and I don't know if that's what they mean.
True. There's a bit of a breeze here at Trent Bridge as well. Has been all day from right to left as we look out on the ground, and it's going to be Jack Leach to continue here from the pavilion end. And he is reverse sweep attempted and almost fielded very well by Joe Root, diving towards his right from slip. They get through for 1, and they turn down the offer of a second as Ben Folkes runs 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Glove off, does the fielding, and just the single on the board.
He spent about 5 minutes trying to pick that up while they weren't sure if they were going to run there. Just to go back to what we were talking about last over, I think if I'm New Zealand, I'm thinking 7 for 300 is a perfectly acceptable day. That said, after the first hour, they're probably thinking that losing 7 wickets on a day like today, considering the conditions, is not good enough. But in this series, I think scoring over 300 in the first innings could be a massive part of the game, because both teams are bowling teams.
Leach in once more, and this is punched off the back foot by Blundell into the covers, and there is no run. But Henry, from England's point of view, they had New Zealand 38 for 6 at Lords after New Zealand decided to have a bat there first, didn't they? So from that point of view, after this delivery from Leach, we'll discuss that, it will be a massive L for England if that was to be the case. This one just worked too short fine, and there is no run. You're not going to do that every day of the week, are you? But they would have felt they had New Zealand's top order there, low on confidence. These two obviously ended up getting runs in the second innings, but they've almost let them off the hook from that position of pressure as Leach is in again, and this is punched into the covers again, no run.
Yes, and certainly it's been a problem for England over a number of
years now, is good starts with the ball and not being able to finish off the lower middle order and tail, and that has been a consistent issue and caused them so many problems.
Leach in again. This is defended to short leg this time, no run.
And from an England point of view, they've been missing somebody that can just clean up a tail, like Jofra Archer. Mark Wood did so on certain occasions in the winter. He looked as though he had the potential to be that enforcer, but they haven't got that resource. And in fact, more in just a moment.
Final ball of Leach is over. Is defended straight back to him by Blunder. We'll pick up that point after this break with New Zealand 217 for 4. In fact, carry on, Henry.
And what we've seen from that over, not that one just gone, but the one prior to it with the 4 and the 6 down the ground from Mitchell for the bowling of Jack Leach, is in essence what England's problem could be, which is if Leach gets hit out of the attack on a green looking pitch where the ball's not turning, England have two bowlers, that one approaching 40, the other well in his mid-30s, and the other seam bowlers not necessarily contributing in the way they would want in terms of control. Then does it get awkward for them as they tire in the evening session as this partnership continues to build? Because if Leach isn't there giving control and the others are starting to just get a few too many miles in their legs, that could be the opportunity for New Zealand, if they can continue this partnership, as Jared says, to really press home the advantage.
It's all right. England would just overbowl Ben Stokes. Problem solved, as usual.
Oh, yeah.
Probably have done today as Potts comes in, and Mitchell's taking a couple of steps down the track, leaves it alone outside the off stump. There is no run. Of course, Potts, new to Test cricket, had a great first innings on debut at Lord's, 4 wickets in that. But, reality is going to hit home at some point. It's not an easy game, Test cricket. 13 overs, none for 54 at the moment. Stokes, there were fitness issues, weren't there, coming into this Test? Is he going to be fit enough to bowl? Is he going to be able to bowl a lot? He's had to. Probably bowled a lot more than he would have liked here today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he was bowling within the first 20 overs. He almost never does that on a normal day.
Potts is in again, and this time worked to short mid-wicket. They get through for a single.
So the thing with Potts is I wrote an analysis on him for my website, and he's not that tall, he's not that fast, he's not that accurate, he's not that skillful. He has little bits of all of those things, which makes him really handy. It's really hard to see if he's going to become a bang-on Test bowler. We might have already seen him, just take a bunch of wickets on one day, and that's changed our mindset on him. But we also know that he's, the 9th or 10th best bowler in England, and very untested. Also, he hasn't played enough. One year I think he bowled like 15 overs, another year he bowled about 60.
Potts in once more. This is slightly fuller, defended into the offside, no run.
So even if he is going to develop, this stage, I don't think England know that much about him. And then on top of that, what Henry was talking about before, the reason that they're not particularly good against that middle order and the lower order is because England breeds new ball bowlers. And it's finding those bowlers in the middle and then can run through the tail, which is generally, not always, but different skill sets. Josh Hazlewood is one of the best bowlers in the world. Not very good against tail enders.
Arguably, Liam Plunkett was quite effective with an older ball. He was something, particularly white ball cricket, he was an absolute gun for England, but definitely in that role.
Potts runs in from the Ratcliffe Road end once more, and this is defended off the back foot. Fields in his follow through, no run.
So Plunkett, one of his last tests, he took 9 wickets against Sri Lanka. That was on a flat Lord's pitch where he just banged the ball in, Neil Wagner style, really. They don't have a lot of bowlers like that. Mark Wood probably could be that, but you can only bowl him for short spells. Jofra probably should be bowled for short spells based on everything that's happened over the last couple of years. They just don't. It's not something that England naturally produce, and I think that Potts looks like, to me, another opening bowler with a lot of interesting skills. We just don't know how good he can be and where he will fit into the team. But it's the same kind of bowlers over and over again, and when you get in these situations, this is really when you want a different kind of bowler.
In comes Potts once more. It's short, it's hooked away out towards long leg along the ground. Sweeper does the fielding and they take a single.
One interesting fact about Potts is how much the mentality is spoken about. He went to school with the England goalkeeper Jordan Pickford. Very similar characters, quite confident, bordering on arrogance, and an old saying as a coach is if you've got two players, one is slightly better than the other, but the one that is slightly inferior thinks he's better than the other one, often that can make up that 20% just to ensure that they do perform better, because they don't have that sort of that doubt ground, and he is somebody that believes he'll take a wicket with every ball, and that will give him a certain extra 5-10%.
Final ball of this Potts over. He's in, it's full, it's driven straight to mid-on by Mitchell, and there is no run. New Zealand 219 for 4.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Have you ever just decided to go to the cinemas by yourself? Didn't go to large popcorn because of Kane's feedback last week, and proceeded to have probably the best 2 hours and 17 minutes possibly imaginable. Cinema by yourself, the new Top Gun flick, which is electrifying, and it was just brilliant.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SENZ Test cricket for Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Jack Leach will continue here. And, we talked about his role in the side a little bit earlier, myself and Craig McMillan. More of a defensive bowler, hold up one end, but not ideal on the first day of a Test match. He's having to, well, he's into his 7th over here. Plenty of gaps in the outfield for the Kiwis to exploit, as this one is defended by Blundell out towards point, and there is no run. Henry, would England be better suited just going for an attacking option with that spinner's role, or maybe an extra seamer even, just a more of a wicket-taking option?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and there is something of an air of confusion about England's selection.
Leach, and again he's down the track this time, is Blundell. He's wrapped on the pads outside the line of leg stump, didn't know where that went. It sort of trickled out towards point, and there is no run.
Because if you bowl first, you are removing the opportunity to bowl last, which is where you think the spin bowler, history tells us, should be most effective.
Leach continues round the wicket here, and this is punched off the back foot. Good stop there in the covers, no run.
And you've got Craig Overton sitting on the bench, and he is a bit of a hit-the-deck bowler. He is somebody that can act as a bit of an enforcer. And would these be the sort of conditions that will be quite good for him? And as to whether they could bring a more attacking spin bowler, well, you would perhaps fear.
Leach in once more, and this is a front foot defensive for no run.
You'd fear maybe for Matt Parkinson as a leg spin bowler on a pitch that isn't turning much, with Mitchell clearly targeting the spinner. Does he get walloped out the attack as well, and then you're back in the same problem?
Lots of selection dilemmas for England's entire bowling attack, as Leach pitches this one slightly shorter. Blundell punches off the back foot to mid-off, gets through for a quick single. 220 for 4 now, New Zealand. Well, we talked about Moeen Ali, didn't we? He's going to be here commentating for the BBC over the next couple of days. He's flirted with the idea, as has Adil Rashid actually, of maybe not calling it a day on their Test careers. Interesting point on Rashid, which I'll raise after this delivery in particular. He's the wrist spinner, of course, so successful in white ball cricket, as Leach comes in again, and this is defended by Mitchell for no run. He's not played a red ball match in, 3 years? Can he still get back in the side? Well, that is, in fact, the end of the over, so we'll discuss in just a moment. New Zealand 220 for 4.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the 18-volt 2-piece Fusion heavy-duty kit, only $5.99. And choose one of 3 bonus skins worth up to $3.59. AEG goes big this tax time. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
SENZ Test cricket for Resine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. So Matt Potts is going to continue. And Henry, just to pick up on that point, Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid sort of throwing their hats back into the ring. Do they have to go to the back of the queue now? Because Matt Parkinson's there, he's in the squad, he's surely the next in line.
I don't think this England team work on a queuing system. I think they've said that they'll pick their...
well, Leach is at the front of the queue, isn't he?
How very un-English. Yeah, and well, more after this ball, Cash.
Yeah, Potts runs in from the Ratcliffe Road end into Blundell, who defends in front of point, no run.
I think Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have said quite clearly regarding Broad and Anderson, we pick our strongest team. We don't mess about with rotation, we pick our strongest team when they're available. So that is quite clear. But when you're looking at a spin bowling option, you're looking for two things: either somebody that is going to take wickets with the risk of conceding runs, or somebody that's going to offer control and give bowlers a rest. It's a rare thing when you find someone like Graham Swan who does both. Moeen Ali is your control bowler. Jack Leach, in theory, is your wicket-taking bowler, but he's not done that.
Potts in again, and this time a good delivery that jags back in. Keeps a little bit low as well. Blundell blocks it out into the offside, no run.
And so that's where England are in a bit of a conundrum, because they don't have the control they need from Jack Leach to offer them that flexibility in rotating those fast bowlers. Would you agree, Jared?
The only thing I disagree with is Moeen being the control bowler.
Do you not think?
He has one of the best strike rates of any finger spinner around, and he doesn't have very good economy. But everything else you said, I think he's absolutely spot on. Jack Leach, in first innings of Test matches, averages 90, going at 3.3 runs and over. So he's not controlling, and he's certainly not taking any wickets.
Potts, and again this is full and wide and driven beautifully through the covers. That has raced away to the boundary for 4. It was over pitched. It was allowed the width as well, Blundell, and he has absolutely creamed it. 224 for 4.
So yeah, that's the problem. He's basically unbowlable in the first innings. When left-handers are facing, it gets a lot scarier than that. The numbers aren't even worth looking at, but the economy goes well over 4, sometimes over 5 runs and over for him. It makes him very tricky to bowl, and that's why he hasn't played in England. And I just think Moeen Ali is a far better cricketer, and I can understand why he left when he did. But when you factor in his batting and his bowling, it's a huge step up on what Jack Leach can do. I've always thought Jack Leach would be perfect as the second spinner when you go to Asia. Those conditions really help him, and unfortunately for him, they don't help him anywhere else. The ball stopped swinging, so we're checking to see if it's in shape.
Yeah, they've done that a couple of times, haven't they, with the hoops, the ball going in and out as it should. So they will have to continue. It looks as though, we've seen Ben Stokes try to on a few occasions, Broad as well, having a word with the umpires. Potts continues though, again full outside the off stump, driven past extra cover this time, and that's heading away towards the boundary. Will just about be pulled in by Stokes. And they get back for 3 runs.
And this is the worry for England here, because what we're seeing is Leach targeted, as we mentioned. Potts is not offering quite the control that England are looking for. We've seen 2 balls outside the off stump full, one punished, the other probably should have been. And so suddenly you're turning to either Ben Stokes, who we know isn't fully fit, or 2 blokes that are heading towards the twilight of their career. So that is the issue England have.
And 20 overs away from, 19.2 overs away from the new ball. So you don't really want Broad or Anderson to have to bowl again anyway. Joe Root warming up, no?
Would be surprised. In comes Potts, and this is again full, but this time driven straight to Stokes at mid-off. No run, and one left in the over.
You compare that with the New Zealand lineup, and you've got the likes of Darryl Mitchell, even Michael Bracewell can bowl you overs and rattle through them with more than a degree of confidence. And England, you say, yeah, Joe Root, but otherwise, what have you got? You're not going to get anything from Lees, Crawley, Pope or Bairstow, are you? So,
but Joe Root probably won't bowl to right-handers, because I think he averages something like 150 against them in the first innings. So they don't generally bowl him when there are 2 righties.
Potts is in, it's short, it's pulled away in front of square, and that's raced away for 4 as well in front of the newsstand there. Matty Potts leaking runs in that over. New Zealand 231 for 4.
With destinations like the Barossa Valley, your best adventures are right here in South Australia. Switch your electricity and gas to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today, and you'll get 15,000 bonus Qantas points plus 2 points per dollar on every energy bill you pay on time. Switch on to Red Energy now on 131 806 so you can switch off on a South Australian holiday later. Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/BPID.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN, SENZ. Live from Trent Bridge, England against New Zealand, who have moved on comfortably since tea, 231 for 4. We're in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. And this partnership is, 62 now, and Darryl Mitchell could have been out for a duck. And there was a big moment in this game when Joe Root dropped a pretty simple slip chance. It was low. He didn't get down low enough, but it had plenty of sight. It was one of those nice ones at first slip.
It did drop a little. It went up and down after it edged, but not enough that I can give him any excuse.
Leach in, and that's flicked away by Blundell through the legs of Ollie Pope. That short leg, and he'll pick up a couple of runs as Broad runs to his left and out towards the boundary to do the fielding. 2:33 for 4. Blundell 25, Daryl Mitchell has 40. We've got a forward short leg, a slip backward point, deep point, short extra mid off, a pretty deep mid on, saving 2 really. There's even a relatively firmly struck shot, get a single mid wicket. And a backward square leg. Stuart Broad there in the floppy sun hat. Leach in, tosses it up. That is flicked away quite firmly. Up to the mid-on, they get a single.
I don't know what it was about Blundell's batting just then, the way he tapped his bat, but I was like, there's absolutely no way he's not coming down the wicket with this ball. He's very old-fashioned that way. It's one of the things I really enjoy watching him bat, the way he uses his feet. He kind of uses his feet more like an Australian player to spin.
Yes.
Really comes down. He does a few things a bit more like
Michael Clarkey.
Yeah, Michael Slater, Michael Clark, the Michaels.
Leach tosses this up, forward comes Mitchell and plays it into the mid-wicket region where the behelmeted Ollie Pope is no longer out. Short leg, but he can't be bothered to take all the kit off, so he's there also sort of catching mid-wicket. Leach in, reverse sweep, we like that, and that should bring him 4. That's a very controlled shot. Got right on top of it, hit it along the ground, along this beautifully quick carpet here at Trent Bridge. And all Alex Lees can do is go and collect the ball from the sponge and throw it back.
Yeah, smart batting. They've sort of strengthened the leg side field to him. That ball was outside the line of our stump. Although you have to make the decision beforehand, but he was obviously assuming it was going to be outside the line of off stump. Also, he didn't try and overhit it. He just paddled it around the corner. That's the best way of playing that shot.
Lovely timing.
And the best thing about the reverse sweep is what you're really trying to do is move the field.
Yes.
And he's done that in one shot because the short catching mid-wicket is out. Catching mid-wicket is out. And so I just said that they strengthened the leg side field, and straight away they put that guy out. Backward point, really, for the reverse sweep. That's why it exists, that shot, to move the field around.
But Leach ought to want to see him do that, because there ought to be an element of risk in it if he gets enough loop and drift, which he's not. Forward comes Mitchell, defends on the front foot, back up the wicket.
I feel like as you often do, you're talking to yourself, asking questions and answering them. He just doesn't. That's not the kind of bowler that Leach is.
That's very true. Slip is still in. Leach bowls a slightly slower ball. Forward comes Mitchell, defends it easily to short extra cover. That's the end of another productive over for New Zealand. They're 238 for 4.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
43 runs have come in the 11 overs since tea here. Test cricket on SEN and SENZ. In association with Razine, made right here in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Now there's a change of bowler, and Stuart Broad, who's actually bowled, it's cured egg of a day for Broad, really. He bowled poorly to start with, then bowled a terrific spell after lunch. Hasn't got a wicket, none for 46 in his 12.
Try and give him 4 overs here, maybe? You don't want too much more than that?
No, because there's the new ball, it will become available today. How much Ben Stokes will be keen to take it? He might well be, because he's put New Zealand into bat, and it could be that it's the only way he might think to salvage the day and stop the annoying questions of Herberts like me in a press conference later. But
you don't go to press conferences.
I can't be bothered to. I've heard them all before, and I can predict exactly what will be said the moment the day is over, but some people get off on it. There's Broad, 2 slips of gully, point extra mid-off. Broad, crowd up, and that's flicked away off the pads. It was ill-directed, and he should get a couple of runs for this, should Blundell, and he will as Lees runs in from the boundary to field. Spears in the throw. Ball getting a bit soft now, as it has done in England. Well, it always does really at 62 overs, but it's been noticeably much, much easier to bat. in the 5 innings that we've now seen in this series?
Definitely. I'd say about 1 in every 150 press conferences something happens that is funny.
Yeah.
Like
there's Cameron Bancroft at Brisbane in 26-17. That was worth being there.
Was that for the head?
Yes. Broad into the crouching Blundell, and that goes through actually fast and bouncy to Stokes, who takes it around about sternum height and from a fairly full length.
I went to Shahid Afridi's retirement.
Third retirement party.
Well, his test retirement as captain.
Oh, right, okay.
And
it's amazing to think that he was ever test captain.
Yeah, and one of my questions was, when did you decide to retire? And he said, when I was caught. And I said, what happened if you were dropped? And he said something along the lines of, we don't know.
Yeah, it's a fair answer. Broad runs in, 2 slips a gully. Blundell is leaving a ball outside the off stump, and there's no run. Rather disconcertingly, Blundell has got a little flap sticking out of the top of his trousers, very, very much the sort of middle between the 2 buttocks. And I mean, as he moves forward,
he's got a towel in his pants. That's what you're trying to say.
He's got a towel in his pants, but as it flaps in the wind, it makes you wonder if the bail's fallen off. That's where the disconcertion comes from, if indeed that is a word. Email us if you want to, if you know the answer. Broad is in again. Blundell edges just in front of second slip. It'll run down to the boundary. Got a little bit of a hand on that, did Crawley, but not enough. It's being pursued by fielders in vain, and 4 fortuitous runs by Blundell. He played it with relatively soft hands, so it bounced a fair way in front of Crawley, but it was a genuine edge from Broad, and he did get that ball to straighten a little. It was nicely played late by Blundell. He didn't push at it.
No, that was actually a good ball. That was the wobble ball. It was angled in, and it did move away. Considering, you know, this ball is quite old, and we've just seen Potts dragged from the attack. But you would have to say that that's very good bowling from Stuart Broad, but it was nowhere near slip.
I don't know how much he was dragged. I think that was quite consensual. Broad is in, and playing from his crease now is Blundell, and defending solidly up to Anderson at mid-on. 2 slips, gully, point, extra, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square and a long leg.
Is that when the captain says to you, you come off and you go, oh no, one more, but you say it in a way that is no way it shows that you want to bowl one more over?
I could do one if you would like me to.
I'm still loose, I've got some energy. As you walk off into the field in the opposite direction of the crease.
Yes. It's very much that. The head-banded Broad is in, and Blundell works a straight ball off his hips out into the acreage of space that is open on the leg side, and Lees runs in, pings the ball in, the end of a moderately effective over from Stuart Broad. New Zealand here on SEN in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust, are 245 for 4.
Ugh, that's enough to send shudders down anyone's spine. Are you hearing critters rustling around in your roof? Well, it might alarm you to know that 8% of household fires are started by rodents gnawing through electrical cables in the roof and walls, not to mention the spread of disease and bacteria they can cause. But there's a simple solution. Book a rodent treatment with SA's leading pest control specialists. Your team from Murray's.
No worries with the team from Murray's.
Go to murraypestcontrol.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN and SENZ. New Zealand 245 for 4. Start of a new over. Jack Leach is bowling it. Forward short leg is in as Blundell is on strike, and he punches his first ball off the back foot straight to Crawley at short extra cover along the ground. There's a impatient hum around Trent Bridge today. They came here expecting wickets. Well, they haven't had many of them, just the 4. And New Zealand batted, for the most part, very well. Back into his crease goes Blundell, and he pushes, guides, steers the ball square of the wicket out to Lees, who's on the point boundary, and they'll get through for a single, which will bring Mitchell on the strike. Mitchell, who had a life on naught, dropped by Root. 169 for 5 would have been calamitous potentially for New Zealand if it had been put into bat on a pitch that's shown no demons, and against the bowling attack that was a bit scratchy and wasn't really at the races, but they just kept throwing away wickets, New Zealand. Well, this partnership has now yielded 77 as Leach is in, and Mitchell goes for the little sweep and misses it, exposes stumps, but the ball is taken easily by folks.
Their third partnership that's hovered around 80.
Taking a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay, he was pretty close to a bit of bat there, as well as Leach is beating Mitchell on the outside edge, a ball that has genuinely turned. I can't believe my eyes, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, last two balls are really interesting. The ball before, Mitchell goes massively outside off stump to paddle sweep, again trying to manipulate this field. And probably because of this, Leach puts one outside off stump, and it does, turns and bounces. We haven't really seen either.
Leach in again, and this is clipped away to the short mid-wicket where James Anderson pounces rather like an elderly cat. I don't know what they would tend to pounce. You've had an elderly cat. Do they still bother pouncing on a very elderly mouse?
They do, but it's so rare that they pounce.
They do pounce. Right, coming forward is Mitchell. Pushes it to the offside. Wants a single. It's not there. Pope running from backward point does the fielding end of another interesting over from Leach. He's none for 37. And New Zealand on SEN and SENZ 246 for 4.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Looking to level up your Saturday morning Mowers Club status? You could win a Toro all-wheel drive personal pace mower or battery leaf blower. Plus, there's heaps of merch prize packs to be won. Enter now at toromowersclub.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN. New Zealand 246 for 4 here at Trent Bridge in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. We have got 2 slips gully extra and a mid-off. Long leg, deep square and a straight mid-on. As Blundell and Mitchell continue this punishing partnership for England. An excellent one for New Zealand. Broad running away from us on the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over the wicket into the crouching Blundell, who punches beautifully, steers, guides, whatever you want to say, off the back foot, down to the deep backward point, boundary for 4, and the 250 is up. A very controlled shot.
Yeah, rode that a little bit, got on top of the bounce. Obviously not a massively tall player, but just got on top of that. Wobble ball again, but did absolutely nothing. He got off the bottom part of the bat, man. He really rode it. Almost went over the top of it, but certainly off the middle part of the bottom and scoots out to the boundary for 4.
It's like he's on springs sometimes, Blundell, because in his crouch, it's very low. As Jerry would take, it's very low, Dan. And then he comes up.
You're allowed to imitate Jeremy Coney on New Zealand radio.
When he's not
there's
here.
A law.
When he's not in earshot.
I still think Coney sounds like Morrison.
Broad into Blundell, who defends and pushes up to extra cover. Listen to Izzy and Kempy for breakfast. That's Izzy Dagg, former All Black, and Tony Kemp, former Warriors coach and rugby league champion. Weekdays from 6 a.m. on SENZ, and every week they will have Baz McCullum with them.
Well, it was his show, wasn't it?
I think you told me that every time I've said this. Yeah.
That time I was asking, I wasn't even sure. I like to give a fact to someone, forget I know the fact, and then ask them if they know this fact.
Blundell on strike, Broad into him. And it gets a little bit shorter, and that tucks him up slightly, and just to work it into the onside. There's nobody saving one on the onside, bar Anderson at mid-on, and there's no way he can get into there. So they get through for an easy single. 251 for 4. Blundell 39 brings Mitchell, Daryl Mitchell on 44.
Do you want some fun stats?
I'd love a fun stat. I'm a big fan of a fun stat. I'm a fun stat man.
26 spinners have bowled over 500 balls in the first innings in the last 5 years.
Yep.
Of those, Sajid Khan averages 95.
Wow.
And Jack Leach has the second worst average at 92.
Ooh. 92 in the first innings.
Yep.
Broad into Mitchell, who comes forward and pushes in defence. Well, it dies a little bit on this pitch. Not had the pace in it that you might have imagined. That is not an encouraging sign for Jack Leach being. You compare it with someone like Graham Swan, who was a genuine hold-up but wicket-taking option.
Yeah, no, I mean, Nathan Lyon averages 39.
Yeah.
So, there are certainly other people doing okay.
You'd expect those averages to be higher for spinners in the first.
It's 45. The average in general is in 45.
Well, that's twice as much. 90 odd. Broad in outside the off stump, easily shouldered arms. No run.
The third worst average is Joe Root's. 83.
Yes, well, he never looks to take wickets.
He just
really anywhere except the subcontinent. I'm surprised we haven't seen him yet, actually, because he's got 2 right-handers in, and he just loves pinging the ball from round the wicket innocuously at them.
I'm not early on. I don't think he would prefer it early on. Interesting enough, Moeen Ali, some of Moeen Ali's figures are in here. He averages 65 in the first innings. So again,
it's not bad now.
But goes at 3.7 runs and over, as Leach goes at 3.3.
Yes, that is a difference. Broad in. Mitchell shuffles a bit and drives momentarily aerially, but no danger to him up to mid-off. Ben Stokes does the fielding. End of a decent over that from Broad. New Zealand finish it on 251 for 4.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaint section at sen.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN and SENZ New Zealand 251 for 4 in association with Resine, the Pinks Kiwis Trust. Looks to me as if Jack Leach is going to continue. This is his 10th over, and I think when Ben Stokes won the toss and elected to bowl,
he was thinking, how many overs can I get out of Jack Leach today? I hope it's more than 10. He must have been bowling around the 20 over mark today.
Yes, it was very early. It was at about 20 past 12, I think it was.
And it wasn't the one before lunch either.
No, well before lunch. He's in now. Down the wicket comes Blundell. Huge appeal for LBW. I think he's gone too far and going down leg, but they're going to have a conflab here. They're going to chat. Root's in it, Folks is in it, Leach is in it. Leach is very diffident, doesn't usually like to go upstairs, and he will go just in time. With 2 seconds to go on the timer. Right, let's take a look at this. My feeling is he's too far down for a start.
I thought it was going down the leg.
It's going down the leg.
My favourite bit was Jimmy Anderson coming in from mid-wicket to talk to them, because he had a lot of insights.
Now the third umpire is Rod Tucker today. As we can see this on the Chemist Warehouse replay. That's going down, is it, or not? Well, I wonder. It's hit him low on the shin pad, well below the shin, well below the knee roll. But he did take a little shuffle down, did Blundell. There's no bat involved, so
it's down there.
Take it straight to ball tracking, and it'll
no way it's hitting enough
over 3 meters.
Let's see if I'm wrong.
3 meters. Umpire's call.
Yeah.
Umpire's call, and actually that's a bit unfortunate because the big chunky ball in there. I mean, I think it's unfortunate. It's what umpire's call is. It's designed that way. Half the ball, slightly less than half the ball was shown to be hitting, but decent review. England keep it, and what that'll say to both Leach and Blundell is,
it just wasn't. It was clearly not straightening enough. Had it been given out on the field, I wouldn't have had a huge concern with it, but it just wasn't straightening enough to hit enough at the stump.
Blundell stays in his crease this time, and Leach bowls it slightly flatter and shorter. It's pushed off the back foot out to Lees coming in from the offside boundary, the offside sweeper, and they'll get through for a single. So yeah, it's one of those ones. There's no howler, there's nothing weird about it. It's because he'd come down the wicket. I think as an umpire you think, well, there's a lot to do, and hasn't seen Leach turn the ball a great deal, so you're guessing a bit if it's going to have turned enough back in. So I understand why the umpire didn't give it.
There was one thing that might have meant that the umpire would give it out, is that the ball went out on the offside, not down the leg side.
Yeah, that's true. In again is Leach, and Mitchell this time comes forward in defence, pushes back to the bowler. There's no run.
Did you know about all these little things that umpires are now trained at the ICC? So if the ball goes
down, up and down. Yeah, if it goes up, then Jack Shantry talked me through it, the English umpire. Flatter pushed into the offside. Once a single as Blundell, it is not there. As Root does the. I think Root, no, not Root. Crawley. I just saw the 6. Then my eyes are deceiving me. But don't worry, listener, I'm getting new glasses on the 28th of June. Who knows what I'll be able to see after that. Leach in again, flat and thick-edged, but guided off that thick edge down to the deep third region. It's being pursued. It will be cut off. Pope doing the fielding. They'll get back for a couple of runs. 254 for 4. Mitchell to 46, Blundell to 40. This has been sort of danger zone for New Zealand batters today. Getting past this, no one's got to half century yet. You're not quite sure why, because it's not been particularly testing.
Just been enough going on, but even then, a couple of soft wickets.
Leach in, and that's driven nicely in a very controlled fashion to the onside of straight up to long on for a single. End of the over. We're going to take a break. After that, we're going to have a change of commentator. Henry Moran is going to replace me. Jared Kimber will stay. 2:55 for 4.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Live Test cricket on SENZ from Trent Bridge, Nottingham, where New Zealand are 255 for 4. We bring you our coverage with Rosine, made right here in New Zealand, or right there in New Zealand, really. For New Zealand conditions. Jared Kimber, lovely to be alongside you as we see contributions right down the order so far for New Zealand. Layton 26, Young 47, Conway 46, Nichols 30, and now Mitchell 47 not out, Blundell on 40. Lots of starts, no one's gone on to do anything overly massive.
No, it's the kind of scorecard you get when you're playing a cricket computer game, isn't it? Where you kind of get bored with the players at a certain point, and they all chip in, and you end up with a good score, but no one got that, no one went on. It's not what you expect in a test match. So many players have got in. On what does seem like a good pitch, there's still enough in it for the seam bowlers. When Broad and Anderson have got it right, they've certainly been very good. Potts has probably struggled a little bit more, but Ben Stokes has been, I think, the best of the bowlers. He does what he always does. He bowls almost, so many different kinds of deliveries and hopes one of them works, and they have today. Are they missing a fielder? Oh no, they're going to go short ball. I was just like, they've got no one in front of square on the offside, and I've just realised it's because everyone is on the leg side boundary, and we're going to see some bounces.
Looks that way. It's a very short boundary. It's that one where half the ground seems to be cut off because that stand has been plonked there, that sort of clamshell stand. So we've got 3 men on the boundary. On that leg side, as Stuart Broad comes charging in, he does bowl it short. It has been taken on and is stopped by the fielder actually closest to it, Ollie Pope, standing 5 or 6 yards in front of the square leg umpire.
And if you're in New Zealand and you're trying to work out what this field is, it's the Neil Wagner thing. I don't know if you can patent a field, but if you could, he would have.
A bit like American football coaches sort of patent. They don't. Do you know what I mean? They've got players.
Yeah, you get a play sort of named after you, don't you?
The Wagner. A sort of Wagnerian field.
Yeah, instead of saying you go out here, you go out here, just like Keith Miller famously said, scatter. You just say Wagner, and everyone knows to hug the leg side boundary.
Johnny Bairstow finishes signing some autographs over there in the distance and now prepares a deep mid wicket as in comes Stuart Broad. It's short again, it's clobbered out towards Bairstow, who'll pick up crouching down with a long barrier, and a single is taken. 2-5-6 for 4. Mitchell moves to 48.
You could hear that through the effects mic, the timing he got on that, unfortunately for him, because it is that weird shorter boundary because of the... Is it got a name, that stand? Like, I mean a nickname, because I'm sure it's got a real name, but it's kind of it's the dugout style of stand, because that is a short boundary. Hit that so well, but unfortunately just couldn't pick the gap between the 3 fielders that are out there.
It's on the Bridgeford Road as Broad bowls again, not quite as short, mistimed this time into the leg side, and a single will be taken. 2-5-7 for 4, and the name of the stand is just the sponsor at the back of it, who are some accountancy firm, I think. So it should be called something to resemble how it looks, which is sort of like an enormous, hungry kind of sea creature ready to engulf you with a roof that sort of opens like some jaws.
Will it be the Broad stand in the future, do you think?
Well, it depends who pays to sponsor it. This is a ground, as we mentioned earlier, that has a rather unusual approach to naming parts of it after former players.
Did you mention the Sobers and Hadley waiting areas?
Yeah, exactly what we talked about. Mitchell on 48 as in comes Stuart Broad to bowl, short and swaying out of the way. Good bouncer from Broad. Folks takes it right in front of his face and revs the crowd up a little bit.
You know they've now got their own. Do they have their own dinner rooms or board rooms?
Good.
The Sobers and Hadley, and I think it's because one of them has clearly said, probably Hadley, has clearly said, you can't be serious. You've named an area under stairs after us.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? And if you were a player of limited influence, you might think a waiting area. But Sobers and Hadley?
Who would be a player from Notts that would get a waiting area and be happy with it?
This is shoveled around the corner towards that fielder Crawley, a backward square leg for 1, 2, 5, 8 for 4. Well, Kevin Peterson wasn't here long.
Yeah, he would not be happy with the waiting area. I was thinking the Harry Gurney waiting area.
No, he's done a lot for Notts.
I'm not saying he hasn't. Well, he's not Sobers or Hadley.
Well, he is to many people around here. Mitchell's on to 49. It's 258 for 4. You're listening to the SENZ and across the SEN network as we follow the test match between England and New Zealand. In comes Stuart Broad to bowl to Blundell on 41. He plays that very controlled fashion down towards fine leg for 1, 2, 5, 9 for 4. Quickly, what have you got?
The Darren Pattinson waiting area.
Now we're talking. Right, 2, 5, 9 for 4 is the New Zealand score.
Sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. But if you're after a shed, go and have a word with the family-owned team at Best Sheds. Because right now, you'll get 10% off the sheds at Best Sheds. Plus, all their sheds come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. And you can choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. Hit the sheds with Best Sheds 10% off sale. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
SENZ bringing you Test Match Cricket live from Trent Bridge in Nottingham with New Zealand 259 for 4, having been put in by England, replacing Jared Kimber to my right, former New Zealand captain, and a man that would never accept having only a waiting area named after him, Jeremy Cope.
Yeah, well, a waiting area.
It feels not necessarily quite fair for Sobers and Hadley. In comes Leach, start of a new over. This is scythed away behind square on the offside. Bairstow's got a bit of work to do to chase that down. He would haul it in, losing his cap in the process, but not before. We've seen runs taken, 3 of them, 2, 6, 2 for 4. Jeremy Coe.
Yeah, thank you. Leach, is he doing the job? There's a question. 10 overs for 44, so it's just starting to get up a little bit. Maybe what's the overall run rate? You've got all the information in front of you.
3.9.
Okay, so he's around about the run rate. His job at the moment really is not so much to pick up wickets, but to just bowl at one end into the breeze.
Leach bowls, forward in defence comes Mitchell.
And allow England to pack their seamers, all their other bowlers at the other end, to bowl down the breeze a bit more. So that's the function and the role that he's playing right now.
Bowls slightly quicker this time from Leach, who fields off his own bowling. Another dot.
If he does pick up wickets, that's a bonus. It's more the run rate that Stokes will be keen on. I mean, he'd love him to pick up a wicket, of course.
Leach in the sunshine, running in towards us. Nicely clipped into the leg side from the batter Mitchell, and that is the single to take him to 50. 50 from 91 balls. Applause from New Zealand supporters, and indeed all those around the ground to recognise a gutsy, impressive innings, his 4th Test 50 in 11 matches. Got 100 at Lords, and he looks pretty set here as well. 263 for 4.
Came in at 161 for 3 when the wicket of Henry Nichols fell. So he's been there now for some time, and New Zealand have extended over 100 runs since he's been at the crease.
Leach bowls, and it goes only as far as Ollie Pope under the lid at short leg.
He's a very competitive man. I know we've spoken about that as well. He just loves, he's up for the battle, you know, whatever it is.
Leach in, down the track comes Blundell, pushing it gently towards Leach, who'll feel content with just one from the over. That's a pretty good effort from Jack Leach. Exactly the economy that you're talking about, Jeremy Coney. 50 then for Mitchell. Blundell's on 45. It's 2-6-3 for 4.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
Test cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network with Razine the paint the Kiwis trust. 2-6-3 for 4 is the score. Mitchell's on 50, Blundell's on 45, and Stuart Broad, resplendent in headband, is down below us with the ball in hand. Yet to take a wicket on his home ground. He's in bowling short once again. It's in the air, and where's that gone? 6.
Yeah.
Well, we all lost it. Fielders, me, batter. It disappeared somewhere into the sky. I think it might have gone pretty much straight down the ground, over the keeper's head, as he looked to pull it away, Mitchell. 6 either way. Partnership's worth 100.
Yeah, he doesn't mind taking the short ball on, does he? Certainly fine leg was... he didn't have a clue where it was and just stood there and... Yes, a rather nonplussed bowler. Looking, why didn't you move? It was a dolly. He only had to run 65 yards, leap in the air, take it in.
Here comes Broad once again. This is once more chased the short ball. It's spooned off into the offside, and the fielder sprinting out there to get it. One of those substitute fielders who've been quite busy today. The ball is thrown in. Was that off the helmet?
It's off the helmet.
They'll come and check. 270 for 4 as Daryl Mitchell just inspects that lid. I think he's saying, well, it looks to be okay, but they will check it, as they should, and it's important that they do.
Out comes a phalanx of people, all wearing little bibs, the other one carrying a... looks like an overnight bag. He might set a nice little sleeping bag up there and maybe a tent, lie down for a while.
Yeah, square off the side of the helmet, and they are having a look at it, and they may have to replace it as well. Typically, a blow like that, they often do replace the helmet. But Mitchell's on 56, and looks pretty comfortable. Blundell at the other end on 45, and as drinks are being taken here at Trent Bridge, the score is 270 for 4 with Razine, the paints Kiwis trust.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June. And it's time to celebrate and support our local makers and growers all around the country. Buying authentic Aussie products with the Australian Made logo helps boost our economy, supports local business, and creates jobs right across Australia. So, look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week. Because Australian Made makes Australia.
And again, this is full and wide and driven beautifully through the covers. That has raced away to the boundary for 4. It was over-pitched. It was allowed the width as well, Blundell, and he has absolutely creamed it.
Well, that's an even better shot. That's gone all the way for 6, the first big one we've seen at this test match. So twice in the space of 3 balls, he's used his speed to Leach for 4, and now a 6. He gallops into the 30s. On the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Look it up on social media. We'll pop it on the SENZ feed. That has landed in somebody's pint of beer.
That ball's drunk now.
The umpires are taking a look at it. The ball has landed in the old bloke's pint. Let's have a look. Oh, that's it. That's just brilliant. Matty Potts is gesticulating to the umpires. It's in the beer. It's in the beer.
He's almost saying the ball's drunk. It's on the gas.
Oh, that's too good.
Oh, so good.
My highlight of the day about Jeremy Coney. How good was...
Gotta be.
You would have to do... If you tried to do that...
What, again?
Can you imagine if you put a pint glass on a seat and said, get a ball in that?
thousands and thousands of shots. I would suggest to you that before you ever repeated something like that again, I don't know whether he was ready or knew it was coming, or whether it just took him completely by surprise. And what a surprise it must have been. It was obviously fairly full, because there was quite a lot of splash effect, wasn't there? And it ruined his shirt. His best shirt, actually, he's bought for day one of the test, and certainly has to go and ask for another pint. $5.50, come on.
I think you should get that for free if that happens, surely.
Well, there you go.
Drinks are being taken in the weak sunshine. We're into the evening session on this first day at Trent Bridge with New Zealand at 270 for 4. If you've missed any of the action as we've gone through the night with you here on SENZ and across the SEN network, well, contributions across the piece really for New Zealand. Young making 47 before Ben Stokes found his outside edge. Latham followed the next ball, actually. Jimmy Anderson with the breakthrough, 26, the stand-in captain making. Conway was caught behind off the bowling of Anderson for 46, and Nicholls caught behind off the bowling of Stokes for 30. Worth pointing out that Nicholls was dropped on 17. Mitchell, who's still out there on 56, was dropped by Root on 1. Pretty regulation. And this partnership is now worth over 100, and it's sort of...
It's just pushed New Zealand into if certainly they can maintain the wickets column and come back. They've got a few overs to go yet, haven't they? They're coming up to the 69th over, so about 11 overs to go before the new ball, which I imagine that England will take, and Stokes just has to keep an eye on that to not give Anderson and Broad too much bowling before that 80th over, so that they can take that second new ball and maybe try and just turn the day a little bit back to England. I thought the first session was New Zealand, second one was probably England's, this one's New Zealand's at the moment.
Broad continuing then, as this is defended by Blundell into the offside. Mitchell is all okay, having had that little check being struck on the helmet previous ball. 270 for 4.
What is the weather set fair?
It is, yeah.
For the entire match?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the wind? Do we know anything about that? We don't really know until each day.
I never
turn up.
I only really look at what the clouds are doing in terms of rain. That's my. Are we going to see a game? And then I never actually pay much attention to what the wind's doing.
Well, the wind's playing a bit of a role today.
It is. It's playing a significant role. Stuart Broad running into bowl to Blundell, dropping it short, pulled away into the leg side towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And it is fielded by Johnny Bairstow out there next to the shadow of the floodlight. Score 2-7-1 for 4. Daniel Norcross has moved in as well.
Would you have batted or bowled?
I would have batted.
Right. And you'd be happy if your side was 4 for 270?
If
you'd won the toss and batted?
Yes, I would, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'd be very happy with it.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel that was the result.
So that to me says you think that Stokes has made an error.
I do. Yeah.
Catches have been dropped though. Chances have been there. Yep.
Yeah. One of them didn't really matter, but one of them has.
Here comes Broad. This is help. Down the leg side it goes. And Folks is interested just for a moment. Mitchell on strike, but it was only half-hearted at best. And I think that's pretty conclusively missed everything. The reaction from almost everyone on the ground. Stuart Broad, inevitably, likes nothing more than a review.
Oh, he does, yes.
But even he is not going to be able to convince Stokes, I don't think.
Yes, there have been chances here and there, but New Zealand have been guilty of nearly throwing it away a bit.
Yeah, they have.
Today.
They have.
They've got it back on track with a familiar partnership.
Susan, the lady whose pint it landed in.
Oh yes,
the lady.
Indeed, yeah.
Looked like a man, didn't you? I don't like to mention that quite so obviously like that, but anyway.
Can I have a look at Susan at an O'Pine?
Susan, here's Susan.
Oh no, I see.
Oh, definitely. No, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, you're thinking someone else.
I was.
Yeah.
Perhaps the man that was sitting beside Susan.
I think that might be it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's because the photograph's a little weird, isn't it? Because you can't tell who's holding the pint.
Here comes Stuart Broad, final ball of the over. This is left alone outside the off stump. Anyway, Susan's been given a replacement pint, so let freedom ring.
There we are.
Who's responsible for that?
I don't know. Presumably Daryl Mitchell. Who knows? 271 for 4. 69 overs gone here on SENZ.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
271 for 4. Adam Collins joining Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney. Incorrigible, to say the least. What you don't hear on Dan, when you're hearing an advertisement, we're hearing guitar music. It's the same track every day at the end of every over.
We're getting to know it.
Here we are, yeah.
And
do you reckon he could play it now? I reckon he could.
Yeah, the offbeat of the drummer in those first few bars is a bit tricky. I've actually almost lost my head.
Around the wicket, lunging forward, defending.
A couple of times on the offbeat.
Yeah. I think that's why I've got a stiff neck.
And throwing them. Just what all the listeners want to know is my microphone away at the same time.
Never.
It's drifting a wee bit here at Notts. For England, at least. New Zealand having a fabulous session. Leach delivers, using his feet, Blundell. Beats cover, doesn't beat mid off, no single. So they've resumed at 195 for 4. It's final session, and they've added 76 runs without further loss.
Yes, we've not seen Leach really turn. We've seen him turn one past the outside edge, but not a lot more than that.
Blundell on 46 goes back and can't find the gap, this time picking out points.
See, it's that ball. It's that ball that's just a wee bit short. And, okay, they brought the men up now. They've actually just packed the offside a bit more. So less gaps, but that's usually a single.
Yep.
Leach delivers and lunging forward is Blundell. I quite like this from our friend who was working with us on SENZ last year, Nick Tuvey. Daryl Mitchell has been the sleeper hit of the summer so far. I lazily assumed he'd be a white ball bludgeoner, but he's just a big old silky softy. The way that he's played.
Silky softy.
That's about right. The way that he's played the ball, placed the ball around the field. He continues as Leach is pushed into the offside. He's the kind of guy who gives very gentle cuddles.
Now something.
The sort of guy who looks like he owns a Rottweiler. But it's a Bichon Frisier.
A Bison Frisier.
That he claims is for his daughters, but that doesn't explain why he's got a picture of it for his lock screen.
He's gone deep there, as Tubes.
Look, I know he's listening.
This could be an important moment. It could be the first maiden from Leach.
Last ball of the over, and it will be a maiden. Nicely foreshadowed, Daniel Norcross. End of the over. SENZ cricket is for Rosine. The Pates Kiwis trust 70 overs gone. 271 for 4 the score.
Whether you Dometic Go on a day trip, Dometic Go on a camping adventure, or Dometic Go off the grid, the new Dometic Go range fits in the back of your car and makes getting away outdoors effortless. Designed for a grab-and-go adventure, the new collection includes comfortable furniture, stackable hard and soft storage, plus hydration solutions. It's time to Dometic Go on your adventure. Find the Dometic Go range at leading outdoor retailers and Dometic.com.
The second new ball is 10 overs away, which is why Joey Root has the ball in his hand. There are 10 overs with this old ball. He's got a best bowling in Test cricket at 5 for 8, but he takes his wickets at $1 million in the first innings against right-handers.
90. Averages over 90 in the first innings.
The interesting thing, he's going to bowl round the wicket to a right-hander. He's going to try and run the ball across the face of the batsman and bring the slip into play. He also, if it's a wee bit too straight, then the leg slip comes into play as well. And sometimes that just worries batsmen a wee bit, that those two positions there.
So Root, leg slip. Round the wicket to Mitchell, and he just wants nothing to do with it. Doesn't even bother kicking it away.
I think this is a good move, though. Because the game is drifting, it's going nowhere. They want to get through some overs quickly. They want to get
the new ball
as soon as they can.
Got some news about Susan. Root bowls. Dancing is Mitchell. Does he beat square leg? He does, just. Alex Lee's diving away to his right. They get a single. Mitchell 57, 272 for 4.
Not a lazy Susan.
No, not a lazy Susan. She not the lazy Susan, who got hit by the Daryl Mitchell 6, broke her finger.
No, really?
She so she's lost her pint.
She had an X-ray already.
Lost her pint. According to Jared Kimber via Toby Marriott, who knows these things, broken finger for Susan. That's a sad postscript.
Yeah. Well, it is.
Should we get her up here for a conversation?
I think we need to.
Is it right hand? Oh,
she can't bowl this weekend.
Root delivers one with Chris round the wicket, clipping through mid-wicket, nicely played by Blundell, only for a single. He's 47. 2-7-3 for 4 the score.
Yeah, it's Friday night. I mean, she might be. I don't know Susan, but who knows? She might play for a ladies' team like Beaconsfield.
Yeah,
very good side, Beaconsfield ladies. They've got a big game coming up tomorrow. Shoehorned that in well, didn't they?
Root delivers and Mitchell lunges forward, gets one to the right of Anderson, who wants nothing to do with it, and puts his foot out to stop it.
Clogs it.
Old school, 2-7-5 for 4 now the score. Make that 2-7-4 for 4. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, they've got a final tomorrow. We wish them well with that. But what if Susan's, they've done spin?
Well, holds the middle of the innings together.
Yeah, can see that. She looks like that kind of a bowler.
Holds it behind her. Can't see it, doesn't show.
Root bowls, Blundell turns into the onside, no single.
Very Narayan-like.
Very Narayan.
Yeah.
I think she's got the tools to do that as well, actually.
Takes the pint cup to first slip tomorrow. Root bowls. Got that leg slip. Oh, that's the general direction that Blundell's trying to clip it. In the end, it ends up just behind square. No one there. End of Joe Root's first over. 71 gone on SENZ Test cricket. For Razine, mate, right here, right there in New Zealand. For New Zealand conditions. 2-7-4 for the score.
Imagine driving tomorrow's car today. Imagine the quality and innovation of a Hyundai Tucson SUV. Striking design inside and out. Powerful performance, advanced safety and technology. A selected range of Tucsons, including the powerful fuel-efficient diesel all-wheel drive models, are in stock now, ready to drive away. Tech Drive a Tucson to see why tomorrow wants its car back. Visit Hyundai.com.au for details. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Leach ran the wicket to Mitchell, who plays off the front foot behind point, no run. Adam Collins, Daniel Norcross, Jeremy Coney here with you at Trent Bridge. It's a sunny afternoon, about 5:30 local time. Speaking of women's cricket, big domestic finals day tomorrow over at Northants, Wantage Road.
You going to check that out?
I will. I'll be down there tomorrow. Yeah. Leach bowling with a slip. Joe Root's there. Bit of overspin on that delivery, defended by Mitchell on the front foot again.
How'd you get there? Is it a train to Northampton?
It's a car. It's a 3-hour train journey, despite the fact that it's, as the crow flies,
no distance,
about 60 mile.
So they said to off you,
have to be a car. Leach delivers, and forward is Mitchell defending his 101st delivery.
Do they send you one? I mean, you're kind of big enough news now. I would have thought Rabinger would come round with his hat on.
We'll arrange a car in the morning.
Will we?
We'll hit go on the Uber.
Will you?
Yeah. Leach wider of the crease. Mitchell back and beating cover. Beating cover. Well played. He's 59. 2-7-5 for 4 now the score. Most productive session. They've added 80 runs so far. Plenty of time left. An hour to play. They won't get all of the 18 overs in after this, I'm sure, but they might get 16 of them in. 8 against the second new ball, presumably.
And plenty yet to happen if the new ball can't. How many overs is the new ball? About 8?
8, yeah. So they'll keep Anderson abroad fresh for that. Anderson in the previous over sticking out a boot suggests that he's yet to limber up. Short leg in now. Blundell on 47. Doesn't beat cover. Forcing off the back foot. Crawley's in there.
But Jeremy's absolutely right. Time and time again. I've been next door and seen the angered response of Jonathan Agnew. Leach every over drags one down.
Yeah, he does.
It's not a bad ball, but it's a get off strike ball.
No deep point. It's put down by Joe Root at slip. He was cutting. It was moving fast. It was a reflexed attempt. Stuck out the right mitt and it didn't stick. Blundell moves to 49, 277 for 4. But that will make for an interesting replay on the Chemist Warehouse screen we have here in the box. Jeremy Coney, talk us through it when we see it. End of the over. We're going to skip a break to look at the replay.
Yeah, it's as you see the cut, you've got to rise up slightly, and I don't know whether Root was convinced he was going to take that. He stays, holds his position, but then he sort of just squats a little bit and then leaves. You normally ride yourself just slightly wider too because of the cut. So that's a bit unfortunate for Leach. He's toiled away for now sort of 12 overs, 13 overs, sorry.
It was a tough one, though.
Yeah, it was.
Because it was so way.
You're not really there too much for that.
Yeah.
And it means that you've bowled a bit short, actually.
So Root to bowl now. Reverse sweep from Mitchell, and he gets it away nicely. Out towards deep backward point. That is class. Mitchell into the 60s. He's 63. New Zealand 281 for 4.
I'll tell you what I love about that shot is that Root thinks he's coming on to bowl dry drivel from round the wicket. And what are you going to do about it? You're not going to get me away. And Mitchell said, no, you've got 8 overs till this new ball. If you're going to bowl this filth, I'm going to find somewhere. Yeah. I'm going to find somewhere in this field. He's done it. It's very inventive, very clever.
Mitchell living the Vita Loca at the moment, trying to keep the ball ticking over before the second new ball arrives. No change in field, so the reverse is still on for him. Will he keep going with it? Plays it again. Oh, there's a shout. Taken at leg slip. Now a decision to make for umpire Goppy shaking his head. There was a lot going on between the flap of the bat, and it's always half a chance when it is on the reverse. Stokes goes upstairs. I'm not surprised because there's an under edge and there's a glove. There are 2 opportunities here. So Stokes using the first review of the game for England.
I think this is a bit of magical thinking as well going into this. And it's probably hit forearm or something of that sort. But it might be out. And, they've got 3 reviews. So you can see why they'd gamble. But I think it's a bit of hope over experience.
So Rod Tucker getting a first look here.
Pitched outside leg, hasn't it? It's come off the forearm.
Yeah. It's probably hit the sweatband first, but they'll have to go through Sticko to double check that it didn't. Seeing here, under edge goes past enough. So no under edge.
Now the glove comes into play.
It will be fine.
Nothing, and it's just the forearm.
Yep, it's the sweatband that sits above the glove.
That's
now,
right.
Just to be clear, if that sweatband was in continuous contact with the edge of the glove,
that's right,
that would still be out.
Correct. We've seen that before, but they're savvy to that now. Players like Mitchell that wear the sweatbands, formally confirmed as not out. Good work, Michael Goff. They stay at 281
Very
for 4.
Close though. That was it was extremely close actually to the toe end of his bat.
Yep.
There was the tiniest little moment. It's not going to be overturned on that basis. Tiniest bit as the ball just passes the toe of his bat. So you can see why they went for it. Nothing's been happening for them.
So 2 reverse sweeps in a row. Root bowls. Bouncer. Mitchell slaps it down to mid-on. James Anderson does the fielding. Yes, that's right. A Joe Root bouncer. Seam up, dug it in, and Mitchell swatted it.
Well, Mitchell started to come down to him, didn't he? That's why he changed the delivery. And he.
Let's get another look here on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He saw him coming, as you say.
Yeah.
Seam up bumper. He knew he had to play it because he was well out of his ground. Played it with both feet in the air.
Yeah.
Forehand slap smash. Shot. Yeah, forehand smash. Lucky he didn't end up with James Anderson down there at mid-on. Root, ventful over, bowls again. On 49, Blundell doesn't beat square leg.
I'm going to talk against myself here now. See, I liked what Mitchell was doing when he played the controlled reverse sweep. Now, he's trying to make. If he gets out to Joe Root, he'll be furious.
Root to Blundell. Down to mid-on. Yes is the call, and he gets his half-century. Took on Anderson. He'll get a second on the misfield. Stuart Broad does the tidying up. So Blundell moves to 51 from 93 deliveries. The New Zealand wicketkeeper made 96 at Lord's last week. Was ever so close to a 3rd Test ton. Was halfway to it here. Back in form at the right time. Blundell 51 from 92 balls. 5 boundaries along the way.
It's been an interesting innings too, because he was very slow and supportive at the start. Found runs difficult to get. When he came back out after tea, he played quite aggressively.
Root to Blundell, who gets it just beyond Lee's at square leg, gets a single. That will be the end of the over, with Blundell retaining a strike. He's 52, Mitchell down the other end on 64. SENZ Test Cricket for Razine, the Pates Kiwis Trust, and it's 285 for 4.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June, and it's time to celebrate our local makers and growers across Australia. So look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week, because Australian made makes Australia.
Jack Leach to continue his bowl. 13 overs, done for 48 so far. His most recent delivery was a drop catch at slip, albeit a very tough one. Joe Root sticking out his right hand for the third time today. A catch has gone down behind the wicket for England. Blundell using his feet. Really hit straight back at the bowler and the umpire. Did that deflect off Leach on the way through? Either way, Blundell's up to 53, 286 for 4. Let's have a look at that.
Finger on that, or two. I don't know. Did he hit that into the ground?
My sense was it was into the ground watching it live. We'll get a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It was straight into the turf, and Leach went up, and umpire Rifle ducked out the way. Back to Daryl Mitchell. Now, that reverse sweep has been cut off via a backward point, but will he live a little and try and go over the top? Hitting with the spin, of course. 2 out on the leg side, including a long on. Leach bowls, and Mitchell is able to turn this off his hip, just behind square to Stuart Broad, where there's a single. Mitchell 65, 287 for 4.
There it is.
That is absolute rubbish, I'm afraid. You know, what you're bowling for here is a second new ball, and you bowl a faster leg side non-turning ball with a massive gap at square leg, and it's not good enough.
Blundell back on strike. Leach. Oh, he slaps him through cover. Off the back foot to the short boundary. Beautifully struck. Blundell's brought up his 50. Now he's moving through the 50s. He's up to 57.
And also,
291 for 4.
More damningly, Leach has brought up his 50 in 13.3 overs.
Yeah.
The one maiden.
Susan's watching this.
Yeah. And thinking, I should be on.
With my broken finger.
Yeah.
My pint. It's got a short leg still. Blundell forward, smothering any spin that might be there.
I just want to make a point about Leach. Leach is a beloved cricketer. He's a lovely man, and he's gone through terrible misfortune. He's had Crohn's disease. He's been in and out the side. Everything, concussion last week. Everything bad that can happen to him does.
Bowls here. Blundell goes back, and it's the same result. 2 short sat up, and once again hammered through the covers to the short boundary. Blundell quickly into the 60s along with Mitchell. The run rate back up to 4 and over as well. 295 for 4. This is turning into a very good day for the visitors.
But I'm afraid the fondness for Leach has blinded the management into selecting him. On this pitch, the spin does not prosper. He's bowling his first overs in England for 3 years. He's doing it on this pitch. He's not doing it very well.
He's conceded 7 fours and a 6 so far. Leach to Blundell to finish. Blundell using his feet. Oh, Shoutford caught behind. Maybe for leg before as well. Now, and maybe possibly for the run out. Did they hit the bails off? There was a lot going on. So Blundell danced.
It won't be caught behind. I don't think Folkes quite got his hand underneath it.
So they were going up for leg before. Ben Stokes was duped into a poor review before. They're going to go upstairs. Right. So let's be clear, Blundell was a long way down the track, so for it to be given leg before, there needs to be a lot correct about this. LBW is the review shout. For a moment I thought maybe it was caught behind on account of the reaction from Folkes. But
yeah, Folkes dived forward, didn't he?
Okay, the first replay. Daniel Norcross, your thoughts. Talk us through it.
Well, he's a long way down, and he's got a massive inside edge. It's a massive inside
Now, was this caught? Let's just carry on, see if it's caught.
I'm pretty sure that Folkes doesn't get his hand onto it.
It's played from the face of the bat back onto the pad, and just so LBW's out of play. And they should really carry on to see if that ball is caught.
Thank you. Go back to on field to.
Well, they haven't, which is surprising.
Well, yes, I saw the ball rolling away, so I don't think that Folkes.
That really should. You should find that out, unless it's patently obvious that the glove wasn't underneath the ball.
End of the over. We're going to bring Nikesh Regani in to replace me after a couple of further thoughts from Daniel Norcross with the score 295 for 4 on SENZ Test cricket. England have now lost 2 of their reviews in the space of 2 overs. So we're here for Razine, the Pates Kiwis Trust.
Yeah, it's not Jack Leach's day, I'm afraid, today, and he bowled a pretty poor over, and he nearly got a bit lucky at the end there. But you see again this sort of fondness for Leach resulting in a review that it never looked right to review in the first place. He was too far down. You kind of thought that even if it had him flushed, it'd be over the 3-metre threshold. And I'm just thinking that they've had a very poor last 20 minutes, half an hour, and part of that is because Jack Leach is not giving them the control that, in a sense, you wouldn't expect him to on a Trent Bridge first day pitch. All the more reason why it's a curious decision that A, he's selected, and B, England chose to bowl.
Root to continue then. He's down the leg side and left well alone this time by Mitchell. It's a hint of desperation, isn't it, when you've got Leach and Root bowling in tandem on day one. The test match, having won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. Root is in again and Mitchell clips it to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Craig McMillan back alongside us. New Zealand 295 for 4. And Root persisting with this round the wicket line to the right-handers. He comes again, reverse sweep attempted and connected very well indeed. That's going to race away for 4. Just backward of point, Daryl Mitchell. He's not going to be put off by this, I suppose you could call it negative bowling, that leg stump line, just trying to frustrate these two New Zealand batters. This partnership now worth 130 runs. Daniel Norcross, thank you very much. You are off to put your feet up at the back of the box or do whatever else you need to do. Macca will be alongside me for this next passage of play. And, he's carrying on round the wicket. I mean, this is desperation, isn't it, Pringle?
Yeah, run out of ideas, trying to get through to the second new ball, and then we'll attack New Zealand again. But such a great partnership between these two. They did it in the first test and they've backed it up here at Trent Bridge.
299 for 4. This is again way down the leg side. I mean, we've seen sides go to the subcontinent and do this to various batters over there over the years. England teams have used the likes of Ashley Giles over the years to bowl that negative leg stump line. Root's doing it again here, and this one is clipped not too far away from that leg slip, and they get through for a single as the ball trickles to that short fine leg. In fact, off the leg, so signalled as leg byes, but you can hear that round of applause around the ground. Fans appreciating New Zealand bringing their 300 up, 300 for 4.
Yeah, good job by the Kiwis, going in a good rate all day, around that 4 runs per over. Been excellent.
Root into Blundell this time, who defends back to him, and there is no run. End of the over then. New Zealand 300 for 4.
Callaway's new and improved Chrome Soft family of golf balls is better for everyone. From amateurs to major winners like John Rahm, Phil Mickelson and Annika Sorenstam, now with Callaway's proprietary new precision technology. The Chrome Soft family delivers Callaway's highest quality, best performing and most consistent golf balls. To learn more about precision technology and the new and improved Chrome Soft, Chrome Soft X and Chrome Soft XLS, visit callawaygolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Resine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Jack Leach to continue then from the pavilion end. He comes round the wicket to Daryl Mitchell, who just guides this to short third, and there is no run. Fielded by Ollie Pope. Craig McMillan alongside Nikesh Regani here, and just under 5 overs till the second new ball, Macca, and that is what England will be hoping does a trick for them this evening. This is full and just nudged to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it's important here that these two are still at the crease when that second new ball was taken tonight. We saw what happened in that first test, so they've got to make sure they're still here.
Leach and once more, and this is driven down to long on this time. They will get the single.
There's plenty of gaps, fielders back on the boundary, so it's just low risk cricket now. Pick up the runs as they come with those singles, but you don't have to be overly aggressive right at this moment. Going along at 4 and over, which is a nice rate. The key now is not putting that lower order under pressure against that second new ball. So these two have still got a big job to do. Partnership 132. There's still plenty of work to be done to get to stumps tonight.
Yeah, just 4.5 overs left till the new ball, but we can go on for another 44 minutes this evening. Plenty of cricket still left to play. Leach is in again. This is leg side and it's helped on its way down to short fine leg. It was off the pad, I think. There's no run taken in any case. A half appeal from England.
He struggled a little bit, Leach, today, isn't he? Done 59 into his 15th over. No control. Seen one turn and bounce, but apart from that, it's been innocuous.
It's in again, this time short and wide and cut away and towards deep cover. There's a bit of a chase on here for the sweeper, and in fact, I think he's done a good job in the end. He fumbled it initially and then just about brought it up inside that rope. Matty Potts down there, and they're through for another couple of runs. 303 for 4. Take another look at this on the Chemist Warehouse replay. His momentum almost took him into the rope, but gets away with that one.
Yeah, Alex Lee's the man paroling that boundary. Did well in the end, saved his side 2 runs.
Last ball of this Leach over then is into Blundell, who defends to short leg. And that is the end of that over. 4 left until the second new ball is due. New Zealand 303 for 4.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the 18-volt 3-piece brushless kit, only $5.49. And choose one of 3 bonus skins worth up to $3.29. AEG goes big this tax time. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Change of bowling. Here is Matty Potts, comes back in for England. 4 overs left until this second new ball. I mean, you'd think they'd just want to race through these overs and get as many with the new ball, wouldn't you, Macca? With the spinners in tandem, but they've gone with seam again. Another opportunity for Potts to bowl an over or 2 here.
Yeah, I don't think that they'd want as many overs with that new ball as they could get tonight. They might only get 4 or 5, which is not that many. You'd want a few more. But I guess it's been a long, tiring day, Nikesh, and bowlers have had to work pretty hard, so there might be some tired bodies in that England side.
Potts in. This is defended back down the track by Mitchell. Mitchell on to 70. Blundell 63. Partnership 134 runs between the two. And, it's almost a throwback to a few days ago at Lord's, isn't it, with these two saving the day for New Zealand. Just when they were in, I mean, they weren't in a massive hole when they came together, but they just lost another 2 wickets very quickly.
Yes.
Potts strides in again, delivers, and this is guided in front of point.
Yeah, I thought the game was really in the balance at that stage. 169 for 4 when Conway departed. Halfway through that middle session, England bowling well on top. New Zealand lost another 1 or 2 wickets there. This game would look completely different to it does now. Huge platform, 300 for 4. Opportunity now for New Zealand to get 400 plus, and that gives them a degree of control. And also just pushes the game out and makes it even tougher for England. So huge opportunity for New Zealand.
In comes Potts once more, this time on the stumps, and just flicked too short mid-wicket. And there is no run. And yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier, weren't we? If another 1 or 2 fell, they'd be in a hole. England would feel the doors open with that, slightly longer lower order that New Zealand have got in this particular game. We were even talking about maybe 280 for 6, something like that. Would they be satisfied at the end of the day? Well, they've gone a lot better at the moment. They'll be desperate not to lose another wicket here, the Black Caps. As Potts comes in once more, and this is again defended into the leg side for no run. From Blundell's point of view as well, I know he's only 63 at the moment, but he'll feel he threw it away a little bit. 96 at Lord's at the home of cricket, to get those 4 extra runs, get on the honours board. He won't want to give England this wicket. Let's put it that way. Make them work hard for it.
No, I think the goal now for these two is to be there at stumps, which is 40 minutes away. That is the goal.
Potts runs in again, and this is a good delivery which just leaves Mitchell. It was too short really to cause him any problems, but just a little bit of nip away. He just pulled away at the last minute, and that did come out of nowhere, didn't it? It was just short of a length.
Yeah.
Swung as well, bounced a little bit extra.
It's a nice delivery from Potts. Not sure where that's come from. We haven't seen anything like that for some time, but I guess it just shows again that every now and then on the surface you can just get one that does a little bit more. So while you might feel win, there's still a delivery that might have your name on it.
Potts in once more, and this is flicked away backward of square on the leg side. We'll finish the over with a single, 304 for 4. You can just hear this sort of, we talk about the Lord's hum, the sort of gentle sound you get around the ground. It's quite a similar hum here at Trent Bridge at the moment. Just a little period in the game where the England fans getting a little bit frustrated, waiting for something to happen. We saw them getting G'd up, didn't we, earlier on by Stuart Broad when there were a couple of partnerships brewing earlier on in the innings. They've just quietened down, maybe one or two having afternoon naps.
Well, we've seen that on the TV, haven't we?
Yes.
One or two.
Getting woken up by the odd wicket that has fallen.
I think it's been a good day's cricket.
I'm sure a lot of drinks have been consumed this afternoon. The bars seem to have been doing pretty well all around the ground. Nice hot day here in Nottingham as Leach continues from the far end, from the pavilion end. He comes, and this is defended straight back to him by Mitchell, and there is no run. Listed building, the old pavilion over there on the far side of the ground, in all white, dark brown roof slates, the old clock in the middle at the top. Again defended, this one by Mitchell into the offside this time. There is no run. Probably haven't changed an awful lot since your time, Macca, these changing rooms.
No, they probably haven't got any bigger. They're not the biggest changing rooms going around. In fact, it's hard to get all the gear bags into them in this modern day and age.
Leach in once more, and this time beats Mitchell outside the off stump. And just a hint of turn there, just spinning past the outside edge. Encouraging.
Yeah, it's a nice delivery. Just the second one we've really seen go past the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell's bat. Just bounced and just straightened enough, which I'm told is unusual for day one at Trent Bridge.
It is indeed, as Leach is in once more, and this time defended back to him. 304 for 4 then, New Zealand. 2.2 overs left until the second new ball is due. Leach straight on the stumps again, looking for that turning delivery. Doesn't get much turn this time, and it's defended straight back to him once more. That run rate really impressive for New Zealand, just under 4 runs and over. They've been there or thereabouts all day. Final ball of Leach's over is on leg stump. It's nudged to short mid-wicket, and that brings the over to a close with New Zealand at 304 for 4.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Looking to level up your Saturday morning Mowers Club status? You could win a Toro all-wheel drive personal pace mower or battery leaf blower. Plus, there's heaps of merch prize packs to be won. Enter now at toromowersclub.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
SENZ Test Cricket with Racine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Back here at Trent Bridge, and it's going to be Matty Potts to bowl probably his last over before the second new ball is due, and we expect Broad and Anderson to come back into this England attack. So one from Potts from this Ratcliffe Road end, one from Leach from the pavilion end, and then back to the old guard.
Just wonder if Matt Potts is going to take the new ball. Why would you give him 2? Surely you give one of the other boys 2 overs to warm up.
Maybe.
I just wonder if he'll actually get the new ball.
They won't be happy though, Broad and Anderson, with that, given their records on this ground as well. In comes Potts, past the umpire, delivers, and this is left well alone by Blundell.
It's probably unlikely, isn't it? But it's an interesting one. Why he would just bowl 2 overs. I would have thought Broad or Anderson would have been quite happy coming back and just loosening up for those 2 overs, so that when that second new ball is taken, there's no warm-ups, they're ready to go right from ball 1.
Yeah, otherwise you could have just stuck with route from this end and got through the overs a little bit quicker. Maybe allow yourself one or two more with that second new ball this evening. Wasn't to be the case though. Potts charges in again. This is on the stumps and defended back to him. Squared Blundell up just a touch, but played it pretty comfortably in the end. Weather is set fair. Actually, we've seen a lovely day here. Set fair for the next few days as well, so shouldn't have any weather interruptions unless there's a dramatic change in the forecast, which is always good for this time of year. Never predictable, the weather in England at the best of times. Potts is in again. This is defended just in front of his off stump this time. The ball trickles along the ground, so that's slip cordon, and there is no run. Back to those changing rooms as well. How difficult is it? Because you've got the England team always at the top. The changing rooms are on 2 floors, aren't they? The home team on top, away team at the bottom as well. That must be pretty annoying when you can hear them, especially when things are not going your way and they're sort of getting a bit cock-a-hoop in the home dressing room. Potts comes in once more, again defended back down the track for no run. It's an awkward setup, isn't it?
It is, because there's only one stairwell, so both teams are sort of, you know, around that stairwell. You have to sort of go past one another, so you are in one another's space. Like I said, changing rooms aren't very big at all. By the time you put these big gear bags, that obviously these changing rooms, whenever they were designed and made hundreds of years ago, weren't set up for the big bags that players carry around now.
In comes Potts once more to Blundell, who defends into the offside in front of point. Another dot ball, and it was hundreds of years ago, mid-1800s. That pavilion was put up. It's listed now, so they can't make any changes to it. I mean, they've given it a lick of paint. It's about all they can do.
Probably needs still a little bit of loving, doesn't it, every now and then, just to keep it in good stead. But I think it's great that you come to these grounds, and yes, there is a degree of new to some of them, but there's also that tradition as well.
Comes Potts once more, and this is short of a length, just poked straight back to him in his follow-through. End of the over. 1 over left now until that second new ball. New Zealand at 304 for 4. Just a couple of minutes to 6 p.m. local time. Can go on until 6:30 this evening to allow some extra overs to be bowled. That is the official cut-off, half an hour after the scheduled close of play. Just the 79 overs bowled so far. Slightly extended evening session as a result. 28 overs already bowled in this session, and at least another 5 or 6 to come, you would think, if not a few more.
Another day though where 90 overs aren't bowled. And the spinners bowled. Jack Leach has bowled 16, route 3, so 19 overs of spin, and the players still can't get through 90 overs in 6.5 hours played.
I mean, nowhere near really. It's, you know, you could forgive a side if it's 88, 89. There's 79 at the moment. And again, long conversations taking place between overs. I mean, this is probably going to be the last over that Jack Leach bowls for a while. So, I mean, you'd be staggered if they don't take this second new ball after this over, but lots of discussions being taken out there.
Because if they pick up 2 wickets in the final half hour, then it's not a bad day. So they have to take it straight away.
Right, Leach is finally into Mitchell, who's down the track and just clips him to long on gently. Nice easy single down the ground. 305 for 4.
New Zealand have worked so hard all day. They've had moments on top, and then England have peaked them back, and now they're back on top. This final half hour is going to be the crucial part of the day. It's just whether they finish the day with smiles on their faces, or whether they feel they've perhaps missed an opportunity again.
Leach back around the wicket to Blundell, who defends back down the track. Another dot ball. Short leg in place for Blundell. Joe Root's still at slip. They put the long off and long on in for Blundell, who remains on 63 not out. Leach fires one in again outside the off stump. It's left well alone by Blundell.
It's an interesting scorecard, isn't it? Starts for everyone. And these two are really the only two that have gone on, two that have gone past 50 anyway. If they can continue on at least 100, then it means that New Zealand should get 400 plus, and that's a good score after being put into bat on the surface.
Indeed. They won't want to throw away these good starts that they have got to. These two, Mitchell and Blundell, partnership 136 runs as Leach is in again. This is guided to short third. No run once again. As Jared was saying earlier, it is a bit like one of those cricket computer games where everyone sort of contributes a little bit. You don't get that big 100. Can one of these two go on and do it? Leach again fires one in. This is on the stumps and played to short leg on the bounce. No run. Final ball then, before the second new ball will surely be taken here by England. Still a gentle breeze from right to left as Leach comes in once more. And this is a classical defensive shot. Too short extra cover, no run. End of the over. We'll have a change in commentary after this break with Daniel Norcross replacing me. Craig McMillan also making way for Jared Kimber and New Zealand. 305 for 4.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June and it's time to celebrate our local makers and growers across Australia. So look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week, because Australian made makes Australia.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN and SENZ in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. The new ball has just been taken, as Tom Waits might have once sung. And the sun is shining. It doesn't look like perfect conditions for bowling with a new ball, and it also doesn't seem like the most obvious person to take it. It's going to be Matthew Potts, who's going to be given the new ball by Ben Stokes, which is an intriguing decision. But New Zealand very, very well placed, 305 for 4. This could be a match and series defining 28 minutes. If New Zealand get through it with a loss of maybe just one wicket or none, ideally for them, then they'll be in a very strong position to pile on the agony for England tomorrow. 3 sips a gully. Potts' first ball with the new ball is languidly defended by the excellent Daryl Mitchell, propping forward onto his front foot. And I welcome back for the last half hour of today's play, Jared Kimber.
28 minutes.
28 minutes. A stickler for these things.
You just said it. I'm just.
Yeah, but you'll be on. They'll start the last over at 6:29, won't they? And you'll get a little bit extra. Potts in, running away from us, Radcliffe Road end. And that's driven. There'll be runs here. He's just got it past the diving Potts. I'll just say runs. Run in the singular. As James Anderson's moved back from quite wide mid-off to hunt the ball down. 306 for 4 in this crucial passage of play now. Blundell, particularly, might be thinking, 96 in the last game. I just want to get through this bit. And I suppose he won't be too disappointed to have seen that Matthew Potts was bowling rather than Broad and Anderson. It's an intriguing decision. Potts in, full, defend on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run. What's behind it, Jared?
Well, I think the first thing we need to know is, what does Broad and Anderson feel about this? And a second ago, Anderson was throwing the ball to Potts and he threw it into the ground rather than getting it back to him on the full, which is what you want with a new ball. Dirty protest there. I think it was by accident, but right. It was an interesting thing to do with a ball that was one ball old.
They're a mid-off and mid-on. It's slightly alarming. Potts in, driven back to him. Yep, these two old stagers, no run off that ball. I'm sort of creating a Potts sandwich here.
I would assume Anderson will take the new ball. So I suppose it's more a question of, what does Broad make of this? Now, Broad is out bowled Potts today. Potts has not bowled well today.
No, he's not.
So giving him the new ball is either a confidence thing, or he's warm.
Or Broad doesn't want it. Or he's warm, could be he's warm. He's in now. Blundell flicks this off the pads, but straight to Alex Lees, who's at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Or. It's another little jab in the ribs. A little jab in the ribs of Stuart Broad from Ben Stokes to say, didn't think you were that impressive today, mate. There's a lot of, I tell you what, the Sky cameras have a lot of footage of Anderson and Broad suddenly.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised, because I should imagine everybody around the stadium and all commentators would be thinking exactly the same thing. Potts is into the crouching Blundell, wide of the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. New Zealand, 306 for 4. So the crowd humming away. Many of them have gone, I have to tell you. I've seen not exactly an exodus, but a gentle trickle of people trying to avoid the rush. It's a curiously situated ground. I quite like where Trent Bridge is. And a cheer has just come up. And that's because James Anderson, man with 648 test wickets, is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end. Now, remind me, did they start? Anderson started, didn't he, with the first new ball at the pavilion end? Broad, I wonder, actually, I think I've got an idea.
Ends?
Yes, I don't think Broad wants to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end.
So they might both want the same end. So that was or.
Yeah, the fourth or. Yeah.
Which is a rowing joke.
Have we broken the fourth or?
Is that because you went to Oxford? You can make that joke.
I passed through.
There's probably a podcast called The Fourth Or.
Here is Anderson. 3 slips and a gully. Crowd getting into it. And Mitchell lets it go outside the off stump. There's no run. It's been one of those days for England fans. They've had these moments of excitement, winning the toss, bowling. Then they filled the first 3/4 of an hour with expectations, which the Kiwis expertly dashed. And then New Zealand themselves looked like they were going to throw away the advantage they'd got from some not great bowling and some not particularly good choice to bowl either, you would argue. But England then threw away their chance by dropping Daryl Mitchell, or more specifically, Joe Root did. It was a very good ball from Stokes. Took a goodly edge and it went through low to Stokes, who should have taken the catch. And that's it, really, England's last sniff. As Anderson is in, and forward comes Mitchell and just pushes off the front foot with very soft hands into space and can get through for a single. And the score then, 169. It would have been 169 for 5. Barely a sniff of a wicket, the nearest England have got since then, with New Zealand 307 for 4. Probably, well, you'd say there was the Root bouncer that was nearly carried the mid on. And I guess Jack Leach, on another day, an umpire might have given, I think it was Blundell out, who came advancing down the wicket.
There was a Root drop as well, slip.
Yeah, I mean, that was a short ball and he just waved a flappy hand. Yeah.
Well, he should have, yeah.
It was a tricky one, I'd say, that one. Anderson is in, and that's short, played off the hip into the onside. There's no run. But, you know, the Leach one, had it been given out on the field, would have been out. So, you know, that's probably technically the closest that they've got to taking a wicket. But you have to say these two have batted exceptionally.
Again, yeah. I would say that so far in this series, it's looked more like two teams trying to lose the series than two teams trying to win it. I would say that England's played above expectations and New Zealand's probably played below expectations. But New Zealand certainly gave England as many chances as they wanted today. And
Anderson in, that's back of a length and left alone, shouldering arms through to the keeper. There's no run.
We're going to lose the toss, bat, smash 80-odd early on, and then have a mini collapse. Then we're going to smash another 80-odd, have another mini collapse, and then both of the set batters are going to give chances to Joe Root at slip.
Yep.
New Zealand's been doing their bit for this series, but I tell you what, they keep the way they're batting at the moment, unless there's a couple of wickets with the new ball, I can't see how England can score this many runs.
Anderson in, again, too short, and it's easily played from the crease into the onside. There's no run. That's the issue, isn't it, for England already? 307 for 4. You can't really see how this collective England batting unit, with a tail that starts at 8 but isn't massively helped by folks at 7, you can muster those runs unless a lot of people have a good couple of days.
One thing I would say is that both teams brought in 3 opening bowlers each, rather than bowlers who are good at first change and when the ball gets a bit flat. And this does now not look like a wicket that's for opening bowlers.
Anderson in into forward, slightly forward comes Blundell, works it into the onside, no run. End of the over and second over of this new ball has been safely negotiated. New Zealand 307 for 4. So with 20 minutes or so to go.
So what I meant by that was this. I thought the best bowling with this ball was probably between 20 and 50 overs when it started to move around a little bit.
Yep.
And by the way, we're having a bowling change already. We can get to this in a moment. But I thought the best bowling was after the new ball, which is a bit of a problem because the pitch does get flat. Anyway, Stuart Broad's coming on. Matthew Potts bowled such an abominable over that he got one. I just think he was warm. I think it was probably that, and they wanted to give the kid a go because he wasn't having the greatest day.
It could be that. There's an awful lot of, touchy-feeliness in this side, wanting to give the lad this, wanting to give Jack Leach his chance. And
it's not how you work, is it? You're a cold hard pillar.
I'm a cold-hearted, grizzled man, and I don't get it at the top level of sport. I don't think we're here for sentiment.
If I could throw one other part of this in, Broad has gone for 4.3 runs and over.
Well, that's also true. Yeah, he hasn't. He did bowl a splendid spell after lunch, but that was
after
basically his day.
He did bowl a couple of throwdown balls to begin that spell.
He did, yes. So, it was a flawed, splendid spell. 3 slips gully, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg who's almost a deep backward square. Here's Broad, running away from us. And forward comes Mitchell. He's almost standing outside his crease here. That's how little regard he has for Broad's pace with the new ball. Broad's looking a bit leggy, actually. And when he ran in to do that, he didn't look exactly limber and smooth and lithe, did he? There's a little bit of end of the day.
Did he have his knees up?
Oh, the famous knees. Yeah. Maybe it's as simple as that. Why doesn't he just pick the knees up?
Yeah.
Everyone says it's about Broad. He hasn't really got the knees up. He's in, and Mitchell drives off the full face of the bat up to Anderson, and there's no run.
Yeah, we need Sky need to invest in a knees up-ometer.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I don't know what we'd call it. Yeah. But he certainly needs to have his knees up.
I think it's a gnusonometer.
Please.
The Greek for knee.
Okay. I think gnusonometer played for Sri Lanka in the 80s.
Gnu. Yeah, I think he did. Arjuna gnusonometer. Yeah, I think he did. Quite handy as well. Useful middle order player.
Yeah.
Often a bit underrated, a bit like Tilan Samarawira. Here's Broad. Mitchell. Forward again in defence, and it's what Jeremy Coney spoke about earlier today, what I spoke about at Lord's, aggressive defence, which Mitchell is as happy, as proud and as confident when he defends a ball off the middle of the bat as he is when he drives it through the covers for 4, and it's a dispiriting thing for the England bowlers to see just what an immovable object at the moment Mitchell looks like. 3 slips, weight, more in hope than expectation, as Broad is in, and this turned off the pads by Mitchell down to deep backward square leg. He's coming for anything slightly across his crease as well here, Mitchell. He's batting on a round off stump, picks up a single. He's hiding the stumps from Broad, and Broad's getting no real movement, so Mitchell's just playing the line of the ball. He's starting way outside his crease, actually, just seen on the Chemist Warehouse replay. He's a good yard down the track.
Yeah, they bowl quite well to him when he first comes to the crease, when he has that problem with his bat coming across a little bit. And I thought they bowled quite well to him at Lord's when they went back of a length. Once he gets in, they seem to have no real answer other than at one stage he'll try short.
Blundell on strike, Broad into him, and Broad throws an arm of frustration up in the air as Blundell defends the ball perfectly square of the wicket off the middle of the bat.
I wonder if, to Mitchell, one of the things that you need to try is just bowling a metre outside off stump and drying it up for a while.
Because he doesn't like that, actually. And there was a couple of times when he lost his head against Anderson, and he did it again. Both times against Anderson, he did it today when he went after him for a ball, didn't he? And
he didn't go where he wanted it to go. Cover or something.
Yeah. So there's some switch that flicks
I just think
Mitchell.
that I don't think they've tried everything yet. I feel like they're still trying to work him out.
Oh, they'll have time to try everything by the looks of things. As Broad is in, Blundell edges. Oh, and it's gone between second and third slip. And I don't know how. Nobody has moved. Nobody. They're still not moved. It's extraordinary. And there's not as if second and third slip are particularly far apart. Stuart Broad has bowled the right ball in the right channel for once. And Crawley and Bairstow, neither has moved a muscle. And that is emblematic of England's day. Nobody wants to drop them now, so they're not going to go for them. And now they are a little bit apart. They're slightly wider spaced than normal, but they're second and third slip. And third slip, Bairstow's slightly advanced here. But someone's got to move a hand. I mean, it's to Bairstow's left.
To be fair,
so no. Crawley's got more side of it.
Yeah.
More distance.
About 5 seconds later, Zach Crawley did scratch his face in a confused manner. It did bisect them perfectly.
It did what?
And they did look slightly apart from each other. But someone should have moved. I'm not saying they would have been caught, but someone should have moved.
I mean, I moved in the commentary box. Start of a new over from Anderson. His first ball is pulled to the boundary for 4. Nice swivel shot, too short from Anderson. I don't know what he's complaining about here. If he wants a square leg out, that would be a curious thing. It's not really a ball that Anderson tends to bowl. So we've had 2 very contrasting boundaries in the last 2 balls. One from the last ball of Stuart Broad's over, which should have yielded a wicket. And this one, well, it should never yield a wicket. It was played in very controlled fashion by Mitchell. Takes him to 79.
You say that, he got Tom Latham out with that ball earlier, to loosen the back of a length.
That's true. That's true, but really... well. So, has deep square gone out? No, 3 slips gully, backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg. As Anderson starts in again to Mitchell, and just turns a straighter ball, fuller straighter ball, to Jack Leach at mid-wicket, who does the fielding. It's been a messy day for England. They kind of stayed in the game. Well, they got ahead of the game at Lord's through exceptionally good catching. Today, Root's dropped 2, Crawley's dropped 1, and one has just inexplicably flown between 2 fielders. And, I mean, Crawley can sometimes give off the air of a certain distracted gormlessness. You've got to think that it's right-handed. And he's at second slip. He's deeper than Bairstow at third. You'd think he would have made a move. Anderson in, flicked away, out towards deep square leg. And there is a fielder with long legs going to get round to that, but not before the 2 batters have crossed for a couple of runs. 318 for 4 into the 80s goes Daryl Mitchell.
I can't help you with anything to do with Crawley and Bairstow. I don't understand why neither of them move, but I can talk about Mitchell. And if you look at his test record so far against right-arm seam bowlers, the place when you look at the data to bowl to him is just outside off stump on a length, so fairly normal.
That's pretty normal, yeah.
But he scores at 1.5 runs and over to those balls.
Hanson in, and that's a little bit too wide of off stump and just back of a length, but he doesn't go after it. There's no run.
He hasn't really been tested very much on that similar length on the stumps, but again, he doesn't really like length. What team? No, I can't see a single team so far who has tried to just hang the ball wide to him. And I wonder if there's no obvious flaws within his game, but you can see why England is bowling the line and length they are to him. But all I'm going to say is they've done it a lot and it hasn't seemed to work yet.
Anderson's into him, back of a length, too wide, outside the off stump. This new ball is being right royally wasted by England, but the New Zealanders will be delighted. They've got 10 more minutes. I say to survive, I suppose it is to survive, because just see a chance offered and not taken.
So the only other place that I would suggest bowling to him, which is actually what I said at the start of the day, is back of the length, just outside off stump.
Let's see if Anderson tries that. He sort of has done on this occasion. Forward comes Mitchell, pushes into the offside. End of an unremarkable over. 318 for 4. More thoughts from Jared Kimber, and then to take you through to the end of what has been a curious day. It's going to be a curious day, Henry. It's going to be Henry Moran.
And one of the reasons that I like that length to him is he wants to get on the front foot and he's going to drive and he wants to control the ball. In that particular ball there, that was a little bit back of the length, but he still moved into the ball and still tried to get on top of it because that's kind of his normal game plan. And I think that they've just bowled a little bit too full to him because they've been following the data, whereas actually, if they'd just gone a little bit back, that might be the place. But regardless of that, I think once Mitchell gets in, just hang the ball wide of him and ball the hell out of him.
3 slips and a gully weight as in comes Broad and up on his toes Blundell defends. England have created chances, but Jared, like a warm old jumper, there is a certain comfort to see England as inept as they are in the slip cordon today. It felt a bit unusual and peculiar, unnerving when they were taking those chances in the first test.
Yeah, it's not the way, is it? It's not what they're known for. It's not the stereotype, and they're back on brand. What have we had? We've had Roots 2 drops, and the one just fly right between the middle of them.
Here comes Broad, left alone, advancing by Blundell on 67, 318 for 4.
So I think New Zealand had the best slip catching ratio, which is about 88% over the last few years. I think England was closer to 70%, 71% maybe. So if you think about that, just in forms of every 10 catches, that's almost 1 drop every 10 compared to 3 drops every 10. That's a big difference. You're telling your bowlers you're going to have to produce a lot of chances for us.
Can you think of any catchy phrase that would remind the cricketers?
If only something rhymed.
Here comes Stuart Broad. It's a full ball, which is played in front of the pads by Blundell into the leg side.
The thing is, if it wasn't New Zealand at the top and it was Australia and South Africa, I'd say, well, that's about pace and carry and bounce. But you're like, well, they're catching them in New Zealand and they're not catching them in England in the most similar like conditions. That seems that it's just they're bad at it. How much of it, though, Henry, is to do with the fact that when your top order is rotating so quickly?
Well, yeah.
You're trying a new slipper. At least in New Zealand, they decide, well, Tim South's going to do this. And Ross Taylor was at first forever, right? They know what their slips are for a long period of time.
Broad in once more. Left alone, rather exaggeratedly, again. And that miss through the slip cordon was born of the drop from Crawley earlier, wasn't it? It was when he dived across Joe Root.
I forgot about that one. Yeah, that was the other one, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right.
And that clearly he's suddenly thinking, well, I don't want to go for it, and suddenly he doesn't go for it.
So yeah, 4 chances in the slips, and one of those was off the spinner. In some ways, that was the least likely one.
Yeah, tough chance that. Broad in the sunshine, shadows lengthening. Runs in past the umpire. Oh, gets through, does it? Onto the pads. It's half an appeal, but Broad, who is the most enthusiastic appealer in the history of the game, only has his hand half raised. And I think England would be brave to go upstairs. I'm guessing there was quite a bit of bat involved in that.
Certainly a big no. That was almost all bat.
Yeah.
In fact, more wood than a forest, that one. But on the Crawley thing, you're probably right that it spooked him, but he should always be able to dive to his right because he can't actually clash with Bairstow because he'll be going behind him. So
bowling again is Broad, and it's defended, just dead batted down the track. End of an over. A maiden, 318 for 4. It just, as you say, there is. If you go through the history of the game, you look at the sides with effective slip cordons. Consistency seems to be the key, doesn't it? You think of that great Australian side, you'd know that Hayden would be there and it'd be safe. With that England team of 10-11, it was Strauss, Cook, Swan, Goods.
Yeah. Just not, also, you talk to players who field in the slips a lot. They understand where to go, that position. This is Bairstow and Crawley. I mean, Bairstow's not always in the slips. Bairstow's not always in the side. He's always kind of, just been dropped or just been recalled. Crawley's been in and out a little bit as well. Root's got no real excuse.
No, but with Crawley, Bairstow and Pope, it feels like they've just picked the 3 most athletic, almost, In comes Addison, start up a new over. Dropped into the onside from the bat of Mitchell, who appears happy to have shut up shop for the evening. 318 for 4.
Yeah, so, I mean, all those things do matter. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But at a certain point, most of these players, I would assume, fielding the slips for their first-class teams and would have fielded, like someone like Zach Crawley, who is a very gifted young player, has probably never been out of slip, unless they don't need a slip when he was young.
Anderson bustles in once more. It's left alone with a degree of danger. It's not far from off stump, but Mitchell's been in long enough to trust this pitch.
I was at Beckenham when Kent played Surrey, and Surrey made 660. Pretty sure Crawley was in slip pretty much all day. Didn't get as much practice in that game, if we're being honest. But he certainly spent a lot of time there. So he's a proper slip fielder. Root is now a proper slip fielder. Besto, probably less so. Wicket keeper, sometimes an outfielder. And Stokes would be in there. Although Stokes' catching ratio is not great.
Anderson bowls, left alone again. And Stokes, well, clearly feels he wants to be more in the game by fielding in front of square and close to the bowlers, easy to have those conversations, and that's where he wants to be patrolling.
I wonder if his fingers were okay, if he would still have gone back to slip or not. It's because he talked about the positives of not being in slip anymore, but I wonder if his fingers were better, whether that would be something different, but we don't know.
Anderson running in over the wicket. Mitchell on strike as Anderson past the umpire now and bowls. Again, left alone, on length as much as anything else. And flies through to Ben Foakes. So, when put in at Trent Bridge, Anderson Broad, Duke's ball, you can't ask for much more than 318 for 4, can you, as a Kiwi side?
It's a flat pitch, but they were put in, as you said. You do have Anderson and Broad. They probably gave up the ability to be 318 for 2 with the 2 mini collapses where they really played a part in that themselves.
Anderson in, left alone once more.
And we know there isn't much after Bracewell, but they're over 300 in this series. That feels like a very, very big score. And the second if this ball does anything like what the ball did at the start of the game, they've got another 10-15 overs before it starts to nibble around a little bit. Gives themselves a really good chance to be around 350, 360 at least at that point. And then if Jamieson and Southey get a couple of runs, they're massively ahead. So it's a huge advantage for New Zealand.
Anderson in, final ball of the over, left alone once more. Mitchell just happy to see Anderson exhausting himself, and he does look quite exhausted now, the veteran fast bowler, who wouldn't thank us for saying that, but when you're approaching 40 next month, I think it's probably the fair description. 318 for 4, 1 over left in the day, you'd have thought. We're going to see 87 bowled, so not the full complement, but not bad, relatively speaking, not bad.
For modern cricket, this feels like we've been humming through, no? I mean, it's not that often you see a team score over 300 anymore in a day, and it's not because teams don't bat quickly, it's just because we don't see the overs. So it does feel quite quick. We did see Root bowl, 2 overs? What's Leach on for? He's almost bowled 20, so they should have got through the 90 today. Especially, they definitely should have got through those. But this is a weird move, isn't it?
What? Jack Leach is going to bowl the final over of the day. New ball. It's only 6 overs old.
This feels like something that this feels like something Joe Root definitely would not have done.
I tell you what's going to happen. They're going to block it every single ball. They're trying to tempt them to do something rash, and I would be amazed if it happened. Men round the bat, 3 of them, a leg slip, short leg, and a conventional slip.
So Blunder won't, right? If they get a single, would not pass through Mitchell's head. I've got a chance here of just taking a bit of shine off this ball, smack it down into breaking someone in the crowd's finger, knocking a beer out of someone's hand. That sort of fun and games.
It feels a curious move.
Yes, no, I get it.
So Jack Leach, we thought had finished bowling for the day. He probably thought the same. He's going to bowl the final over. Round the wicket he comes, tosses it up. It's a full toss and defended into the ground. Well, you don't know how the pitch is going for a spin bowler if you don't pitch it.
Yeah, he said tossing it up. It almost didn't come back down.
Leach again, 77 on his back, bowling, and forward in defence comes Blundell, happy just to push it into the onside.
Only thing I can think of is Stokes thinking maybe the new ball might skid through and they get a cheeky LBW here. But he hasn't got enough spin to really...
Leach is in. Ooh, rushing forward. A little hurried was Blundell, but he defends it safely. 3 balls left. There's just a little hint of turn there from Leach. Here comes the left-arm spinner again. Forward in defence again.
If I'm Stokes, what if we had 4 balls this over? And 2 of them have been massively overpitched. The other 2 have actually been really good balls, and I've got absolutely no problem with that. But you can't overpitch. If you want to see the ball skidding, it has to skid.
Have to land it. Yeah. Fielders
hit the deck.
Coming in, we're going to see a silly point coming
no helmet.
in.
You don't see that very
bold,
often.
isn't it? Silly points come in. I was waiting to see where he was going to go, but without wearing a helmet, it felt curious to see them go quite that close to the action. Jack Leach with 2 balls left in the day. Crowd revving him up, is in now, and this is defended. And towards short leg, who tumbles like a toddler in a playgroup and picks up 86.5 overs bowled in the day. The score 318 for 4. Last ball of the day here at Trent Bridge as Jack Leach creeps in. It's defended into the onside. And a really good day's work, particularly from this partnership who caused England such frustration in the first test, though in a losing cause eventually. A little handshake between Blundell and Mitchell, who have done a great job here for New Zealand. 318 for 4 is the score. At the close of this first day, England winning the toss, electing to have a bowl first. Wickets came in clusters, 2 in 2 balls to see Young going for 47 off Stokes, and then Latham off Anderson for 26. The only other wickets to fall today, Henry Nicholls caught behind off Ben Stokes, and Jimmy Anderson getting Devon Conway with one that went close enough to the inside edge of the bat, just kissing it on its way through to folks. Conway gone for 46, but it is Mitchell on 81, Blundell on 67 that have caused problems for England as they pat each other on the back and head off the field of play. The end of a partnership still standing at 149. They will feel this is a job pretty well done. 318 for 4 the score at Trent Bridge. Test cricket on SENZ with Razeen.